HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We come to H-Time. They get their work.
Great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah!
So that's popped up. John Singleton gives it a look. He might be able to have room. He does. That's the final out. The Astros win it 6-1. That is now 6 consecutive wins on this road trip, and they are in first place by themselves, moving a half game ahead of Seattle. Lots of smiles all the way around. Plummer, this road trip has been amazing after a really tough loss to start the trip, 6 in a row.
Yeah, never come home. Don't ever, and I don't say that to be mean, Astros. I'm not saying we don't want you around town. I love all of you. Don't ever come home. You
never.
Do much better on the road. Todd Callis on the call right there as we welcome you in on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Man, the Astros have me in a good mood today, man. Really
I actually even felt good given the healthy win that they had last night and the healthy cushion they had at the time when Pedro Leon just got lost in space because of the color of the trop there. Yeah. That I just overshot a simple fly ball to right field by about 5 feet. That was something that happened in the Astrodome in the 1970s. Yeah. The city of Houston and the Astros organization realized, we got to fix this. This isn't quite right because nobody can pick up the ball versus this. In the case of the Astrodome, it was clear, transparent glass.
Yeah.
But it was creating a glare. But at the Trop, they've got similar visual issues.
Okay, so Amy and I were out to dinner around us watching the game, so we didn't have sound. We only saw the play, and we saw them. Okay. We saw them. So you're going to provide clarity for me here. So we saw them on the broadcast. We saw the play. We saw Pedro Leon overrun the ball. And then it lands 2 inches inside. Like, of all the places to land, lands 2 inches inside the line, not 2 inches outside the foul line. And then they kept showing the roof, the ceiling on the broadcast. Yeah. So they were just showing that because he lost the ball, or did it hit something up there?
It was he lost the ball. I'd have to have Brandy explained it to me. I'll be for complete transparency. Yeah. I did not see it. I walked in. I was getting cocky, and Brandy explained to me it was some kind of issue with picking up the ball against the roof.
I didn't know if it hit something, but that was
our listeners. Our listeners will provide clarity on the text line.
Yeah, they will.
Or in the YouTube chat. I'm trying to be better about the YouTube chat. Everybody.
Yeah, just someone provide clarity for us there. That was the only glitch on Framber last night, man. He's been one of, if not the best pitchers in baseball over the last 2 months.
That ended up being a triple, and then he scored after that. The base runner on third scored on a fly ball after that. So it was, it's been awesome. It's been awesome. It's been great since they've been on the road. You had Bregman and Jordan co-players of the week.
That was nice. It's hard to pick between one of the two, and they were amazing the entire week last week. So why not split the trophy down? Do you think they just give them one trophy and saw it in half, and they each get half of a trophy for that? Just split it right down the middle? Or you think
it's King Solomon's trial. Mm-hmm. I think that you'll find out who the true team player is by the one. I think Iran, given his communist upbringings, will probably be more along the lines of like, well, it's for the good of the whole. I'll just give it to Bregman.
Give it to Bregman, yeah.
That's the selling point of communism, everybody. Yeah. That's where they hook you. Yeah. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, for the good of everybody, we have to starve off 25% of the population. So I'm not endorsing communisting here. No. I'm just telling you what the hook is.
Right.
You do it for the collective. It's for good.
Stay on your toes. If anybody's approaching you, stay with a pitch.
Yeah, you got to be beware. Kids, before you start going reading these communist manifestos, look at the actual history of what happens.
Good call, Seth.
You can't fight human nature.
Good call. Kids are going back to school now. They're back. I know the kids where Amy's teaching, kids are going back into school today. That's good, giving them a little education on the way in. Framber.
You will starve. At some point, you'll think it's cool to starve 25% of the population because the leaders tell you that's what's for the good of the whole.
Right. Stay on your toes, kids. Framber was great last night. Pitch count got a little high. He made it through 5 2/3, struck out 9 guys. So that was cool. Here was Joe Espada on Framber Valdez last night.
Our pitching, just incredible job. Starting pitching all the way through the bullpen today, Scott and Framber's curveball has been a game-changing for him the last couple outings. We know once he needs a ground ball, he's got that sinker. He was efficient. He threw the ball really well.
Something changed with the curve, or he used it more efficiently, or it just gets sharper?
Yeah, just gotten better with time. We asking him to use it more, and he's been working hard trying to get it, trying to get the location of it. Land it whenever.
The amount of movement he gets on 96-mile-per-hour pitches is just so absurd.
Yeah.
I have nightmares about that's my current nightmare. I used to have dreams about showing up to a football game and I forgot my pads or things like that. This is now I wake up in a cold sweat thinking about how to hit a Framber Valdez slider.
He's good, man. He's good. It's funny. All these pitchers. That's like a theme with this pitching staff this year, especially the starters. All these pitchers have their own pitch that they just started using a whole lot more, and poof, presto! Like to Hunter Brown with his sinker, right? He starts using this sinker. Framber, we just heard he's using the curveball more. Kikuchi gets here, and they're like, hey, bro, how about you triple the use of your changeup? And now all of a sudden it's like, hey, man, he fits right in, this guy.
Well, it's one thing they've always said is that it's as much about just that initial 1 hour meeting they have with the pitchers where they dumb everything down. I don't say that as an insult to the pitchers, but it's one of the big battles in analytics. Is
simplify. They simplify.
You got to find that right balance of, okay, how much can a human being actually absorb and implement? He doesn't need equations running through his head.
Yeah.
And it's as simple as they take all that math from their squadron of nerds and boil it down into, hey, you should be throwing these pitches more.
Yep.
The one really cool thing about the broadcast last night was when they just showed Arrighetti sitting next to Kikuchi, and Kikuchi's studying all the batters because he's pitching tonight with his just as a bunch. He's been pitching in the division. They were talking about how impressed Kikuchi has been with the environment and how much there's just so many tools they give you to improve yourself. That made me feel that much better about, okay, this Astros organization hasn't lost its edge. And Arrighetti's consulting with Kikuchi on what he's looking at on his iPad. It's really cool, especially since, what was the stat you were talking about before we came on air? The pitchers since they went on this run.
Since they started 12-24, the Astros, since they started 12-24, the Astros have given up the least amount of runs in baseball.
And that's with how many starters injured right this
That's
moment?
with a bunch. Yeah, that's with Javier and Urquidy. Yeah, that's with like a half a dozen guys on the injured list.
Urquidy, Framber, and on.
That includes the bullpen too. Like, we're talking about the entire staff. So yeah, it's been good.
It also, and it also includes, I think, we optimistically were hoping that by mid-August we'd have both Verlander and Luis Garcia back. So that's at various points during this season. So Kyle Tucker is still hobbling around. They've got some. It's almost like back in the day when you had the second trade deadline where you could pick up a Verlander. Now it's just the injury bug maybe has started to be eradicated, and you're going to get another Verlander boost hopefully.
Verlander's going to get another rehab start this week. Yeah, they should hold off till August 31st to bring him back as an homage to the first time he came here back in 2017.
I'm not going to even tempt fate by asking or anything. That would be an inappropriate joke.
Yeah, don't even joke about that.
Talk about my other recurring nightmare I have. Oh, it's raining.
Yeah. Here's one more. Here's one more from Joe Espada, and this was good. This is from Joe Espada on Framber Valdez and Yainer Diaz working together as a battery.
Yeah, it has been really good. The more they've worked together, the more in tune they are. The more they understand each other. They know how to navigate lineups. They know how to make adjustments. So it's been great to watch.
Okay, this is significant for a couple of reasons. One, sign that your young catcher is coming along as a game caller, as a mature leader, and for that pitching staff, because his bat needs to be in the lineup. You can't mess around. Yainer is either catching or DHing every day for this lineup. He's been really good, and he's added some pop of late. His batting average had been up there for a while. He hits a 3-run home run last night that ends up putting the game out of reach against the Rays. It's significant as well because we do recall earlier in the year, and I'm looking at Framber's game log to try to figure out, I couldn't remember which game it was. Just looking at the game log, I think it was this game against the Angels in late May, where Framber just decided to start shaking off Yainer Diaz. The game was going fine. And then Framber just starts to go into business for himself, and he ends up giving up 8 runs. Gives up 3 home runs in a row. Like, bang, bang, bang.
I was watching the YouTube highlights this morning with the benefit of hindsight. And, you know, on the YouTube highlights, they have both the home and away announcers at various points. And after field, the color commentator said, well, Framber is known for losing his whatever, getting frazzled or something like that. And you know, with the benefit of hindsight, I was like, ha, you cocky idiot. You don't know. That's old Framber. That's not new Framber.
It was funny. He gave up a hit. I think it was the inning where they ended up pulling him in the 6th.
Yeah.
And he gave up a hit in that inning, and it looked like there may have been either some miscommunication or Framber was, you know, trusting Yainer. Like, it was something where Framber could have easily in the past blamed Yainer Diaz. And they zoomed in on Framber's face after the hit. And Framber just had this look on his face like, okay, who's up next? You know, like that kind of thing. And Blum and Callis pointed out on the broadcast, they pointed out, like, okay, you know, like they pointed out how Framber's kind of, he's getting better at just rolling with the punches.
That meltdown, the cool thing about that meltdown was that Framber had, owned it immediately afterwards. Yeah. You know, he's the one, we knew that he had just gone rogue because he fessed up to it immediately afterwards. And, sometimes you need a scare like that to put you back on the tracks.
Yeah.
That's just every now and then he needs a scare like that to put himself back. He probably did double duty with his sports psychologist that week, and off you go.
Whatever works, man. Whatever works. But the Astros in first place. You know what, Ben? Real quick, we have not asked the people if they've heard the good news.
Oh.
The Astros are in first place by themselves because the Mariners didn't play last night. So they're a half game up on the Mariners now.
We don't have to do the complex math and percentages and decimal points and all that.
Nope, half game. You need to know. That's all you need to know. So
I take a break every day. Yeah, I hear you. I know percentages aren't necessarily complex math. Go die, all right? It's 6:11 in the morning.
Yeah, you've never had to get up at 6 a.m. And, well, actually, the people listening now probably do get up at 6 a.m. to work. But go tell your friends who think that math is, not hard. It's hard, man.
It's hard. I've noticed I'm a lot dumber math-wise when I'm doing a talk radio show because I think the verbal parts of your brain are just hyper oxygenated, and the math side of your brain kind of shrivels up and dies.
Yep.
I do. I do some idiotic math on air that afterwards I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm actually pretty good at math. This is what the hell?
What's going on? All right. Texans back at practice today. They're late this morning, so they'll be practicing while the guys are on In the Loop today. So we're getting past the halfway point here. There are some position battles that have got to get hashed out here over the next 2 weeks. Cutdowns are 2 weeks from today. The 3 most compelling position battles on this team right now, we're going to try to hash them out for you. That's coming up next. But the Yellow Rose Distillery is what I want to tell you about right now. You guys know I love my Yellow Rose. You know when I'm sitting down in that chair, getting ready to watch the baseball game? A little Yellow Rose, a little Harris County on the rocks, a little old-fashioned. I'm lucky enough to be married to a former bartender who makes a mean old-fashioned, and she just brings it over to me in my chair there, and I watch my game. Get yourself some Yellow Rose. If the place that you go to hang out with your friends, your watering hole, your local watering hole, for some reason they don't have Yellow Rose, tell them to get it because it's awesome. The different variety of rye, the Yellow Rose, Harris County, which I just mentioned, the Outlaw Bourbon, YellowRoseDistilling.com to go learn more about Houston's oldest legal distillery since Prohibition. Man, it is a smooth, smooth drink, the Yellow Rose Whiskey. YellowRoseDistilling.com and drink responsibly.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see. In the starters' first preseason action, C.J. Stroud led the offense on an easy touchdown drive, and Daniil Hunter made a strong
Terms and conditions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Tuesday. Texans back at practice today, 11:30. Heat index supposed to be 108 today. That's going to be very interesting out there at practice.
Man. I'm torn about practicing in the heat as much as they do. They don't have two-a-days, so it's easier to recover from it. When you do two-a-days out in the heat like that, it really just starts draining your body.
Yeah.
They run out of IV bags. But there is a benefit sometimes to practicing inside just because you have crisper practices.
Yeah.
And even a lot of old school football coaches have come through Houston and realized, like, all right, you know what, we gotta mix this up a little bit and be indoors because it's just a crisper practice.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it's good to get tough and it's good to acclimatize yourself, and yet at the same time, I don't know. I question being out there outdoors all the time when it's a 108 index.
That old school coach you're talking about that has the revelation like that ain't D'Amico. D'Amico. I can't remember I don't know if he's had a practice indoors since he got here as the head coach.
Well, yeah, just that wasn't driven in there by the weather. I mean, if there's lightning, there's nothing you can do about it.
And even last week there were two or whatever it was, like before they went to Canton, there were two that they easily could have stayed inside because the weather. Like, no, we'll just practice out here in the rain.
Well, too, because I think you got to take advantage of getting out in the elements. But there wasn't a lightning issue or anything like that. Yeah, it's good that they were practicing in the rain then, because that seems to be so far. That's the one thing about CJ that I just don't know about yet, because it's been a very small sample size. But you go back to the Jets game last year, a couple practices in the rain this year, and they were sloppy offensive performances. So we'll see. Small sample size.
Got to be some Ohio State footage of him playing in bad elements.
He had a really tough game against Northwestern, but that was extreme because of the wind.
Yeah, the wind.
The wind's the worst. Wind and freezing rain. Those are the two that really seem to undo quarterbacks.
Yep. By the way, a couple texts. People saying Pedro Leon took his eye off the ball on that fly ball, and then when he had to look back up to find the ball, he lost it in the ceiling. So yeah, that's what happened there. They were saying on the broadcast, can't take your eye off the ball. You got to kind of feel for that fence instead of fearing it. Okay, so to me, Seth, the three most compelling position battles on this team right now, and I'm doing my mailbag episode for the Utopia podcast today, and I swear 80% of the questions I'm getting to the mailbag are, how does this guy look in this position group? You know, like, people are really wondering, because there's some very popular names that are in danger of getting cut from this football team right now. I'll start with wide receiver. And I think this is going to get interesting because they have so many guys. Like, what's the number they end up keeping? So I've got these positions kind of boiled down to locks, near locks, guys on the bubble. I'll try to make this as radio friendly as possible. But wide receiver teams typically keep 5, maybe 6. The Texans have like 9 guys right now who would make an average NFL team, I feel like, on this roster at wide receiver.
Yeah, there's it's tight. It's a crunch. It might yield some trades late in training camp, and we'll see about that. So that's nice. But I think John Mechie's the biggest one that's a sentimental favorite for a lot of very good reasons. And yet, given the way he's played, I'll say just during training camp, there just hasn't been the consistency that you'd look for. There's elements there of Kiki QT where you can see that there's potential, but I just can't rely on you right now.
Yeah, man.
And, he's a different type of athlete than Kiki QT, but when it comes to having solid, sure hands, Mechie's not a good enough athlete at this point to overcome not being really secure with the football. And that's just the big concern. He looks athletically a lot better. I got really excited about it the first couple weeks of training camp, but there's just too many drops, and then it just doesn't look fully integrated in the offense at times when they're in team situations. So a lot of these other guys are just further ahead in this offense right now.
Yeah, Diggs, Nico, and Tank are all locks to make the team. That's 3. I'll put Noah Brown as a near lock, only because when Noah Brown's out there, you're like, all right, he's making this team. But the problem is he's hurt again. He didn't practice on Sunday. He didn't play in the game. He's got to tough his way through a bunch of injuries, but by the end of the year, he's just not available to you, and you can't have that, you know?
I think a lot of times we get hung up talking about the big three wide receivers and talk about spreading the ball around to those guys. And the fact of the matter is really those guys are going to get their touches and their targets, but on any given play, what those three guys really do is open things up for the guys who are in the right spot, like a Dalton Schultz, potentially a Cade Stover, and then a Noah Brown or a Robert Woods or whomever else. That's where I think the real benefit comes in, including when you've only got one of those big three healthy and available. There will be at least most likely there will be a few games this year where you only have a couple of those guys, maybe only one of them at times.
Yeah.
And that's the real value is to these other bubble guys that we're talking about.
Yep. So I think Brown probably makes a team. That's 4. And then your bubble is fascinating. You got Xavier Hutchinson, who is a young player who's flashed at times. He's flashed in both of the preseason games so far, and I think that's the big thing. When we're talking about John Mechie III, I think that's the big thing is that he's had issues in practice. He's not shown up in these 2 games. Not only not shown up, he's had 2 drops. You know, he's had a drop in each of the game. Hutchinson had 5 catches in the first game, and he had a nice 19-yard end around in this last game. They like to use him in that jet sweep type stuff. Robert Woods is a vet who's viewed as a leader who, again, he had a good game in the Pittsburgh game. Skoranek is a really interesting piece because of what he brings on special teams, and he, too, has flashed in these. And then a wild card. So I've already rattled off. That's 7 guys, even without John Mechie in the mix, you know? So you got Diggs, Collins, Dell, Brown, 4, and then Hutchinson, Woods, Skoranek. That's 7. And then you got this wild card in Steven Sims, who we have no idea what the return game is going to look like for this team. He's their return specialist as of right now.
Yeah, and I don't even Johnny Johnson and Quintez. Wait, what's Cephas' first name? Quintez Cephas. I know you've got them listed as out. Yeah. Without breaking down every single play, which is impossible when watching practices and what have you, those guys do flash.
Yeah.
It's just there's I don't think it's as much of a near lock that Noah Brown makes a squad versus any of those other guys you mentioned, because there's so much upside on all of those other guys who are on the bubble or out or what have you.
Yeah, I have as Seth mentioned, I've got Johnny Johnson III and Quintez Cephas as out just based on who they're running with at this stage of camp.
Yeah.
But yes, they both flash more than Mechie. I have Mechie on the bubble as opposed to out, just because all indications are if someone's going to get the benefit of the doubt, it's going to be John Mechie III. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. But if I had to pick right now, I don't think he makes the team, Mechie. Running back, I think there's only one lock at the running back position, and that's Joe Mixon. That's it. After that, I've got Dario Gumbawale as a near lock just because he's run with the ones at times this year, and he brings that special teams element too.
He's real in the league, really. He's gotten. I was looking at his stats yesterday. I don't know if he's ever had more than 30 carries in a season. Mm-hmm. It's been, as a running back, I think they look at him as a guy that you can use him when you need him, and you absolutely have to, and you can trust him for executing the offense and everything. But it's special teams where he really makes his hay, and that I guess there's a lot of good special teams players on the team right now. So I don't know if we can go by the old standards. I think this is a much deeper team.
Yeah.
So I don't look at him as much of a near special teams lock as maybe I would have in previous years.
The wild card that's popped up all of a sudden at running back is Cam Akers. When they signed Cam Akers and they brought him in on a minimum salary deal, I think you and I both felt like, all right, this is just sort of a lottery scratch-off kind of thing. I mean, I know you were real curious about the 2 Achilles tears and just if we'd even see him early on when he got here practicing,
right?
Yeah,
he got, and then he was practicing less than 9 months after he'd torn his second Achilles tendon. It's a big wild card because after his first Achilles tendon, he came back and he played, but it wasn't the same level of electricity or juice that he had his rookie year. And he never really recaptured that. He looked better in Minnesota last year when the Rams finally, after a year of trying to trade him, traded him to the Vikings. But you see that athleticism, you see that potential to use him on third down. And so I think them trying to figure out exactly what role he would play, how much they can depend on his health, and where he fits on the roster. It's a complete wild because those are the inner workings of the front office, and I don't know exactly how that shakes out.
Here, D'Amico Ryans was asked about Cam Akers on Sunday after Akers had another solid game against the Steelers. He was solid in the Hall of Fame game as well. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Cam.
From Cam, I've seen a guy, first off, we know he's done it. I've gone against Cam a lot, and I've seen the plays that he's been able to make. So is he surprising me? No, he's not surprising me, but he seems like he's getting back into shape, getting back into football shape, and he's making plays that he's made prior in his career. It's exciting to see him, and just shows when guys maximize their opportunity. And I think he's a guy who's taking advantage of that, coming into camp late, but he's picked up on things very quickly. He's very sharp mentally, and that's allowed him to step in, I think, and really showcase his talents of what he's been able to do. And the biggest thing is him, right, making guys miss. And just, when you're playing a running back position, you can make defenders miss. Like Cam just has a savvy way of doing that, and that allows him to continue to press forward and gain yards for us.
That's where we are with Dameon Pierce right now. If that last part when D'Amico's talking about, turning a negative play into a positive.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a 20-yard run, but you got to get positive yardage. Help the quarterback out. Let it be 2nd and 6 instead of 2nd and 10. And that's where I get into a bind with Dameon Pierce, because I think when everything is good and right and there's a clear path, then Dameon Pierce is still very imperfect blocking. He lacks the ability to make something out of nothing, at least at this stage of his career. And I know people accuse me of overreacting to one preseason game. Some of the same stuff popped up in those 4 carries that got Dameon Pierce benched last year. I'm not looking at it as one preseason game. I'm looking at how he has a hard time integrating into this scheme, and those same issues popped up in the game last week. That's where you can't have those plays that, okay, the blocking's imperfect, but you could have gotten 3 yards out of it. And that's where we're struggling with Dameon right now.
Was that cut you sent me yesterday that you texted me with your narration of it? Was that from your YouTube page?
Yeah. I put a little breakdown of a couple of plays, because there was one play where the blocking was horrendous, and I wouldn't blame any running back for getting 0 yards on it.
Yeah.
There was another play where just Dameon didn't make the read early enough in the down, and he had a clear lane on the cutback that he should have taken, and the blocking still wasn't perfect, but it was very clear that regardless of everything else on that play, he just didn't make the right read quickly enough. He took 4 steps to cut upfield instead of one cut and go.
It's what he was doing last year. So it's a really good breakdown. It's on Seth's YouTube page. Go find that. Go out of your way to go find it. It's really good. I definitely want to get your thoughts on defensive tackle, because this was kind of a maligned position for the offseason because the Texans let a couple guys go. They brought in some journeyman guys, and it's been a really competitive group. I've got the locks as Fatukasi, Mario Edwards. I have Settle as a lock that D'Amico really likes, but maybe I'm being a little bullish on him. And then the bubble guys I have are Khalil Davis, Kurt Hinish, Marcus Harris, and this McTelvin Agim, who Casario mentioned on our show back in May. And then they brought Darius Payne back in as well yesterday.
I wonder about Tim Settle. He's a big body, and I think they just wanted to add some mass in the offseason, and they did that also with Fatukasi. Those are the 2 real big guys they brought in. I think that you can expect more consistency out of Khalil Davis and Kurt Hinish, but I don't know exactly. But Tim Settle has a little bit of wiggle to him and some, I would say, upside, but he's an established veteran at this point in his career. I think he's a little bit more on the bubble than depending on how they feel about the younger guys. Harris I'll be surprised if he doesn't make the team, just because I don't know if he's ready to be depended on game day, but the upside is very much there.
Yeah.
He's an undersized guy, so he's got to work through some things, just like a young Ed Oliver did, where he's undersized but thick and explosive. He's got to learn to overcome some of the size issues. But he looks like his scouting report so far in a good way. There's an ability to get across the line really quickly and to be a pain in the butt in the backfield that I think they're probably excited about. So I think Marcus Harris makes the team.
I want to get this one in real quick because it looks like you got a thought on it. But do you think they carry 3 quarterbacks?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
we don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. They're special teams, and it's easier to carry a quarterback these days. And but I don't know if this was when they would cut the ties on Case Keenum, if they feel that good about Davis Mills and his two promising, encouraging performances in the last two preseason games. But this is still, we're less than a year removed from when Case Keenum was supposedly the backup, but Davis Mills was supposedly the backup. They chose to go with Case Keenum instead.
They've got some new rule where you can carry a quarterback on the practice squad and you have unlimited call-ups to use him as the emergency quarterback. I just don't know that, like, I'm not so sure that if you try to get Case Keenum on your practice squad that somebody wouldn't pick him up to be their backup, you know?
Right, exactly, especially because he has knowledge of the system.
Yeah.
Somebody gets injured or what have you. You might get in a bidding war with somebody. Now, they might want to roll those dice and say, all right, well, we'll park him on the practice squad. If another team, hey, Case, we know you like it here.
Yeah.
If somebody comes with an offer, just give us a crack at it first.
Yeah.
Because just so for those of you who don't know, when you're on the practice squad, you're basically a free agent.
Right.
Other teams can come and just sign you, and you can. It's.
Do you get a right of first? Do you get the right to retain that guy though on the practice squad? I didn't know that.
There's something. Not typically, but I know there's. I don't want to. We'd have to defer to Texans cap on this.
Yeah. Maybe he's listening. QB will be interesting for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines. Good night again for the Astros last night. They continue to be road warriors, man. We've got some NFL news as well, some interesting injury news, and then one of the more fascinating holdouts that we've seen in a while is with it. They're all future Texans opponents that this stuff is happening with. So we'll get into all that in headlines coming up next. I mentioned earlier, my wife Amy and I went to Taqueria Sarandas last night.
bookmakers.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Getting inside the dome, but that's not going to change Alex's mind.
Alex Bregman goes deep to left field and gone. He continues his incredible tear. Bregman hits number 18 on the year, and the Astros jump in front 1-0.
That's a heck of a way to celebrate winning Player of the Week, is getting off to an electric start by hitting a bomb here in Tampa Bay. Breggy bomb on the board.
Yeah, first inning, Breggy bomb on the board. We'll get to that in just a second. Hey, quick reminder, it's our first Texans home game on Saturday, preseason against the Giants. Texans Ticket Tuesday today, man. 7 o'clock hour. Yeah, we're giving away front row bullpen seats to Saturday afternoon's game with the New York Giants in the 7 o'clock hour, the noon hour, and the 5 p.m. hour today. So be listening throughout the next hour for that, for your cue to call and win tickets to see the Texans play. Breggy Baum gets it started. Yiner Baum kind of finishes the job. 6-1 the final score for the Astros last night. The bats are heating up, especially at the top of the lineup, and Joe Espada, Astros manager, said, it reminded us, hey, man, bats are getting hot. It's a 162-game season.
162, right? It's a long season, and these players know how to run that marathon. They're trained to run marathons, and they're really good at it. And they all lean on each other. We all know how to turn the page together and pick each other up. And credit to a group of players that they just know how to win.
When you talk about the 162 games with baseball players, it's so much about keeping an even keel. And Bregman has always been that guy that's able to keep an even keel. Yeah. It's almost like his 24 hours a day, he almost looks unflappable. There was a play he made a really nice throw on the run to first base for an out yesterday that almost, because he's so calm, cool, and collected about it, ends up looking less impressive than it actually was, because he loaded up and got his legs into the throw. He didn't have to be all arm or anything like that. And it's that ability to sustain himself through long slumps at times that's so frustrating. But then when you see the upside of it, it's the best thing in the world. I think he's gone through various stretches in his career where I think a lot of players would have fallen apart mentally. I just wish it translated into more consistent. It's so weird that he's so mentally calm and stable, and yet the play tends to be wildly erratic in terms of his super long slumps.
Yeah.
And we just need to be able to sustain this through, I don't know, October or so.
I know.
Can I just ask for a couple of months of this?
I know the exact play you're talking about, because he made 2 plays that inning, and that's the part where I start to peek ahead a little bit. That's the part of Bregman, I think, if he's not here next year, I think we miss that. He's just such an automatic over there.
Well, there's also, I think there's an element to leadership sometimes where it's always a team effort, right? You can't ever just have one veteran that tells everybody how it's going to be. But I think that having a guy who's the consummate professional in terms of steadiness of mind, like the guy that can kind of keep his head when everybody else is going crazy or stressing out, his ability to sit and help Hunter Brown on a team flight, decide to start pitching his sinker, like all that stuff, it's hard to put a number on it.
It's hard to quantify, man. Yeah,
and the Astros understand that. They've been good about, like, from the very beginning. Jeff Luhnow, his one quote from the Astros ball was, just because you can't count it doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah.
You can't fall into this trap of thinking that the math can figure everything out. But I don't. But I think the math is obviously going to override the uncountables maybe with Bregman.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the rest of the league thinks of Alex Bregman. Let's enjoy this for now, though. He was great again last night. He and Jordan, co-players of the week. Justin Verlander getting another rehab start later this week, so that's good news. Luis Garcia is still not throwing. The clock is ticking on him right now. Kyle Tucker did some things before the game last night out in the outfield. He caught some fly balls, did some crow hop throws, I think is what Chandler Rome described them as. Yeah. A few other things. He jogged a little bit out there. There was video that surfaced on Brian McTaggart's Twitter account. Kyle Tucker did not look ready to play in a Major League Baseball game. I'll just put it that way.
I was trying to look at it. I watched these a few times and, trying not to be overly critical because it was obviously half speed and just kind of warming up, perhaps. But it looked like he had a hitch. He had a hitch in his giddy up. So I don't think he's ready to just storm the field next week.
No.
I'd be really surprised. I think he's still got some work to do.
Yep.
But I'm not trying to be alarmed by it. It just didn't look like anybody where you wouldn't watch that and think like, oh, look, he's moving easy. He's no big deal.
Well, so all we had to go by before this video was just the tea leaves we've been getting for the last several weeks. And for a while, the tea leaves looked like it's going to be September at least before he's back. And then for the last few days, all of a sudden, it's been a little more flowery. And as you've pointed out, it's hard to believe anything the Astros say these days when it comes to injuries. Just watching that video, I go, okay, this still feels like that looks like September to me. Especially if you consider he's going to have to go to rehab, like a few rehab games for a week or two or whatever it is.
Brandy texted me this morning that Kyle Tucker took fly balls yesterday, but she typed it out wrong and it said flies balls. And I said, yeah, that's about inaccurate. It looked like he had flies balls.
He did.
It looked like he hasn't grown his full pre-injury testicles back yet.
Yeah, they haven't dropped yet. Texans back at practice today. We'll talk more about them at the top of the hour. Around the NFL, just a few news items. Jahmyr Gibbs, running back for the Lions, has some sort of leg injury, a hamstring. But it is left practice yesterday. That's more for you fantasy owners out there who are drafting pretty soon. Just beware. This Hassan Reddick story to me is hysterical. With the Jets. The Jets traded for Hassan Reddick, traded a third-round pick, I think a conditional one, a third that could turn into a second, something like that, to the Eagles.
Knowing that he wanted a new contract.
Right.
Yeah.
And said, no, we'll still make the trade. And we've seen teams do that before. The Texans did it with Laramie Tunsil. They wind up agreeing, Texans wound up agreeing to a deal. Jalen Ramsey, that happened with the Rams. They got a deal done. This Hassan Reddick thing, though, Hassan Reddick yesterday, he's not been in Jets camp. He's accruing fines that are getting way up there, and they can't pardon those fines. He has requested a trade from the Jets before he's even put on a Jets uniform yet.
Oh, man. He's requested a trade because he wanted a new contract, and now is still requesting a trade because he wanted a new contract.
Right.
That's. I'm sorry, Jets. I'm sorry for your loss or your potential loss. The big news that everybody's really getting antsy for is what's Rashee Rice's suspension going to be? The wide receiver for the Chiefs who had a couple off-field incidents in the offseason.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm eagerly anticipating.
Yeah. Justin Simmons visited the Falcons yesterday as well. For you Texan fans, keeping an eye on the former Broncos safety.
And we haven't. I'm going to watch this afternoon. Anthony Richardson apparently looked atrocious in his play this weekend. I have not watched it yet. I'm very excited to.
I have.
Yeah.
He did.
Have you?
Yes.
Is it as bad as
It's
I've
pretty
read?
bad. It's pretty bad. I mean,
it's came back from injury, yada, yada, yada.
The internet provides an inflation element to it, to where it's probably it looks 30% worse on the internet.
It's the first time hearing of this.
Yeah. Hey, our baseball.
It's not calm, cool, and collected.
No.
Okay. All right.
But he did. Yeah. No. There's plenty of food in there though for you if you're looking to eat some bad Anthony Richardson snaps for sure. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Okay. For the last few years, Yordan Alvarez at-bat has been the one thing in Houston sports you have to stop and watch. I think there's a new one this fall, and it's Texan-related. And I will tell you what it is coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. That's the one place you need to stop. If you're driving
To Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Fields gets the snap. Fields in trouble. And Fields goes down as Daniil Hunter has the sack.
I didn't know if he was going to play tonight, but sure, happy to see him on the field and making his presence felt.
Man, I'm very excited about Daniil Hunter. I'm very excited about the combination of Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. Here was Mario Edwards after practice on Sunday talking about playing defensive tackle in between Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson.
Man, he's just like the Cyborg, man. He's another machine, man. We got the Terminator with Will on one side, and we got another machine, Cyborg with Daniil on the side, man. And he's a heck of a player, man, just with his speed, his strength, and his knowledge of the game as well, and just being able to play next to him and learn how to play off of him and things like that has been great.
I was thinking about this yesterday, Seth. For me, for the last few years, like the one, like Houston, if you're watching a game, you stop what you're doing to watch this.
Yeah.
Has always been a Yordan Alvarez at bat through a stretch where he's only hit one home run in 4 weeks or whatever. You always stop and watch Yordan Alvarez at bat because at any point he could hit one 470 feet and you're going to see something. There's the potential to see something that very few others can do. Third down, opposing third downs this year for the Texans, like when the opposition is in 3rd and 12, 3rd and 10, some obvious passing down, and you've got Daniil Hunter on one side and Will Anderson Jr. on the other side, presumably, assuming Will's ankle is okay. And then especially after Week 6 when Danico Autry comes back, if he's what we think he is, opposing third downs in Texan games are in that realm for me. Like, I've got to watch this. We might see somebody lose their head on a play here.
That would be... it'd be awesome in a weird way.
A decapitation?
I apologize in advance for the family, whichever decapitation.
Sorry, choose another sport, man.
I hope it's a bad person who gets decapitated.
Right.
I hope it's some guy that's got all kinds of sketchiness. Like some random Chiefs player Chiefs player, they like to pick their players, their free agents directly up from the penitentiary. So maybe it'll be one of them.
Or just someone who's annoying, like,
yeah.
Baker Mayfield was annoying. He loses his head, so what? Yeah.
It is, with Daniil Hunter, the fun and exciting part is that, as he said, for most of his career, he's been playing in a read and react scheme where he's got to kind of diagnose whether it's run or pass first and then get into his pass rush. There haven't been as many opportunities for him to just go. Defense, even though they don't blitz nearly as much as the Vikings did last year in that Brian Flores defense, it loosens him up and frees him up to just go. And even against double teams, because he's so freakishly athletic, I think you might see a different version of Daniil Hunter than you've seen in his NFL career, which is exciting. It's really exciting. He'll get double-teamed more this year because they don't blitz as much, but when you add in the element of him actually just being able to pin his ears back and go, I don't think it matters. I think that part trumps the double teams. And you have the added element of you got Will Anderson on the other side pulling away attention from the double team.
Yep. So that's the trade-off, I guess, right? Because it sounds like it's way more fun to play in D'Amico's defense. Just you don't have to think about it. You just go. But the trade-off is you're not getting a lot of help from linebackers who are blitzing. If you're good like Danielle Hunter, you're going to see multiple guys trying to chip you and whatnot.
And there's always, too, there's a little, like there's things offenses do to try to take advantage of that aggression. Mm-hmm. That's the one thing. There's a little asterisk there on, hey, you just pin your ears back and go. Except in these situations. So you got to burn that into your muscle memory. Yeah. That's why it takes a little while. There's Foley Fatukasi had a great play in the game where I actually just posted the video on Twitter or X.com. Foley Fatukasi had a play where the guard gives him a bit of a head fake to make Fatukasi think that he's getting reach blocked, and then the guard disappears on him to set up a trap. And Fatukasi didn't take the bait. Meanwhile, Mario center, and they were just a hand grenade in the middle of the defense there. It ends up on TV. It looks like a big jumbled mess. Yeah. But it was actually two defensive tackles just playing precisely the way they're supposed to play against an offense that's trying to capitalize and exploit their over-aggressiveness. It was really cool.
How are you feeling right now about defensive from this standpoint? A lot of Texan fans were upset that they just traded Malik Collins away for nothing, basically. And we know that it's a complicated situation because of the whole Eric Armstead thing, and they had a deal all lined up to trade Malik for Armstead and whatnot. But a lot of Texan fans upset that they basically just gave away Malik Collins. Sheldon Rankins walks and gets more money from the Bengals, so you would have had to pay Sheldon Rankins. But purely as players, Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins leaving upset a lot of Texan fans who didn't know much about Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards. How are you feeling at this point about the tag team of Fatukasi and Edwards and I know it's going to be a rotation with a lot of guys, but those are the top two right now. Those are the two that are going to be out there, it would seem, on first and second down when they start in Indy in week 1. How are you feeling about Fatukasi, Edwards versus Collins, Rankins?
I feel good. I think they're going to be more complete players. I don't think they add as much of an element of penetrating upfield. Yeah. So you lose out on that some, but I think that's why Nick tried to get different body types and skill sets in the defensive front. So it's it's impossible to ignore those other guys because they want different guys for different situations. I do think if you Astros developing their pitchers a little bit, both Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins ended up being much better players than they were when the Texans signed them. And Sheldon Rankins went off and got a much better deal this year in free agency than he had available to him the previous year. So you kind of got to look at it like, all right, well, I trust that the Texans can get more out of these guys than you perhaps had been getting in previous schemes. Yeah. So I don't remember the gushing praise for Sheldon Rankins last year at all from anybody. And then all of a sudden, when he leaves in free agency, people are like, "Oh, I can't believe they let that guy that I barely even knew his name. I can't believe they let him go." Like, yeah, that's fine. That's what should happen. George Fant's another one on the offensive side. I'm not as bullish on the Texans' ability to develop offensive linemen right now. Right. But Fant went off after playing 1 year with the Texans and got a much better deal elsewhere. So the Texans haven't earned our trust the way the Astros have in that regard, but they have had some success doing the very thing they're doing right now. Yeah,
no, and it's not just those two guys. Jonathan Grenard. I mean, Jonathan Grenard got paid. He got $19 million a year. Blake Cashman is another one. He's inside linebacker in that system. He goes to Minnesota and gets a really nice deal. I like that analogy to the Astros pitching, the staff,
the development staff.
The development staff, yeah.
And that's where as I Harrison, the Astros, obviously, that's what you're aspiring to.
Yes.
The Texans aren't there yet, but yeah, that's what you aspire to.
Text message, there's a talent. We just got done in the 6 o'clock hour talking about some of the position battles, wide receiver and running back and defensive tackle, specifically how the Texans are probably going to have to either cut loose or trade some guys that may have some value. Does the talent at the top, this is a text message, does the talent at the top of the receiver room make you more or less likely to give Mechie another year of development? Less. This is a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl, and I think from what we saw last year, they're deeper at the top now because they've got Diggs to go along with Nico and Tank Dell, But as you pointed out, Seth, there will be games where not all of them are available. There were plenty of games last year where the Texans, it was Nico and Tank and then a big drop-off after that. And so there were games where you only had one of those guys, and thus the rest of the room had trouble getting open. Mechie's one of those guys right now that has trouble getting open in NFL games. So you're trying to win a Super Bowl, man. I think the days are gone where you can just have guys and just let them sit there and they are minus players to develop. At least not this season, I don't think.
Right. You've got to have guys that the guys who are the blue collar guys have to be guys who can capitalize on all that other stuff.
Yes.
So and Xavier Hutchinson looks like that guy right now. He looks like he can vary, especially on stuff underneath. When things are loosened up elsewhere, he's exactly where he's supposed to be when the quarterback wants to throw the ball and make that decision. And they trust Xavier Hutchinson in a way that some of the other.
Yep. Here was DeMeco Ryans. I think probably the biggest concern on this team right now, at least for me, is can they run the football? That was a concern last year.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in the first 14 practices in these two games that indicates they're going to be better at running the football yet.
We haven't seen anything, and yet we haven't seen the full offensive line out there.
Or Joe Mixon.
I do think that Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, and Blake Fisher. I should have gone in order there. Let's go from the center. Juice Scruggs, Kenyon Green, and Blake Fisher. I think they've improved by leaps and bounds over the course of the first 3 or 4 weeks. I think there are far more instances of good running plays out of them than there are bad. There have been some glaring bad plays, like in that Blake Fisher's had some really good plays, but he and Kenyon Green working together have had some glaring miscues. But it's shown improvement. So if you look at the game the other night, and this is where I do give Dameon Pierce a partial excuse, but he was going behind Broker at right tackle. Broker's more of a guard than a tackle. He had Chris Reed, a journeyman at right guard, who was clearly he doesn't get this offense quite yet. There was one bad play there where he wasn't running the outside zone blocking the way everybody else was. And so you don't get distraught or panic over it right now, but you got to hope that it actually looks better when you've got all your starters in there.
Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the running game so far this preseason.
With the running game, we have to just stay attached on our blocks, especially on the front side. We have to stay attached, and we have to finish better on the front side to get the runs going. I think a lot of our runs got stalled because, we had guys penetrating in the backfield or guys shooting gaps, and we have to respond better to movement to get our run game going.
He's kind of describing what you were just describing right there.
Yeah, and that's where I'm torn with Dameon Pierce, because I think Dameon Pierce is the classic guy where he can't create under circumstances of bad blocking the way a guy like Devin Singletary can. And yet I do still think there's that element with Dameon Pierce is if the blocking is better, if the blocking is good, you can get some really good stuff out of them. So for every team, you got to figure out, all right, what do we need? And in the back half of last season, they realized, all right, well, we don't have the horses to actually utilize Dameon Pierce right now, and because of that, he's kind of useless to us.
Yeah.
So they just didn't run him at all. And that's a hard decision to make when you're trying to build your roster.
Text message, what do you guys think about Desmond King? What do you think happens to him? Well, I'll point out, Desmond King did get cut last year, so they've cut him before. They brought him back. I think Desmond King, Seth, to me, Desmond King's role on the team, and he didn't play on Friday either, so he's got to play. But I think Desmond King, his future with this team comes down to a couple things. How do they feel about Jalen Petrie as a slot corner, and how do they feel about either Steven Sims or Tank Dell returning punts? Because when Desmond King has been a prominent part of this team, those are the two roles that he played.
The thing about it with Jalen Petrie is you almost got to think about Jalen Petrie like he's a linebacker. So they're out there in nickel, and he's playing the nickel back, but he's kind of functioning like a linebacker in a lot of regards there. When they need an actual slot corner that's a cornerback, I don't think that's who they want. They don't want Jalen Petrie in those situations in man coverage. So I think of Jalen Petrie more of a nickel linebacker. guys like Des King, Miles Bryant, those guys, Chris Boyd, I think those guys are all in a fierce competition for who that guy's going to be.
Yep.
And I think some of the younger guys might have the edge just in terms of upside and dependability. That Des King, the biggest question is always, he's always had these mysterious incidents where I think he's a good dude, but there have been team-imposed sanctions. Mm-hmm. He's missed starts. He hasn't traveled with the team at times, which usually alludes to things like, I just speaking completely hypothetically, when a guy misses meetings or does something like that. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it goes back from early in his career. There have been these multiple incidents where I feel like maybe teams don't feel like they can 100% trust him.
Yep. I'll tell you what, man, the rookie class has shown up nice so far, especially considering they didn't have a first-round pick, the Texans. Kamari Lassiter, who was still banged up at practice the other day, but who Seth has at 40-1 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year right now.
I did. I plunked down $20 on him.
Nice.
With this pass rush, creating opportunities for players with ball skills, and I've been very impressed with his ball skills, Kamari Lassiter's ball skills, and with Derek Stingley playing opposite of him, I think he's going to get tested a lot.
Yeah.
And I trust that he's going to rise to that test and get a lot of picks this year.
Yeah.
Usually, and if he ends up being really good, good cornerbacks tend to get a bunch of interceptions their first couple of years, and then people stop testing them as much.
Yep. So Lassiter looks like a starter. Blake Fisher looks like your swing tackle right now. I think if they had to play the game this Sunday, I would bet that he would start at right tackle with Titus Howard banged up right now, right?
Yeah, and I think with him, I'm not overly nervous about the fact that he still continues to have his lunch eaten by Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson at times, because you can account for that with game planning. It's not a great situation to be in, but when you're facing a really elite pass rusher, then, okay, you got to help him out with the tight end. You got to have a chip block. You got to do some things. But it's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean that C.J. Stroud's going to be getting blasted in the ear hole every single play. I've seen a lot of upside with him. I think the athleticism is there. I think he's got the right mindset. More than anything, he needs to keep coming along in the run game.
Yeah.
And he has. He's shown progress. He's just got to keep coming along before I'd really, really trust him.
I guess if we're peeking ahead, and we'll get to the other rookies here in a second, because I want to talk about Kalen Bullock and Cade Stover, who have both looked really good in camp, and D'Amico Ryans talked about them on Sunday. But let's pretend like a worst-case scenario here that Blake Fisher has to start at one of the tackle. Let's say he's got to start at right tackle. Looking ahead at the schedule, so I guess in Indy he would see I guess Leatu Letu, the rookie that they drafted.
Yeah.
Week 2, he'd probably see Montez Sweat from Chicago. Week 3, probably see not an old friend of his, but an old friend of ours, Jonathan Grenard against Minnesota. And then Josh Allen, Week 4 against
Leatu Letu, even though he's a rookie, is the one I'm most intrigued by, just because I'm kind of intrigued to see Leatu Letu and how he does versus veteran players, but then versus rookies. I think Leatu has some real weaknesses in the power side of his game that veteran players are going to feast on.
Mm-hmm.
I think Laramie Tunsil versus Leatu is going to be just a complete shutdown. I think Laramie Tunsil won't allow Leatu to make a single play all game. But for a rookie, if Blake Fisher would be facing him, then Leatu and his skill set has potential to do some real damage. So I just, for my own personal selfishness, I need Laramie Tunsil to be in that game.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I've been skeptical of Leatu this entire duration.
He's had a good camp, supposedly.
I can't be hearing from Colts fans on this, okay? I can't be hearing from those inbred, illiterate dullards up there about Leatu and, look at how good he is.
Brace yourself. We're about to hear from a Colts fan in about 5 or 10 minutes here. As we roll on here in the 7 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast. The other two rookies, third-round pick Kalen Bullock, fourth-round pick Cade Stover, they both really flashed at times, and they flash more and more at camp. Here's D'Amico Ryans on rookie safety Kalen Bullock.
Kalen is a key similar to Cade, similar to Kamari. Like, these guys have come in and they've been laser focused. Like Kalen, when we watch his tape at USC, he's a guy who attacked the football. Ball was in the air, he was going to get it. Same what you see out here every day in practice. Like, he's making a play on the football. He made a play today, getting the ball out there on one of the receivers, and he made a play in the game this past Friday for him. It didn't count, but I think everybody can appreciate, right, the play when your free safety is able to have the elite range that he has and is able to make a play there on the sideline. It's impressive to watch for Kalen, and he'll continue to get better. And that's the exciting thing about Kalen. Like, man, he's still a young player, still has a lot of room to grow, but what he's shown us already and the consistency at which he's done it, like, I'm very excited to see the young man continue to flourish in our defense.
That play D'Amico's alluding to, Seth, that didn't count, but the one where Kalen Bullock came like all the way over from the other side of the field, and he ended up catching the ball, but he was out of bounds. Like, it was your classic center fielder kind of play.
It's a ranginess that it's one of those things that a play like that is good to have on film, just because you put quarterbacks in a situation where they maybe need to second guess what the easy read is sometimes. When you've got single high coverage and you've got a receiver one-on-one with a defensive back on the sideline, if you can inject just a little bit of doubt about that safety's ability to get over there and make that can pay dividends. And I think, as John Harris was saying on the broadcast, I don't know if the Texans have ever had a really genuinely elite free safety who can cover that much ground.
Yeah.
And it's cool, especially in an offense like this, where if the pass rush is working the way it should, then quarterbacks are going to have to make their decisions early, and you might be able to feast on some plays that just might have felt like the right decision 3 milliseconds before the ball was thrown, and then immediately the quarterback regrets it.
He's in my notes every practice at some point. Kalen Bullock. Yeah. Every practice he's in my notes at some point.
Yeah, I think at this point there's just some of the instances where, all right, he's not taking the perfect angle or he's not picking up on the routes quickly enough. Those are the parts that the coaches are looking at and thinking, all right, well, we got to get to the point where we can really trust him, you know, where he's figured out the NFL, and he's made a lot of progress in that regard.
Cade Stover's the other one, man, 4th-round pick out of Ohio State, and he's now getting snaps with C.J. Stroud at practice. He had a huge practice on Sunday, made some plays in the game, 3 catches, 32 yards against the Steelers on Friday. He was our guest on the post-game show. Here is D'Amico Ryans on rookie tight end Cade Stover.
Cade's probably been one of our most consistent players on the team since he's been here. You know, sometimes I was telling guys I forget that he's a rookie, right? Because he's been so consistent. He's exactly the guy we thought we were getting, right? Tough, gritty, hard-nosed, and dependable, right? He's been very dependable. He's shown really route and being able to catch the football, move downfield, break tackles. Like, it's exciting to see a young player come in and be as consistent as he's been day in and day out.
Yeah, the thing about Stover, where I've been trying to figure out, is like, all right, what's his comp, this, that, the other. I think ideally, honestly, your best comp is that he ends up being like Dalton Schultz, except a good blocker.
Yeah.
And because he's not electrically athletic or anything, but he's got a really good feel for route running and understanding and reading coverages, I think, already, for a guy that's only played tight end for 2 years. And on the plays where I think he knows exactly what he's supposed to be doing in the offense, he's had some good snaps blocking. It's the rookie and raw tight end part of him that sometimes you can see, all right, there's a little bit of uncertainty, and that's when he's had bad plays blocking. But they're not atrociously bad. They're not like, oh, God, this guy just doesn't know what he's doing. I think it's just classic rookie stuff. So I think the upside is still very much there. I don't want to get overly excited about it. He's not the athlete that George Kittle is, but he's 100% willing to block and work on it. And I think he's got just a natural feel for route running that he ends up being used. I don't know how much this year. I'm not going to call him like a fantasy sleeper or anything, but I think he ends up coming up big in a few games.
Yeah, I agree. The way I would put it, at least in the short term, with both of these guys, like, I think there's a really good chance you get way more out of Kalen Bullock and Cade Stover on deck to get a 3rd and 4th round picks this year.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
They end up making Nick look right, like more so than it would have in 2021 or 2022.
Yeah.
It's you plunk a guy with potential down. You can use him in spells. You don't have to rely on him.
Yeah.
And you can kind of give it to him in measured doses.
Yes.
And as they come along, then there you go. It does. on paper, it looks perfect.
Yeah.
It just looks perfect.
Yeah.
And as we know, everything that looks good on paper in week
always
2 of the preseason
plays
always
out,
comes
man.
Yeah.
Always comes to fruition.
100% of the time. Yes.
Yes. Okay, I have a really good Stephon Diggs take and a really bad Stephon Diggs take, and they're both from ESPN. I'll start with a good one. This is Mina Kimes. Very smart when it comes to the American football. Here is Mina Kimes, what she thinks is going to be the biggest impact that Stephon Diggs is going to have on this Texans offense.
I do still think he is a very good wide receiver, an elite route runner, so good at the line of scrimmage. And to that end, what I see him adding to this Texans offense is the ability to present an easy target to C.J. Stroud on short passes. Last year, Stroud, when he threw for 10 or more yards, third QBR, but on less than 10 yards, he dropped to 21st. And I think that's where Diggs comes in. Nico Collins so good working that intermediate part of the field. Tank Dell is your deep threat. I think Diggs is a complementary piece and could unlock a level that we haven't seen in already a very good passing attack in Houston.
Diggs is a complimentary piece. That's I feel like if that's just the headline that hits social media, see for the compliment that it was.
No.
If all you do is if one of those accounts just says, ESPN analyst says Diggs is a quote complimentary piece. Diggs would have issue with that. Read the whole quote, Stephon. Yeah. I implore you, read the whole quote.
Does complimentary piece to Stephon kind of hit like game manager does to an elite quarterback, probably?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it does.
Yeah.
It shouldn't, given the context.
Right.
A complimentary piece can be a great thing.
Yeah.
Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were complimentary pieces.
Dude.
And yet people have arguments about it.
I cannot wait to watch this offense. I can't. It was fun watching the 2 series we saw. We'll probably see, if I had to guess, we'll see more of the first team offense on Saturday against the Giants, maybe a full quarter or quarter and a half, maybe 4 or 5 series instead of just 2. Dude, I cannot wait for a full 60-minute game where Bobby Slowick gets to set things up for later in the game,
Right.
It's going to be really fun.
And honestly, Mina goes to those third down stats. You have to add in the element, too, of, man, if they could just get the running game going. And I hope that's not Bobby Slowick's Achilles heel as a coordinator. Then all of a sudden those 3rd and 10s are 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 5s, 3rd and 4s. Yeah. And it's a big difference. 3rd and 4 especially is a huge difference in how easy it makes it for a quarterback. So they've got to – if we want Stephon Diggs to be the complementary piece that he truly can be, then he needs some help from the run game as well.
All right, here I've got the bad Stephon Diggs take. A quick reminder, we're in the 7 o'clock hour now. We're going to be giving away to Giants Saturday. Front row bullpen at some point here during this hour. So stick around for that. And we're going to be giving away in the noon hour and 5 o'clock hours today as well on the station. Here was Herm Edwards, former Chiefs and Jets head coach, most recently, former Arizona State head coach. This is his suggestion of what he would do if he were a team that traded for Stephon Diggs and had any concerns about, quote, controlling Stephon Diggs.
Josh Allen. I would personally call him, say, how do I handle Stephon Diggs? Not during practice, during the game. What did you do to keep him under control? That's the first call I would make, to be quite honest.
You think a fellow contender would help him out like that?
I think Josh Allen, quarterbacks that have this union, he would tell him this is how you got to handle the guy. Because I want to know, I want the guy to be successful. And I want to be successful with the player. Players do it all the time. They call each other when a new coach gets hired and say, how was that coach? What kind of guy was he? So the information, gather some information on Stephon Diggs.
Okay, this is where I remind Herm Edwards that I think he's talking about C.J. Stroud there, giving Josh Allen a phone call to say, how do you control Stephon Diggs? 2 things here, Seth. One, these 2 teams play each other in Week 5. Josh Allen ain't giving anything up. They play. Number 2, Josh Allen couldn't control Stephon Diggs at the end.
It was, or just, if that's the way to put it. I guess, I don't think CJ would phrase it as how do I control this person?
Right.
That's word has a way of traveling, and that gets back to people and everything. I think that if those 2 have a relationship, and if it did come up at any point during the conversation, be a conversation about what was your relationship like with Stephon Diggs? What do you think? What do you think you guys could have done better or whatever? As a duo, how could you guys have worked through some of these issues? I do think people's interpretations of Stephon Diggs talking on the sideline to Josh Allen or to C.J. Stroud during the preseason game. Yeah. It's almost impossible to watch an exchange like that and not bring your own filter into it and your own expectations or your own bias into it. And I think it's understandable that Bills fans would watch that and say, yep, here we go again. Yep, there we go. I honestly think, and I watched it like 6 times just to check my own bias. To me, it didn't look anything different than what we'd seen in practice, which is Stefon Diggs, whether he's talking to other receivers, defensive backs, anybody else, he gets really animated and he mimes out exactly what's going on versus a specific coverage versus the leverage of the defensive back, all of that. And that's what it looked like. It looked exactly like how these guys operate during practice. I think that CJ is more advanced mentally as a quarterback than Josh Allen is. I think CJ sees the game at a different level and processes things at a different level, at a higher level than Josh Allen. And I think some of the frustration sometimes with Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs, not to excuse Stefon from his social media antics or anything like that, but I think that there were probably some times where he felt like he was explaining calculus to a 9th grader, and it's just like, except the 9th grader has to actually go out and execute that calculus. It gets frustrating. Not to excuse the way that either of he may have handled it or anything, but I don't think he's going to have that same issue with C.J. Stroud.
I think there's a chance C.J. is just better with people too, like better at just that. Even being 6 years younger than Josh Allen, I think there's a chance that I think C.J. is probably just an elite in terms of self-awareness and interaction with people.
Well, I think there's kind of an advanced maturity with CJ and some of his interpersonal stuff.
Yep.
That hopefully, and I think does include a certain patience. That's one of the biggest things. You go back and look at all the crap you did and the mistakes you made when you were 23 years old. And a lot of times it boils down to like, if I just had some perspective on it and realized like, okay, there's issues and problems always, and you work through these issues and problems, you could have avoided a lot of heartache and headache along the way. I think CJ's learned that over time. That's just kind of his persona. He talks about it. So I just don't worry about his ability to kind of overcome some of the interpersonal obstacles the way other young quarterbacks might.
Totally agree. Text message. I like this. You were talking about comps for Cade Stover. I like yours, Seth. Just Dalton Schultz, but a better blocker. That's
plus
a good
blocking.
one. Plus blocking. Yeah. Text message. Stover reminds me of Heath Miller, former Pittsburgh Steelers tight end.
Yeah.
I'd say a little bit.
A good one.
Dude, if you ended up drafting Heath Miller in the 4th round, that's a massive home. Heath Miller wound up playing, I'm looking at the back of his football card right now, played 11 years for the Steelers, man. And was just, 500, 600 yards every single year.
Yeah. I think in terms of, it's funny, man. I go back and watch some of these games from like the early 2000s, and the game has changed so much athletically. Yeah. Well, like D'Amico said this the other day when he was talking to Kay Adams. He said, I couldn't play linebacker in today's league. I was just too big and slow. And he's exaggerating a little bit, but I do think he might have played at like 10 pounds lighter if he'd come into the league right now. The way he looks right now, physically, is kind of what a modern NFL linebacker looks like.
He was much
leaner,
thicker,
sleeker, everything. I went back and watched the 2000. Kay Adams brought up the 2006 game versus the Raiders, and what a good game D'Amico had. And I'm watching after just hearing D'Amico say I was too big and slow, and I'm like, yeah. In a lot of ways, he was an old school middle linebacker. There was more thump to him than there was speed.
Yeah.
And I think I watched defensive tackles, and I'm like, from the early 2000s. And I'm like, oh, gosh, yeah, we couldn't get away with that these days. And these are guys that are really good players for the time, but there's just a different level of expectation. So Heath Miller, I think, is probably that same you almost got to say, okay, Heath Miller, but a little bit more
athletic,
smooth and athletic.
Yeah, probably so. All right, so the Texans play the Colts in Week 1. I guess this popped up on my timeline. Barstool picked it up. Other outlets picked it up. Ben's already laughing at this right now. This is a Colts fan, Seth, who actually, I think, does a massive injustice to your first name. Flow with Seth is I don't handle, or if that's his, but it's Flow with Seth.
Flow with Seth sounds like that's a Seth. Look, it's not a name that's conducive to hip hop greatness. I don't think it doesn't pop. You know?
And I know this is radio, so I'm going to set the visual here. This is a heavy set, very pasty. Colts fan wearing a blue Colts jersey in what looks to be a home studio with the headphones on. Mm-hmm. And I guess he puts out a lot of music. Lord knows he will probably put out some sort of anthem for week 1 against the Texans in a few weeks. This was Flow with Seth getting Colts fans fired up for the first preseason game this past weekend, Colts versus Broncos.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team. Go Colts!
Okay. The nay at the end is a game changer right there.
I got to give him credit for not using auto-tune. I feel like that's actually a better effort than some of the non-auto-tuned versions of some actual stars that we hear.
You would rather have horrible singing like that instead of auto-tune singing.
That has authenticity is what it has, Sean. Something a lot of today's young musical artists don't get. Was that a real horse at the end?
No, that was him.
Or was that him? That was him. Oh, wow.
Ben,
I almost couldn't even tell.
Can you give us that onomatopoeia at the end there?
Go Colts!
It's pretty good. It's not bad.
He sounded like I sound. My wife does an impression of me the time that I was walking in from the garage and a couple of cats started mating in a bush next to the garage door. Have you ever heard cats mate, Sean?
No, I'm not.
It sounds like an old Jodie Foster. It's bad.
Really?
It's bad. It's scary. It's
rough.
scary. It sounds like an apparition.
Yeah,
is what it sounds like. Yeah. And I let out a sound like that because I leapt away from the bush. I thought it was a demon or something, man.
It's that bad.
I didn't even think it was of this earth. Okay. I thought I was about to have my soul snatched from me.
Yeah, that's their version.
By the way,
yeah.
I want to poll the listeners.
Okay.
We have somebody. I thought this guy was joking at first, but he's 100% serious. Very religious listener who no longer listens to the morning show because of my usage of the term football gods. And I had a discussion with him about, like, I said, look, it's like a metaphor for fate or something, or luck or fate, whichever you choose, whatever your worldview is. And he said, no, it's sacrilegious. I can't. I'm like, no, people aren't. Nobody's out there actually praying to football gods.
No,
this is not a golden calf or something, man. I feel like we can see it just for the metaphor it is, but I'm curious if they're actually kind of chagrined about me using the term football gods.
Especially if you're actually religious, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Obviously, if you're not actually religious, then you're not going to be bothered by it.
Right. Hey, let's do this. Religious or not, you are eligible to get to the game on Saturday. If you're religious, you can still go to church on Sunday. You go to the Texans on Saturday, church on Sunday. Texans ticket Tuesday. Call now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a pair of front row seats in the bullpen. Texans taking on the Giants. Some preseason action. Saturday at noon. It's a noon kick. 713-572-4610. It's your first of 3 chances to win. Don't miss out. Make sure you're listening to In the Loop in the noon hour, the drive in the 5 o'clock hour. It's Texans ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. We could not get to this yesterday because we only had a 2-hour show. I'm feeling very vindicated by a hot take that I had that blew up in my face last year. Looking right at you, Coach Prime. I got that for you coming up next.
I thought you were looking at me. Gosh, all right.
You're good.
I was getting nervous for a minute. The way some of you get nervous about thinking about your retirement and whether, man, you've worked really hard, you've gotten to a good spot in life, but you start thinking about the decades to come, and it gives you those, like, you wake up at 2 a.m. and you think, I got to do something about this, and then you forget to do something about it. Stop it. Stop the cycle. Stop the insanity. Call Trajan Wealth. They are on your side. They've got 2 offices here locally. They are family-owned and veteran-led, and their advisors have decades of experience helping people like you prepare for all the uncertainty that's to come, because there will be uncertainty, but you have a whole lot better about your future when you call Trajan Wealth. Give them a call at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330. Or just go to TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com for a free consultation. It's absolutely free. No reason not to do it. Call that number or go to the website, 346-371-3330 or trajanwealth.com, trajanwealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The CJ to Tank connection picked up right where it left off in the Texans' 20-12 preseason W.
CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Houston!
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
West.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Congrats to Jason, the winner of the Texans tickets for Saturday's game with the Giants. Jason, you will be in the front row in the bullpen alongside future winners in the noon and 5 o'clock hours here.
We don't require you to body paint, but we encourage it.
Yeah.
A little Sports Radio 610 body paint, that's all.
Right,
You know,
not Texans body paint. We 610 body paint.
Yeah. Color, kind of.
Yeah.
Although I don't know that deep steel blue, whatever color that is, I love it. I really like it. I do hope. I'm curious about the Bears game. It was kind of confusing in the preseason when both teams looked like the Bears. I got to get over that a little bit, but maybe by the time that game comes around, we'll have it ingrained in our brain.
Maybe they go alternate uniforms for that game. You know, maybe.
They are alternate uniforms. It's almost always either a primetime or versus like some kind of a rival, right?
Yeah, I don't know, because the Cardinals game last year, they went with that color rush combo that I really like with the dark blue with the red helmet. That was a cool combo last year. So I don't know. I don't know what the method is.
Red helmet's still the most. I think that's still the fan favorite.
Yes.
People love the red helmets.
Yeah. Although the new one with the H on the side, I'm kind of the one that got leaked originally from the FedEx joint there. Yeah, that's a good one too. Should be fun, man. The new unis are popping nice. All right, so last year at the beginning of the college football season, we're almost about a year removed from this. It was Labor Day weekend, and the Colorado Buffaloes were taking on the defending runner-up national champion, the runner-up from the previous year, TCU. The Buffs were facing the Horned Frogs in a game, and I tweeted something to the effect of, boy, can't wait to watch Coach Prime Deion Sanders do his pregame speech before Colorado goes out and loses by 40, but that pregame speech is going to be amazing. I was being true to my beliefs, which is I thought TCU was going to run Colorado off the field, with all the transfers and everything else, and that didn't happen. In fact, Colorado won that game. In fact, Colorado won their first 3 games of the season last year. They started out 3-0, and who looked like the big dummy? Me. I looked like a big dummy, especially that first weekend. And then something happened. Colorado started to suck. They went 1-8. They went 1-8.
Their lack of actual offensive linemen jumped up and bit them. Hey, we got a hell of a quarterback, but turns out our offensive linemen can't block a flea.
Right.
It was an issue.
So it turns out I may have been right about Colorado. I was just, a few weeks early. I was premature in that. So it turned bad for Colorado, and the offseason has not been good for Colorado either. They had a bunch of guys go in the transfer portal, a lot of reports out there about the culture inside the program, a culture of bullying, and there have been rumors of gun culture inside the building there and whatnot.
Oh, there were gun culture reports?
There were,
I didn't know about that.
Yes,
oh, okay.
yeah, there have been. So
not the right kind of gun culture, right?
No.
Not like let's educate the youth about proper safety measures.
Not about whatever amendment it is about the right to bear arms, none of that, no.
It's the second one, Sean.
The Second Amendment, okay, yeah.
Whichever
I know the first one. Sorry, I don't have the Bill of Rights in front of me. Here was Deion Sanders, who's there have been a lot of articles about Colorado, including, I guess, a few articles on CBSSports.com that got Deion Sanders very upset. So he refused to take a question from the KCNC affiliate in Denver.
Eric Christensen with CBS Sports Colorado.
CBS, Tyler, I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Joe Rigo, my
ain't got nothing to do with you. This is above that. Ain't got nothing to do with you. I got love for you. I appreciate you, respect you. Ain't got nothing to do with you. They know what they did.
I'm here in Denver, not national.
You are who you are. CBS is CBS.
All right. Joe Rigo, my last
with you. I respect you. That's why I told you that. I'm looking you in the eye as a man. I respect you. I got love for you. But what they did was foul.
Okay.
What was it, Sean? What was so foul?
Well,
they did?
People have done some digging. Deion is not specified, but they did some digging. And it could be one of two things.
Okay.
CBSSports.com, which, by the way, could not be more unaffiliated with the local Denver news affiliate.
It's honestly like he might as well have cited something from 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah.
Right.
Like they don't. The local affiliates don't really take direction from the. It's just yeah.
Sometimes with CBS, they're not even owned by CBS. It's just like a branding.
It's an affiliation, right?
CBS Sports Radio kept being CBS Sports Radio long after CBS sold us off. So, anyways, it could have been either an article on CBSSports.com that ranked Deion Sanders 61st out of 68 Power 4 coaches.
Okay.
Or
it sounds like an opinion, right? That doesn't sound like something was factually reported incorrectly. Yeah.
Or I believe CBSSports.com broke the news about bankruptcy filing, so he wouldn't have to pay a settlement.
So he's upset about public information being disseminated to the public. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Seth, KCNC, the CBS affiliate in Denver, is the home of Deion Sanders' coach's show. So they're in business with the school.
He's not going to have any conversations with Deion Sanders, despite having great love and admiration for Deion Sanders.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So that's number one. So that was at a press conference late last week. This is the same press conference. Sean Keeler is the name of the Colorado Buffalo beat writer for the Denver Post, I guess, or he's a columnist. He covers the team. He was at the press conference. He wanted to ask a question to Deion Sanders, and Deion had this to say.
Coach Sean Keeler, the Denver Post. Happy summer, my man.
You don't like us, man. Why do you do this to yourself?
Come on.
You don't like us.
Mark likes me, by the way. Huh? Yeah, Mark said he likes me.
No,
so
but you don't. Why do you do this, though?
No, I'm sorry. Two-parter if I could.
No, I'm serious. Why do you do this? Like, you don't. Like, why do you do this?
No, it's not about that. Football question. Question.
Why do you do this? Like, it would be hard for me to really engage in someone I don't like or something I don't like. I'm just asking why. Like, why?
Gotta pay
What
the bills,
did I do?
You didn't do anything. It's not about that. But it's a football question.
I'm asking you why.
Yeah, you can answer, but that's
okay,
not
answer me. Because you want me to answer you. So
okay, that's fine. That's fair.
Why?
Yeah. Why? Because I have questions.
Give me your why.
What's your why? What do you want to know?
Why do you always on attack? Like, what did we do?
Where am I on attack today? Where am I on attack?
Yeah, I'm not going. But I'm asking you why. Like, what does it do for you? Like, what happened?
It's not about me.
But what happened to get you like this?
It's a good question.
No, I'm serious. Because I want to help. I'm serious. I want to help. Because it's not normal.
We can talk about that.
Okay.
Can I ask you a football question?
No.
Seriously.
No, we'll talk about that. When we talk about that, I'll talk about that with you.
Can we ask you a football question, please?
When I talk about that, we talk about that. We can talk about that.
Dude. Deion's acting like a coach. Deion acting like a coach of like an 11-1 team. You're 4-8.
Yeah, he's acting like Nick Saban, right? You know, it's that you can get away with it after you have just so much success that you. I would say that Sean Keeler should have had something. He could have had some answers.
Yeah,
you know, like ask the question you're going to ask based on. Well, I do it because I have issues with the way you've handled the transfer portal. I have issues with, or I feel like you underperformed here or there. Whatever he had said in his columns or his articles, is he a columnist or
he wrote. Yeah, I don't know if he's a beat writer. He wrote a very opinionated column about this press conference, so I think he is a columnist. Yeah.
Well, so if he's a columnist, he puts his opinion out there, and the answer is like that's my job is to put my opinion out there. You might disagree with it or not, but this is how I feel, or just But it's hard for the journos sometimes to act in those situations. The tables were turned. I don't know. I kind of part of me wants to criticize.
He is a columnist for the Denver Post.
I want to criticize Sean Keeler for not being better in the moment on there.
He
could have just had an answer for it.
Yeah.
I just sometimes when you always got to ask yourself, like, really, why am I asking this question? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, it's simple enough. Here you go.
Yeah.
Sean Keeler wasn't ready for that.
Dude, Deion Sanders' press conferences are going to be must-watch because I think they're going to stink again this year.
He just the part that Deion where it kind of starts to grate is that he tries to pull the victim card.
Yeah.
Or he's got some flawed notion that somehow the writers are supposed to be his allies or something, and that they're not, that somehow them in voicing their opinions, like the very fact that they voice their opinions is the issue, not even the opinions themselves. That's I don't know how well that travels over time, although he's getting a lot of publicity for it. And I think part of the method behind the madness is I think, look, as long as I'm in the headlines, as long as I'm getting clicks, then my program has a certain notoriety to it.
Yeah, it's got to be it. He's not even letting guys ask questions now. It's wild. All right, Cal McNair shotgunned a beer on stage at the Luke Combs concert over the weekend. Aside from hiring D'Amico Ryans, what have been the most noteworthy things that Cal has done in this massive ascent in popularity? I've got the list. I've got a power ranking here in front of me of 4 of them, and we're going to go through this coming up next.
Mokaram
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Really been a remarkable turnaround for Cal McNair. 2-3 years ago, the Texans, they couldn't tweet anything out without people tweeting back and replying like "sell the team."
Yeah.
It's been cool to see, and I think the cool part about it too is that it's not like Cal and Hannah became more front facing and out in front of stuff after they hired D'Amico Ryans and drafted C.J. Stroud. Like they were.
Yeah, they did it when it was hardest to do.
Yes.
They were out there. He was out there barbecuing for the fans in the Lovie Smith. I think maybe even the David Culley.
It was
year.
Lovie Smith was the first year he did it.
Yeah. So I mean, it was. I can imagine it was probably. It was probably tough. It was probably really tough to do.
Yeah.
When they knew what the fan sentiment was, they'd see the surveys from season ticket holders. They see at least some of the social media. It was probably really hard to do.
Yeah, man. Some owners, it's bad, and they go into hiding. And I think, and credit the Texans as an organization. Probably a lot of recognition in the building over there that this is how we need to attack this thing, and they did it. And now, I mean, like the Q rating on Cal McNair, it just goes to show you when you hire the right people in the right positions and you just let them go do their thing.
All you have to do, Sean, all you have to do is get the right GM, the right head coach, and the right quarterback. There you go.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. It's
true.
simple.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's really hard to do.
It's hard to do. That is all you have to do, but it is very difficult to do. So Cal, on Saturday, as we talked about yesterday on the show, shotgunned a beer as a representative of several Texan players up on stage. Luke Combs wanted the players that were up there. I don't know, looked to be about a dozen of them maybe. I didn't count. C.J. Stroud was one of them, non-drinker. Luke Combs wanted the players to shotgun a beer collectively in unison with him. And Cal, like a good owner does, steps in and says, no. They're in training right now.
Yeah.
Allow me to do something. And, oh, by the way, what's a shotgun of a beer? What is it that I'm about to do? True story.
Yeah. Hannah gave us the true story. Figgy posted it. Figgy has her Hannah telling Figgy the whole story.
Yeah.
So you can look at Figgy's Twitter account, X account. So the fact that he didn't know what he was doing, especially, I think that's at some point in the last couple of years, Cal just said, screw it. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to... like mock or whatever, but I'm not going to worry about it. So he went up and he shotgunned a beer for the first time in his life and then punted it. I mean, punting the beer can was a move that I would not have expected somebody that never had shotgunned a beer in their life to have that aplomb in doing so. It was really impressive.
It was impressive, and as you pointed out yesterday, not just the improv of the whole thing, but the fact that he did it in non-stretchy jeans and cowboy boots,
Yeah. There's not a lot of flexion there.
No.
It's a hard, and it's much smaller than a football.
Yes.
And
he caught it flush.
He could have shanked that into Luke McCombs' face, ruined his singing career. But he came out clutch in the moment.
Luke McCombs. It's Combs.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's cool.
It's cool.
Sean, I've shotgunned 3 beers this morning already. He's cool with it.
All right, so that was pretty cool. And I started thinking, like, man, okay, that's something that wouldn't have happened 2 or 3 years ago. And if he did, if Cal walked out on that stage, he's throwing himself to the whims of the fan base. Yeah. Instead, just raucous cheers. So what are a few of the other things, and where do they compare to shotgunning and punting a beer on stage? I think back to this past summer, I think it was in early July, maybe June, where the School of Hard Knocks guy walked up to Cal. This is a guy that walks up to
successful people.
Yeah.
People that are driving nice cars or whatever, and he'll go up and say, hey, you look like you've done well in life. What's the secret to your success?
Right. And he did that to Cal McNair getting out of his G-Wagon somewhere in River Oaks.
Yeah. What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas to be able to afford a G-Wagon?
Sorry?
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas?
Work hard.
What industry are you in?
Football.
What are you doing exactly?
Own a football team.
What team?
Houston Texans.
You own the Houston Texans?
H-Town, baby.
And how long have you been a business owner for?
We've had the Texans for 20-plus years.
Over the 20-plus years you've been a business owner, what's the greatest lesson that you've learned about entrepreneurship?
Never quit.
How did you break into the National Football League, man? It's very competitive to try to get into that business. How did you break in and ultimately work your way up to be able to own a team? What did it take?
Oh, well, we were very successful in another business.
What business?
And then sold it, the power industry, sold it. And then my dad actually bought the Texans as a franchise expansion. Back in 2002 was our first year.
What was the best advice that you ever got from a mentor?
Conserve your cash.
Now, did you have to borrow money to start and grow businesses, or like?
There was leverage involved. And then opportunities happen. You hopefully have some cash, you can take advantage of them.
How old are you now?
I am 63, but don't tell anyone.
Are you a billionaire?
I haven't added it up.
You're probably a billionaire though. So what makes you happy?
I have a lot of happiness, a lot of joy in my life from family, and believing the man upstairs and all those things kind of work together.
And any negotiation advice? You've negotiated some massive deals. What's the secret to negotiating?
You want to do it, but not that bad.
What do you mean by that? You got to be able to walk away, or what?
Be able to walk away.
Got to be able to walk away, as he's literally walking away from that impromptu interview.
You know, one thing I didn't really think of in the moment when that video first came out, which we've confirmed was not set up.
Right.
We did a deep dive analysis into that and tried to figure out whether it was real or set up. Real. And when he says, okay, yes, that's a great key to negotiations. You always got to be able to walk away. Not in an acrimonious way necessarily, but you got to, if you got to have it, then you're going to pay too much too often. So what are the biggest instances of Cal McNair or the Texans walking away from something that maybe they really wanted, but they just said, no, we can't do it?
But they didn't do it. Okay, because I was saying, well, they've walked away from several head coaches over the last few years.
I feel like they really wanted to walk away from Deshaun Watson. The negotiating, nothing leaps to my mind of something that maybe they really wanted, but they had to let him go.
Yeah, we may not know those things. You know what I mean? Like,
it's the Jim Crane territory of once you have that success and you get into that point where your team you have to let a George Springer walk. You got to let a Carlos Correa walk. Yeah, the Texans haven't really been, since Cal took over, they haven't necessarily been in that cycle, that part of the life cycle.
Yeah, not that we know of, for sure. So that was good. I thought that was excellent, that interview. And again, I think back in 2021, Cal probably waits for this guy to walk by.
It's a weird dynamic in life now that you have strangers approach you with a camera recording out of nowhere. You get ambushed with a guy that might have millions of followers on social media, and like in the moment you got to give an interview. Yeah, I would decline it every single time.
I would too.
I wouldn't care. Yeah, I don't. I'm like, no, man, I don't have the time for this. What the hell?
I would too.
No, look, I'm just out here.
And back things were bad with the team. Who knows who's walking up to you, as you're getting out of your car? You know what I mean?
And I don't know how they're going to edit the video afterwards. Turns out this guy hates some group.
Right. So that was a good one. The way that Cal handled the uniform leaks, I thought was indicative of, somebody who's like kind of in a different mode, whereas if they had tried to change the uniforms, 2-3 years ago and it leaks, there might have been an emergency meeting to figure out how to handle this. Cal just goes on Reddit and says, oh, leaked pics? Here's a better one. Leaked pics with some Joe Schmo wearing Derek Stingley's number? Here's some pics of Tank Dell and Nico Collins in the uniforms. Here you go,
it might help that they've got kids. They've got young kids.
Yes.
So they've had to kind of work through all of the current social media environment and everything, and there's a certain element of, all right, you can only control so much of the message.
Yeah.
That you just got to accept that there's going to be sloppiness, and there's going to be leaks, and there's going to be all these things, and you got to kind of learn how to live with it. And they seem to have learned how to live with it.
They have. So I thought the uniform leak handling was really good, on par with the shotgunning of the beer. You point out the cookout, which I'm told is taking place next week at the last fan practice, I think, which is I
pointed out the cookout? The Cal McNair one, yeah.
The Cal cookout in the parking lot at practice. It's an annual tradition now.
Dude, I got barbecuing at this temperature anywhere in public. I'd shout out to everybody that does it. Yes, it's impressive what you do at the rodeo, but the people who do it at tailgating.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah, I appreciate the compliment because I'm one of his cooks out at the. I'm one of the burger flippers out at the cookout at the parking lot there. So
have your responsibilities increased at all through the years?
No.
No.
Here's
burgers?
a spatula, you flip. Yeah, I've not been promoted to middle management or anything like that. I'm just Just a humble burger flipper at Cal's Cookout in the parking lot.
There's dignity in that, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you'd be the best big burger flipper you can be.
It's what I aspire to be, man. No doubt. A lot of people weighing in on your question. Let's just reset this real quick.
I've got one of our listeners to the morning show who had told me he had threatened for a long time on the text line that he wasn't going to listen to the morning show anymore because I use the term football gods at times.
Yeah.
When I'll, jokingly, pray to the football gods or thank the football gods, which I always assumed 100% of people would see that, would know that I'm not actually praying to actual football gods or anything. But he actually stopped listening to the morning show, and I had a conversation with him on my YouTube channel about this, about how sacrilegious it was for me to use the term football gods.
Yeah.
And it got me wondering, what percentage of our audience actually really dislikes me using the term football gods?
It would appear that you have a lot of people on your side in this.
Okay.
It's not said text message. It's not sacrilegious to use the term football gods. Religion is a veil people put over the unknown to give it form. Okay, well, that's kind of deep. That's the idiocy. Okay, well, that's okay, here we go. These are the ones I like. I'm a pastor's son. I went to Bible college. I'm also educated and understand metaphors. Does not bother me at all. So there you go.
Okay, good. Good.
Text message.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, and using football gods, no big deal. All right, so there's
There's
at least one church you can walk into there, Seth, with this guy.
I told this guy, I was like, you know what, please, I actually want you to ask your pastor about this because, we could get into a conversation about grace versus free will or something, but I don't think that's necessarily sacrilegious.
Right.
Plenty of devout people have differing opinions on that. He said, the last person you want me to ask is my pastor. He doesn't think I should even be watching pro football. So, so at least his pastor's never going to watch my YouTube channel or listening to the morning show. But we've lost at least one listener, and I don't want to lose more over my obvious sacrilege and blasphemy.
Text, man. Here's a complicated text. So does that person think there's only one religion? Possibly.
Well, yeah, I think yes. 100% yes. 100% yes. Yes. Right. I'm kind of intrigued now by this is a guy that's pretty regimented and devout.
Yeah.
That I am kind of surprised that he's even partakes of sports talk.
Right.
Because it's a somewhat of a worldly pursuit.
Yeah, it is. Text message: devout Christian, football gods doesn't bother me at all. Just keep the G lowercase.
Okay,
Deal.
Football. Right. Yeah, but it's just a metaphor.
Yeah.
It's a metaphor for either luck or fate or whatever else it might be.
Yeah.
I promise everybody out there, I do not have an altar to the football gods or anything like that. I haven't been led astray.
Let's see.
Although I'm thinking about there probably could be a profitable church.
Yeah.
Try to Ron Hubbard my way into profit and from this situation.
It's the most popular sport in the country. I think you've got a shot here. Yeah.
You put that in the book of business ideas,
Ben?
the Google Doc of business ideas.
Yeah, Ben.
An actual church.
Right.
I get to live in one of those big fancy mansions.
You
We
would.
call it a parsonage.
Yeah, you would.
That'd be pretty cool.
Would it be
and not have to pay taxes on it or anything?
It'd be a mega church, right? Like not just a church, it'd be a mega church. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you as a pastor, this is a text message, obviously. I can tell you as a pastor of a non-denominational Christian church that your use of the term football gods is not in any way offensive.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna just, but I feel bad that guy won't listen to us. Maybe I should just not use it.
Now, now here's the thing. If there were normally dissenting opinions or people who agree with that guy, I would read those texts. There aren't any on the text page. This is the closest thing. I'm very strong in my faith, and the football gods thing is a bit awkward, but not to the point that I don't listen to the show.
I strive in all areas of life, especially sports radio, not to create awkwardness in anybody's life. But I don't know. I'm gonna pray on this. Okay. I'm gonna pray on this for like 3 hours this afternoon.
Here's one. Our pastor makes a joke about praying to Apollo and Zeus for his favorite football team. Everybody knows it's a joke. I think if people want to check out, then happy trails.
Yeah, I don't think you can be blind to I feel like I'm trying to be very respectful with this guy, but I also want to kind of ask him like how small is your faith that me using the term football gods is going to all of a sudden turn you to a Semite or something. I don't know. I don't know what the fear is here.
Now, several people have pointed out that the Colts song that we played from Flow with Seth, not to be confused with Hope Zaza Seth Payne. This is a Colts super fan who does a lot of musical stuff about the Colts. That's actually, it was a parody of a Christian worship song called Our God.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue.
Yeah, you can see that.
This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team. Go Colts!
I think God himself would probably object to that more than me using the term football gods, right?
Yes.
That would, I think he'd.
That song,
and then he might ask me for his advice, my advice on who to start in fantasy football.
Correct.
Yes. Mine is less sacrilegious
than flow with Seth. Our Seth.
I do like that song. I remember guys playing that in the weight room, and I kind of got into Christian rock some because guys would play. You get a really big mix of whichever veteran wants to play, and a lot of times you end up getting you get gospel music some days, you get Christian rock others, and I kind of got a taste for Christian rock.
It's pretty good.
A lot of it's pretty cheesy too, you know.
Right.
I don't discriminate when it comes to like even pop music. I can jam to a Taylor Swift song. It's catchy. It's doing what it's intended to do.
Cheesy, not a negative for me. You get a little cheesy. Like,
I wouldn't go and shotgun beers on stage and punt them into the crowd at a Christian rock concert or anything. But I could appreciate it.
I would as a heel. Just see.
Come on. Like a French closing ceremony.
Yes.
Sean goes up there in a
crotch
demon
chop.
Outfit
and
punches shotguns a beer.
Crotch chops.
And then you get damned to hell. Yeah.
Small price to pay to get people angry. All right. Are the Texans the model for a rebuild now? One prominent voice says they absolutely are. We will let you hear that coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland, the absolute best place to go get.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and
Pendergast. A lot of texts coming in. Cal needs to come shotgun a beer in the yellow lot with Texan Mojo Shotgun 30. Yeah, there is a tailgate out there, and that's their thing. They shotgun beers. That'd be popular. Cal picks a different tailgate to go to every home game and just shotguns beers with them. It's a good gimmick, man.
I have an unpopular opinion. I'm not a huge fan of the shotgunning beers by athletes. I just remember there was for a while there was like a QB competition of guys chugging beers at sporting events and what have you. There's a part of me. It's I don't know. It's the same way as I get older, I start to get a little uncomfortable with musical lyrics and everything. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with it.
Do you think it's irresponsible, or do you think it's obnoxious? Or
it's one of those things. It's kind of like kids don't need to see everything that adults do.
Oh yeah,
You know, it's you're a role model, and it's I don't know. There's that part of me that some things, not everything has to be out there.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
Right.
Or anything, but there's there's things that I endorse and don't think that are a big deal, and yet I don't like kids who are at a formative age necessarily seeing their role models do it and think that that's what they should emulate.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not the ruination of society or anything like that. I would advise if I had a brother that was playing or something like, maybe you want to think about laying off that.
Yeah, you lean that way. Yeah. I got you. Are the Texans rebuild right now? Here was Colin Cowherd. This was actually a segment they were doing about Bo Nix and Cowherd's buddy Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. But I think it's funny now, especially on a show like Cowherd's, where he was so critical about the Houston Texans pre-D'Amico and pre-CJ. Points this out. If you get the QB right, guess who you are?
This is why the NFL is king. If Bo Nix hits, all the Denver problems wash away immediately. It's like the Houston Texans. They were the biggest laughing stock in the league. And now they're the model how to turn a franchise around. Because they got the quarterback right. And they got the coach right. And they just happened to come in the same year.
Texans, now they're the model.
The Texans are the model. And Cowherd's been pretty transparent on his flip-flop on this.
Yes.
every time, or most of the times he talks about it, he talks about what his opinions were a year ago and how wrong he ended up being and all of that. I think that if Bo Nix hits, do they become the Houston Texans? I guess that's, I mean, if Sean Payton, I think Saints fans might say, well, okay, but what do you mean by hits necessarily? Is he Drew Brees? Like that's a pretty high bar to clear. So I feel like it's a pretty big if.
Yeah.
And
Huge
it's not rocket science that, yeah, in the NFL, the quarterback is king, and it's really hard to sustain a long stretch of success without a really. Is Sean Payton the guy that's also going to, at his age, actually have a good defense, do all those, some of the things that he struggled to do with the Saints for years? And they ended up the last few years he was there having good defenses. But critically, in years where he's not also putting bounties out on people's
right.
That's and ACLs. Can he do it without a bounty? I don't know.
Does the way that gets framed, like, hey man, you get the quarterback right, you get the coach right, everything else goes away? Does that diminish, or is it disrespectful to the other things that the team has done to put themselves in this position?
Well, no, I think it also. We talked about this earlier. It's also the GM. It's just, and is Sean Payton? I mean, is Sean Payton the actual GM? And in New Orleans, it always felt like, yeah, Mickey Loomis did some really good things, but ultimately it was Sean Payton calling the shots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if the GM in Denver, whose name escapes me right now.
George Payton.
Thank you, George Payton. That's why it's confusing. I don't know how well he and George Payton actually get along, so that's the big X factor there.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point with you're right, because D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio to this point have gotten along really, really well.
Yeah. No, and I think the thing with Caserio and D'Amico that I liked from the get-go is that I don't think either of them has a huge ego, whereas Sean Payton has a gigantic ego, just a massive, looms larger than the sun ego, which is fine if you're really good at it and if you got the guy who you think is the right GM, or does he version of O'Brien if he does. So Mickey Loomis was the right guy with the Saints for what Sean Payton needed. If George Payton's not the guy that Sean Payton can work with and the guy that he needs, then no, they've not found the magical elixir.
It was funny, dude, at the night practice the other day, the Sunday evening practice, I think we saw Nick get angry for maybe the first time since he's been here. Like, I can't remember one time, either in an interview or in a press conference, like we've seen him get maybe a little agitated in press conferences and whatnot, but visibly angry about something. And it was when they were doing kickoff drills. They were doing the new kickoff and everything, where the ball has to land in a landing area, and whoever was handling the machine that shoots the kickoff up into the air, like thunk,
They messed it up.
It was like a drunk person blindfolded shooting at things. Yeah, dude, it was landing short of the landing area. It was landing out of bounds. It was, and Nick is standing by himself in the end zone, and you can see his mouth moving, and he's looking over at people, and he's writing stuff down, and you can see like his body is moving like very animatedly. Like
I feel like it's like an officer watching an inept artillery squad,
dude.
Just like right,
so
like you're
funny.
just thinking like, what the hell's going on? He couldn't contain it. Like he's trying to maintain. He should have a lieutenant go handle it or something, but he just can't help it. Dude. He's got to go get that guy's going to get somebody killed. This idiot artillery dude is going to get somebody killed, and it's going to be one of our own guys.
Right. Like in his mind, like he's probably got each practice like mapped out to the minute here. And I know D'Amico's the one who runs the practices, but I'm sure Nick has input and he knows what the game plan is. And Nick's probably sitting there like, man, we got this clown shooting this ball here and we're burning daylight. Like this drill's almost over.
We're wasting reps because we can't get this machine right.
Yeah, it was really funny. It was really funny.
Did he tear off the guy's insignia? Did he go up and like ripped his epaulette off or whatever?
Chugg's machine patch off of his shirt. Here's one more from Cowherd. Here's Cowherd on the very question Seth was talking about. Can Bo Nix make the Broncos the Texans?
Think about the Russell Wilson Denver deal. Just think about what this franchise did. Gave up a ton of draft capital, good picks. They paid a fortune. They whiffed on their head coaching hire, like badly whiffed. They were in cap hell in a division with Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's not a good spot to be in. So they hire Sean Payton, and they right the ship. They get Russell Wilson to be the best version of what he can be. They kind of right the offense as much as they can. And if Bo Nix hits, they're the Texans. All the stuff disappears. You've got a quarterback you're not paying anything to. It'll clean up your cap. You'll be winning games, and everybody will forget about it.
Yeah, it's a huge if.
It's a huge if.
It's just a big if. It's a big if. It's more of a, well, for one, we know that Coward's tight with Sean Payton.
Yeah.
But it's almost more of just like a philosophical platitude that, yeah, okay, if your quarterback hits and you got a good head coach, you're going to be in a much better position than they'll become over the course of the past decade.
Yeah.
Broncos fans finally, before they, the Sean Payton hire was the first W that the Broncos had gotten in a while, and it was interesting because it also came when I think they actually wanted DeMeco Ryans,
100%.
but they whiffed on DeMeco Ryans.
Yes.
If they hadn't gotten Sean Payton, they may have indeed hired David Culley himself because they were kind of out over their skis by that point.
Yep.
So it goes to show you just how much those moves matter. It's one simple thing, but it's really, really hard to do. You look at the Colts. The Colts have done a lot of things perfectly right over the last decade, except for that one big thing, the quarterback.
Yep.
They've managed the roster so well that they've prevented themselves from becoming a laughingstock, and yet they just haven't been able to figure out the quarterback. And so far, Anthony Richardson doesn't look so hot this year. But that's
No.
I wish I could really delight in that, but it's one preseason game of a guy coming off of his surgery.
Yeah.
But also, Anthony Richardson has never actually been a good quarterback.
He's
yet.
never been a good thrower of the football. Like, he's got a super strong arm, but man, he's the guy. He's the kickoff machine guy. You know?
Yeah. I mean, he can do it. Spare me your highlight throws that he makes from time to time.
Yeah.
It's how well does he do it consistently.
Yep.
And he hasn't done it consistently in his college and NFL career.
All right, Seth, here's a good one for you, newly minted gambler. Is betting on the Texans to lead the league in sacks a good idea? I know Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter will eat, but what about the rest of the defense?
I think it's an idiotic bet whatsoever. I mean, I would just say to lead the league in anything is always.
There can only be one.
It's The field is always stronger than any given team. There's a lot of really good pass rushing teams out there. And it's not a stupid bet whatsoever.
The Texans,
I think it's very attainable.
The Texans total. I saw that Jimmy Shapiro actually sent out an email with total sack numbers for all 32 teams, and the Texans were a little further down the list than I thought they would be, just based on all the fervor over the pairing of Hunter and Will Anderson. But I think their total number of sacks for this season was 47.5, and I'm like, that feels a little light, honestly. Like. That's 3 a game.
This is the one thing I'm concerned about with Danico Autry is if you want to be genuinely elite, like losing Danico Autry for 6 games wasn't the end of the world or anything, because they have a good framework in place just with those 2 edge rushers, not to mention Derek Barnett or anybody else. But the one thing you do have to keep in mind is that Danico Autry last year had a very productive season, but also now in the offseason got pinched for PEDs. And it was a mix-up with the pharmacy, whatever is his explanation for it. I don't know how long the mix-ups with the pharmacies were going or anything, but he was 33 years old last year and got 11.5 sacks, his career high. And I just don't know. I can't, in good faith, say the attention been taking whatever he was taking during last season. Now, he had been making, I don't want to get too married to the sack numbers because there's a little bit of luck involved with that always.
Sure.
He had 8 sacks the year before. He had 9 sacks the year before that. His TFLs have been in the double digits a couple times in the last 3 years. So it's not like all of a sudden he took this huge leap or anything. But whenever a 33-year-old has a really good season and then gets popped for PEDs, I worry about it a little bit more than when some guy that's still in his physical prime gets popped for.
That makes sense. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. The biggest problem for the Astros all year now looks like, man, everything is coming up roses. We will discuss that coming up next. Oh, but first, Prize Picks. Yes. Man, I was so close.
Savings vary. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This football gods thing we got more activity on the text page over this topic than anything in a long, long time. People are adamantly behind the usage, the allowed usage of the term football god.
People are pretty unanimously approving, or even if not approving, they're okay with me saying football gods because they understand that it's a metaphor for luck or fate, and I'm not actively praying to football gods in lieu of anything else. It's not a golden calf for me. Okay.
Right.
We had for those just catching tuning in, we had a listener that I thought was joking forever who actually stopped listening to the morning show because he thought it was blasphemous that I would refer to the football gods.
Right.
So far, we've had several pastors weigh in that say I'm A-OK doing it and have actually approved of the use of football gods. I guess I can talk about Zeus and others as well now. The Abigail on the YouTube stream, who is a Bible, I know she teaches Bible study, and she's from Australia, and she takes in every piece of content out there. She's got an encyclopedic memory of everything Texans. Hugo, a Bible study teacher, she approves.
Okay.
So she at least allows it. She's cool with it.
She's thumbs up. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I believe in the football gods. Since C.J. Stroud has joined the Texans, they're 6-1 on days I go to church. I love this.
Well, that would suggest some kind of affiliation between the football gods and Christianity.
Yeah.
Which that's more of a Catholic thing. I guess maybe they've absorbed the football gods and they're saints. So I should say the football saints.
I went to a Catholic football school. Trust me, there's plenty of candles that get lit at the grotto for Notre Dame versus Miami that coming Saturday.
That's a little bit of the football gods there.
Yeah. This is my favorite one. You can't stop using the term football gods unless you want to anger them. These texts are great.
I think that was the big thing. Everybody corrects me on that. I think when the missionaries would go into new territories, it was always kind of a dicey situation where a lot of people they'd be in cultures where they were polytheistic. They had many gods. And they'd be like, yeah, cool, I can take on Jesus. There's plenty of room here. And then the Catholic missionaries would have to explain, well, actually, there's a little bit more to it. Yeah.
Oh, man. So the baseball gods, because they exist as well, we think, they've been good to the Astros of late. Here was Joe Espada last night on Framber Valdez's latest really good performance. 5 2/3, just one run, and it was. Here's Espada on Framber.
Our pitching, just incredible job. Starting pitching all the way through the bullpen today. Scott and Framber's curveball has been a game changing for him the last couple outings. And we know once he needs a ground ball, he's got that sinker. He was efficient. He threw the ball really well.
Something changed with the curve, or he used it more efficiently, or it just gets sharper?
Yeah, just gotten better with time. We asking him to use it more, and he's been working hard trying to get it. Trying to get the location of it, land it whenever he wants to, behind the count, ahead of the count. It's been a game changing for him.
Okay, so Framber's been really good of late. So that feels sustainable because we've seen Framber have literally season-long stretches of being dominant.
Yeah.
We are at least kind of in the near term here because we got Framber. Hunter Brown has been incredible. Other than one start, he's been incredible for almost 3 months now. Arrighetti looks like he's figuring some things out here. Usage for any of these young guys is going to be an issue. Ronel Blanco, it's shaky right now. And Kikuchi, his first 2 starts have been very good. So some of these guys, it's very recent, small sample size. But, man, we are – Seth, we're one Justin Verlander, maybe 1 or 2 rehab starts away from having a full 6 here where you go, okay, maybe a full 6, which is going to get you maximum rest for everybody. Where
if into piggyback land in the playoffs.
Yeah, piggyback land in the playoffs. But for the rest of the season, in which the Astros they got to keep winning. They're in a dogfight for the division right now. If this is who Arrighetti is, if Kikuchi, his usage of the change up here, you might have a 6-man rotation where you feel at least okay about each guy going out.
Well, and I think, too, I wonder about this with Blanco. that, man, he's starting to show signs of fatigue. He's already pitched more innings now than he's ever pitched in his major league career. And they've been trying to figure out ways to give him an extra day between starts here and there. I wonder if it's I wonder if it's something that you might need like a 10-day mystery injury stint on the IL just to really let him rest and recover. Like when you start talking about fatigue, especially over the course of a season, there's only so much you can do by, measuring the doses of activity. And that maybe once Verlander comes back, they can give him give Blanco an actual break just for 10 days to get everything back right if they're in position to do that. It's just that's a hard decision to make. The part about adding the changeups, we saw that from the very beginning of the season. Everybody on the staff was throwing more changeups. They'd either added it or they were throwing more of their own. I was nervous for a while that might be at least part of the problem with the injuries, that guys were just changing up too much too soon. For whatever, and maybe it's just random chance or luck, but there were bad performances too, aside from the guys that didn't get injured, but just like Hunter Brown and whoever else just didn't perform well. It's kind of like whenever you learn to do anything new drastically, there's a learning curve. In those first few weeks of the season, maybe it was just that. But as you pointed out earlier, since they started their turnaround and their comeback, it's been the best pitching staff. So the proof is in the pudding there. A lot of my doubt and skepticism over whether the Astros pitching, coaching, and analytics staff still have that same magic. Some of it was answered, aside from the performance on the field. Last night on the broadcast, when they showed Kikuchi with his iPad studying the Tampa batters, because he's pitching tonight, with Arrighetti sitting right next to Kikuchi, kind of asking Kikuchi what he was looking at, what he was seeing, and then them talking about how Kikuchi has just been blown away by all the resources the Astros have. That gave me a nice little glow inside.
Yeah.
That made me feel like, all right, this is still the same. They still have the same core principles here. There's still something here.
It makes you wonder why the other 29 teams aren't copying. I know some are copying it, so like it.
Yeah.
Right?
This is the thing. There are a lot of teams that are copying the Astros, and teams have started using the high-speed cameras that for a while only the Astros and the Rays and a few other teams were using. But it's like anything else in life that you should do, but it's really, really hard to do it. Like keeping a long-term perspective in your investments. It's real. Everybody knows they should do it, but it's really hard to do as the stock market is crashing. It's really hard to do when there's a housing crisis. It's really, really hard to do, and so people don't do it. With the Astros and their pitching development, it's not just what they do at the major league level. It's from A-ball on up. They've established a system where they're teaching the same things. Their data, and it's just really hard to construct something that massive and to stick to it and have the quality control over it. I think there's lots of teams that try to do it, but they're not committed to it.
Yeah.
Remember the story about Verlander going up to the Mets, and Verlander supposedly told the Mets, like, hey, the Astros do some of these things that I think maybe you guys might really benefit from, and they were like, nah, we're good with what we're doing.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of personal pride and ego that gets involved in it too.
Yeah. Well, and there's a cost. Some teams are cheaper than others when it comes. Yeah, there's a lot of cost that goes with it.
That's a really good point, Sean.
Yeah.
That's a really, everybody likes the pudding, but they don't want to pay for the ingredients to put in the pudding necessarily.
Yeah.
They want a shortcut to the pudding.
Which makes the Mets not doing it all the more galling, right? Like, this is a guy who's spending $400 million on his payroll and paying luxury tax out the ass.
It's one of the biggest things where I was partly optimistic about the way Cal was doing things when he first took over, because as much as I think Jack Easterby was very miscast in his role with the Texans, Easterby did have some good ideas on where you should be spending money on the player development side of things. And Cal was gung-ho for it. A lot of owners, it's strange. You've got a $200+ million payroll, but then they get stingy when it comes to some of the things they can do on the player development side. It's the oddest thing, because a lot of owners don't necessarily understand the importance of investing in that it's like in a big business that still is constantly reinvesting in research and development.
Yeah.
The big businesses that start worrying more about the quarterly results than spending on research and development, they're generally going to be decrepit and defunct before too long.
Yeah.
So the hard thing to do is to spend that money on research and development, and I do think Cal has been invested in that since before they actually turned everything else around.
I agree. All right, let's head into the 9 o'clock hour here. Let's circle back to the Texans. Dan Orlovsky had some ratings that he did on the quarterbacks, former Texans quarterback, Dan Orlovsky. I think a respected voice when it comes to at least evaluating quarterbacks. Rated all the quarterbacks in the NFL, the top 10 in 7 different categories. Where does C.J. Stroud stack up just purely in terms of the makeup of quarterbacks in the NFL? We'll run through these. That is coming up next. Now, I would say, laser sharp vision probably helps. That's not one of the
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get back into the Texans here. Practice today, 11:30 practice today. So they'll be practicing while In the Loop is on. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, all of our social media. We'll keep you up to speed on everything going on out of Texans practice. So Dan Orlovsky did a ranking of all the quarterbacks in the NFL based on 7 different categories. This feels like it's right up Dan Orlovsky's alley here with all the different aspects of physical aspects and some mental of playing quarterback. He rated them all, Seth, based on arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket, and what he calls second reaction. The ability to make plays off script, basically, is what that is. Mm-hmm. Calls it second reaction. I will say this. These articles are much more fun to read now that the Texans have a quarterback that has a chance of showing up in the top 10 of various categories like this. And C.J. Stroud showed up nicely in here. Did not show up in the top 10 for arm strength, rushing ability, or second reaction. Of those 3, which are you most surprised he didn't at least sniff the top 10 in?
I'd say second reaction.
Yeah, me too.
And I do wonder. I wonder exactly how much of that was more. Is he saying second reaction? I don't think he means second read. I think he means more perhaps when the play breaks down.
Exactly.
Or improvising, right?
Yeah.
So that's the part where it's almost athleticism is baked into that. The guys that can scramble around more and do a lot more of that, which we know CJ can do a good job with that. It's certainly not. It's not his calling card.
No.
He's not as physically gifted as an athlete as some of the other guys are there. So that's the only one I would really wonder about, but that might be based more on criteria than anything else.
Yeah, I just think what I think is interesting is that one of the guys who shows up in the top 10, and this actually does give you a flavor for just how much like this is the improv part of the game. Gardner Minshew is 9th on the list for second reaction ability, you know. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, Gardner Minshew does a good job of kind of making something from now. We saw that. I mean, when he was a rookie and the Texans faced him, that was how he burned the Texans a few times.
Now, here's where CJ did show up, and he showed up in the top 5 in all of these. Ball placement, 5th. Mechanics, 4th. Decision-making, 4th. His best ranking was in pocket presence, which is 3rd. But those are all things that align with what we saw in his rookie year, I think.
My knee-jerk Homer reaction was, what? How is he not top 3 in any of these? And then you realize, there's guys like Matt Stafford and Joe Burrow and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
The decision-making with the football is the one where, if I were to get hyper defensive about this, I honestly think that he should be above Joe Burrow. So with the decision-making with the football, he had Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford, Joe Burrow, and then C.J. Stroud. Because I would include in that taking sacks.
Yes.
I think that Joe Burrow, sometimes the decision he makes with the football is to not get rid of the football. And that's something that Joe Burrow has gotten better at, but I don't think it's as advanced as a lot of other quarterbacks. I think Joe Burrow still takes too many risks. He's had double-digit interceptions in his second and third season. He was on pace for double-digit interceptions last year before he got injured. So not that it's having 11 or 12 interceptions isn't the worst thing in the world, but I don't think it's an exemplary display of football decision-making. So that's the one part where I feel like CJ should be flipped with Joe Burrow in that ranking.
Yeah. I was a little disappointed that the ball placement specialist, the BPS, only finished 5th in ball placement on here. Honestly.
Orlovsky loves C.J. Stroud, so it's not like I'm going to roast him for this. But I do think that he hasn't watched C.J. Stroud as much as we have. But I think that some of that is that, man, when you look at his completion percentage and everything else like that, it doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah.
It's CJ's very good for a young quarterback, especially at either throwing the ball away or taking what could be a really risky throw and choosing to either make it a ball that's going to be either an incompletion or a reception, but definitely not an interception. He'll place it in a tough place to make a catch, but it's a safe throw. So I think sometimes he gets dinged a little too much with those types of things in the conventional stats, but whatever.
There were a couple interesting things about this. I kind of nerded out on this yesterday. As you know, Seth, I'm a power rankings junkie. It can be anything, and I love to read this stuff.
I nerded out on Foley Fatukasi. We've all got our vices, Sean. We've all got our vices.
We all have our fetishes. Seth has a Foley Fatukasi fetish. I've got a power ranking.
I like the big guys. Yeah. I'm into the big guys.
The big fellas. I actually took these 7 categories, these top 10s, and I did the thing you do where you give 10 points to number 1, 9 points to number 2, 8 points to number 3 for all 7 categories, and then added all the points up and everything to come up with a immersive, inclusive, kind of cumulative ranking of all the quarterbacks. And C.J. Stroud finished 5th in this whole thing. When you add up all 7 of these things, and they're all weighted equally, obviously, the way I'm doing this, just Mahomes is a runaway number 1 with 47 points. Joe Burrow is 2nd with 40. Matt Stafford is 3rd with 39 points. Man, Dan Orlovsky loves him some. Now, keep in mind, former teammate of Dan Orlovsky in Detroit. They drafted Matthew Stafford because Dan Orlovsky went 0-16 the year before in Detroit in 2008. So he loves Matt Stafford. He's got him 3rd. Josh Allen 4th. C.J. Stroud is 5th on this list. If you add up all the, the points, air quotes, of this stuff.
I think that's, if C.J. Stroud continues to develop on the track that he's on, he still has to prove some things, and just in terms of doing it for the duration and doing it this year and, with everybody having watched his film, et cetera, et cetera. But, when you think about most great quarterbacks, it's very few of them are the guys that had the most magnificent arm talent. It's so much about... It's a decathlon more than the 100-meter sprint. Mm-hmm. It's an accumulation of skill sets that all create the finished product. And that's where I think you can get excited about C.J. Stroud. And really, the manner in which C.J. Stroud played last year, it was much different than the typical standout Rookie of the Year type quarterback performance, because it had nothing to do with his legs, or at least very little to do with his legs. He didn't have the benefit of a good rushing attack. He didn't have the benefit of a stellar defense on the other side of the ball. And he did it by executing the offense. Decreasingly dumbed down offense as the year went by. With credit to Bobby Slowick, they added to it and added to it and added to it till by the end of the year, it was more like a veteran quarterback running that offense. So that's where so many people like Dan Orlovsky are so bullish on C.J. Stroud, because, yes, he had a promising rookie season, but he did it in a different manner than most rookies do when they come out of the gates really strong at quarterback.
There was one player, this was the other thing I thought was interesting after I went through the exercise of kind of going through all 7 categories, what Orlovsky had in the top 10. Again, C.J. Stroud finished 5th if you do like a point system with it. I thought the other interesting thing was there was one quarterback that Orlovsky had in the top 10 in each of these categories, in all 7 of them. There was only one quarterback that finished in the top 10 in all 7 of the categories. And again, the categories are arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, rushing ability, and second reaction, or the ability to improv. The one quarterback that finished in the top 10, Dak Prescott, in every category. Now, some of them he was 9th, and some.
This is okay. If you want to get super nerdy about this, Sean, and argue about guys that should have been 9th or 10th or 11th or so, the Dak Prescott on the second reaction stuff, I kind of question that. I think if anything, Dak Prescott that's not one of his strong suits.
He was 7th.
When things break down, I thought last year one of the best things about Dak Prescott and why he was so effective was that they did a really good job of keeping him on time and in rhythm with the offense. But of that, he had more of a plan for when he would run. So I guess that's probably part of it. Like now there was just a little too much of in the moment decision making with Kellen Moore. Mike McCarthy took it and said, this is the offense. You go through your first 3 reads. If there's nothing there, they either check down or run. And he did a good job of that. But ball placement. Orlovsky said that he had a hard time deciding between Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers for 10th place in ball placement.
Okay.
Which shocked me. I don't think Josh Allen has improved his ball placement and accuracy so much that he should be above Aaron Rodgers in that regard.
No. I'm surprised Josh Allen is even kind of hovering around the fringes of the top 10 in ball placement. given the number of picks he throws. Dak was interesting, man. He didn't finish in the top 6 in a single category except for mechanics. He was 5th on the list in mechanics. But Dak Prescott, between 6 and 10 in almost everything except for one thing, he was 5th. So which kind of matches Dak, right? Like you watch him and you go, okay, I don't know that he's spectacular at anything, but he's super productive and he's very well-rounded.
You know, one thing that CJ hasn't necessarily gotten a lot of credit for outside of Houston, and I wonder how much people have really picked up on it because they watched enough of him in college that maybe in their brain, their version of what CJ Stroud throwing the ball looks like, it's already set in their brain. CJ had good mechanics to begin with, but he actually really tightened him up and improved him over the course of life. He was 4th in mechanics.
Yeah.
So no insult whatsoever behind Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford, and Justin Herbert. Stafford's an interesting one because I think Stafford's a guy that there's times where some of the brilliance that he displays is when he's doing stuff at odd arm angles and everything. Yep. But I think sometimes that does hurt him. So I wouldn't actually... Like, having the ability to do all that fun stuff is really cool and good, but I actually think that his mechanics are almost to his detriment at times. He gets a little too wild and crazy with it.
I thought the same thing when he had and Matthew Stafford finishes very high in 5 of these categories. I thought the same thing about that one, Seth. I'm like, man, Stafford feels like a guy, he may have good mechanics, but he's very undisciplined with them. You know,
if there's one thing, it's like a guy who's a really good shot, but he's a little bit crazy. He's a little bit of a gunslinger, you know?
Yep.
I feel like the one person that would argue me tooth and nail on this is CJ Stroud. Because he would look at it as shade and non-acknowledgement of Matt Stafford's greatness. We know from podcasting in the offseason that CJ Stroud is just an absolute diehard fan of Matt Stafford. So he would probably get offended if I said his mechanics were as good as Matt Stafford's.
Caleb Williams is too. Caleb Williams did it. I think it's with Kay Adams he did the interview because she went to Bears camp the day after she was at Texans camp. And I was like, man, these young bucks love them some Matthew Stafford, man.
He is kind of like Danielle Hunter. J.J. Watt pointed this out during the season last year, that he felt like Danielle Hunter, just by virtue of playing in Minnesota, really didn't get the credit he deserved. And Minnesota has had good. Still, when it comes to national media, it's a little bit of an afterthought at times. I think that Matt Stafford very much got that. He's always very much been in the conversation, but because he was tucked away in the wasteland of Detroit, and because it's hard to ignore how bad they've been. Matt Stafford's teams have been versus playoff caliber opponents and winning teams over the years, that it's hard to acknowledge it, I think. Whereas the guys that watch film a lot feel that same way about Matt Stafford that J.J. Watt felt about Danielle Hunter.
It's a good comparison. Speaking of the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, Jerry Jones, he's got an issue with his marquee receiver right now. CeeDee Lamb wants big-time money. The Cowboys have just been kind of twiddling their thumbs, really, with all their contract stuff. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb. I mean, Micah Parsons has fallen into an afterthought with all the CeeDee Lamb drama going on right now. Jerry Jones said earlier this week or over the weekend there was no urgency to sign CeeDee Lamb. That's a direct quote. CeeDee Lamb saw that quote, LOL'd it on Twitter. Jerry Jones did his best, I guess, to walk back or clarify what he meant by that. Let's grade him. How did he do in clarifying his no urgency to sign CeeDee Lamb stance?
I got in trouble a little the other day when I said, look, we're not urgent about CD. Well, no one appreciates CD being on the field any more than I do. But let me say this. He wouldn't be taking a snap out here today if he'd been here for you got to use your head when you expose. That gives the other younger players a chance to do it. We know exactly what CD can do, and he's worked out with Dak. And so we wouldn't have him out here. It has really not anything to do with his contract. Dak won't be out here this afternoon. And so the bottom line is, what it is no, there's not that urgency. Now, I understand completely the angst that's happening when you are anxious about and someone says anything about whether you're missed or not. Well, CD, you're missed, okay? But you're not missed out here competing, and it doesn't put any pressure any place on us.
So the aggregators, I'm guessing, took that and put up the quote, "You're not missed." Is that the they're going to try to poke and agitate CeeDee Lamb as much as possible?
Yeah, that's what you're going to
get a response. Yeah,
that's what you're going to pull. I guess what Jerry is saying there is like, hey man, there's really no need for us to get CD a contract to get him back in here because he wouldn't be doing 90% of this stuff anyways.
We don't need him right this moment, and we trust that something will get done or what have you. This is hard because I think in a lot of ways he's playing it the way you should as a negotiator. You don't want to look desperate to get something done. The problem with Jerry Jones is he has a long-established track record of having his feet stuck in concrete when it comes to doing things proactively, and now he's stuck in this mind screw where they're not getting deals done with Dak. He's citing how hard it is to operate when you have to pay all these guys all this money, but one of the reasons it's even harder to operate is because they've dragged their feet in paying guys like Dak Prescott previously, so that you end up paying. If they don't pay Dak Prescott right now, they're going to end up paying $5-10 million more per year next year, or they're going to be stuck in some kind of franchise tag hell, and he'll be trying to be the richest organization in all of professional sports worldwide is somehow going to be crying poverty because of the salary cap. I think that's where he can't say it and have it taken at face value. And this goes back to DeMarcus Ware or various other guys where he drags his feet and doesn't want to make a decision, and then they end up, the problem ends up being twofold by the time they do make a decision.
Yeah, going to be interesting, man. There's odds out on where CeeDee Lamb could end up if he's not a Dallas Cowboy. The Kansas City Chiefs, 5-1, are the favorite on the board.
I think the problem is that there's a lot of truth to what Jerry says, and it's hard to pay three guys like Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, and CeeDee Lamb. Mm-hmm. I feel like they would much rather retain, if they had to make the choice, they'd much rather retain CeeDee Lamb than Micah Parsons. And I just it's interesting that Micah Parsons hasn't really made headlines about any of this the whole time. As far as what I can tell, at least from what's filtered out of Dallas, is that he's being a good soldier.
I don't think they would want to keep the defense Micah Parsons is a defensive player of the year caliber guy.
I think, yeah, right. Some of this I'm basing on what the Dallas media member up there said in the offseason. That there's people in the organization that wouldn't necessarily be crying if Micah Parsons was out of the building.
Yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more drama that comes with Micah Parsons, I think.
I think there almost might be. If I had to guess, there's a certain maturity there, almost like with Jadeveon Clowney, where without seeing everything that goes behind the scenes, they might just get tired of some of his stuff sometimes.
Maybe so. Tyreek Hill's latest take on track and field is interesting. And it's never too late for a great Andre Johnson story. I know he went into the Hall of Fame over a week ago, but Arian Foster has a phenomenal Andre Johnson story that we will get to, and that is coming up next. Oh, but first I got to tell you folks about the law office of Daly and Black, and just what a great
supercenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, quick reminder, it's Texans Ticket Tuesday. Hey, Seth, it's Texans Ticket Tuesday today.
Yeah,
we gave
big
away.
deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal, man. You get front row bullpen seats to the game on Saturday, Texans and Giants. Big congratulations from earlier in the show to Jason, who lives right here in Houston, who is going to be going to that game, courtesy of Sports Radio 610. Noon and 5 p.m. hours is when you need to be listening, and you got your chance.
And we
to
don't
win.
require body painting if you win these tickets, but we highly encourage it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
610 body paint.
Yeah, 610 body paint.
Yeah.
You could go Texans if you like, but 610 body paint would be smashingly fun.
That'd be beautiful.
If somebody goes with 610 body paint that wins these tickets, we'll have to make our way down from the press box at some point.
For sure.
Or before the game. Come see us. Come see us out by the Modelo tent for our pregame show, and we'll take a picture with you before the game.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, and actually, please do. Whether you won the tickets or not, Seth and I will be out there for pregame, so come by and say hello, man. It's going to be a fun season. That would be the thing, because we give away, I believe it's a pair of tickets we give away, but what if we, in the future, I'm just spitballing here, we give you an extra ticket if you promise to paint 6, 1, and 0 on your 3 chests.
Yeah,
when you're
and
out
stay
there.
in order.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. It's not Sports Radio 160, all right?
We got to put that in the fine print.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get our
Don't try to get us on a technicality.
That's right, or I'm going to sick my ponytail lawyer son on you, all right? Tyreek Hill sat down with Kay Adams at Dolphins camp yesterday, or earlier this week. Probably yesterday, because it was Monday. And I guess Noah Lyles, the Olympic gold medalist in the 100-meter dash, finished with a bronze in the 200-meter because he supposedly had COVID for that race, so he finished with a bronze there.
He had the COVID during, like he was an active COVID?
He raced with
like
COVID.
Found out afterwards, okay.
No, he knew he had COVID, and he raced.
Okay.
Yeah.
I misunderstood the reports there. I thought he was recovering from COVID.
I believe he had it, and if I'm not mistaken, I thought he had COVID because there was a story later on that he actually tweeted out a picture of his COVID test a couple days later showing that it was negative, that he didn't have COVID anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So at any rate, COVID's not really relevant to this story. Apparently, Noah Lyles had a take that in sports, teams such as the Super Bowl champions that call themselves world champions aren't really world champions because it's the National Football League.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're an Olympic champion, I mean, you're going up against every other country on the globe. Tyreek Hill was asked about Noah Lyles' take by Kay Adams. Here's what he had to say.
Sprinter said that Super Bowl champs should not consider themselves world champions. What do you think of that?
Noah Lyles can't say nothing after what just happened to him. You know what I'm saying? Then he want to come out and pretend like he's sick. I feel like that's like horseradish. So for him to like do that and say that we're not world champions of like our sport, says like, come on, bro, like just speak on what you know about. You know what I'm saying? And that's track.
Would you like to race him when he gets home?
I would beat Noah Lyles.
You think so?
I would beat Noah Lyles.
Like by a lot?
No, I wouldn't beat him by a lot, but I would beat Noah Lyles.
I'd like to see that happen.
And guess what? When I beat him, I'm going to put on a COVID mask.
Oh, God.
And let him know I mean business. Because I do mean business.
That's where Tyreek Hill, I admire the fact that he still can get lured into a pissing contest that doesn't need to be gotten into. Like the whole... Yeah, people say that all the time. It's like one of the oldest comedians' jokes is still in existence. It's like, why do they call it the World Championship when it's... Now, in other sports, like baseball forever before it was a worldwide sport, it was easy because you're like, look, this is the only country they really play baseball. Yeah, you're the de facto world champion because nobody else is really playing baseball. Yeah. It gets dicier with baseball and basketball and hockey these days because there's some really good international leagues, you know? With football, it's still... There's no other country right now that is a hotbed of NFL talent. There's a few international players here and there. So you're the world champion. But if a track guy wants to go off and spout off about it, you just let him. It's punching down to even respond to
That's what I...
You know, every 4 years. It's not, and I'm not saying that without trying to win the argument or anything. It's just like, yeah, okay, go for it. You do you. But I don't know. When it comes to actually sprinting... The problem is this, that Tyreek Hill, if he had trained as a sprinter full-time for the last 8 years, yeah, he might be the fastest guy in the world. Who knows? But it's so those guys, their technique and everything else and their strategy and training is so refined that I don't think for a second that he would win in a 100-meter dash.
No.
Not to mention just running 100 meters.
Right.
Like there's a pacing element to running 100 meters.
Oh.
They have to the last 40 meters is more about how well you manage your body decelerating, because the body can only go so hard for so long. Like all that stuff that factors into it, I don't think there's a chance in hell he'd beat him in the 100-meter dash.
Noah Lyles is the classic example of that. He trailed the entire race until the last 5 meters. Like he was way behind in that 100-meter dash.
Yeah, there's just way too much technique involved and way more than you would ever think. But it's like anything else in life. When you take something that looks simple but compete at the highest level, it gets super refined.
Yep.
So I don't think he should have made that challenge. If now 40-yard dash, maybe different.
40,
I don't know.
okay. Yeah, maybe.
You know, the 40-yard dash, does Noah Lyles not have like a really good start? Is he known as a guy who's better in the back half of the 100?
I'm not a track and field guy. I just know in the 100-meter Olympic race that he won the gold medal in, he was way back to start and came back at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, there's too much. Like even just as opposed to, and I know that Tyreek Hill has done all this stuff, but it's he hasn't been training full-time his entire life for it, so I don't think so. But I do credit him with perhaps ultimately he might boost track and field's elevation if he did
charity race.
You did a one-time event, an exhibition. He'd get a nice TV payday from it, and a lot of people would watch it.
Netflix. Yeah. This is one of those, like Netflix has started to dabble in this stuff. The Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing, the Joey Chestnut, Kobayashi thing, right on Labor Day.
This thing really could happen. Some of the golf events that they've been doing with celebrities.
Yeah. I'm here for it. It's a great idea.
It's Tyreek's idea.
It's your idea to put it on pay-per-view, though, just now, or Netflix or whatever. Arian Foster, on his macro dosing podcast, they got talking about, that's the name of the podcast. They may macro dose on there. They got talking about Andre Johnson, who is hyper-relevant right now because he just went into the Hall of Fame. Arian Foster talks about his rookie year. Towards the end in 2009, Arian Foster ended up playing the last 4 games of 2009. He was on the practice squad all year. This is a great Andre Johnson story from Arian Foster.
I didn't talk to him like my entire rookie year. Like we just didn't ever speak until the last. This is a funny story. We didn't really speak to each other. Like this is Dre doesn't talk. And then we play in Miami. He's from Miami, and that was one of the last games that I got to start. And we in the huddle, and we end up with the 4-minute drill, which is like you got to run the clock out in order. And if you get a first down, game over, right? And so, like I said, Dre Norman's presence was just there. Right before the last drive, we gotta go down. We gotta get a couple first downs to win the game. Dre turned to me and he said, "Hey, Arian." And I turned. I'm like, "What's up, Dre? Run us up out of here, man." And I was like, "Okay, man." I was like, "I'm gonna do it for you, man." Dre don't ever speak, so I was like, "That's dope."
And the video is really funny because Arian gets this scared look on his face, reliving, telling Andre, I got you, Dre.
Yeah, it's that was it was a really good Arian Foster story because he has that presence about him, or a really good Andre Johnson story. He has that presence about him, and Arian at that point in his career was still, he was young, fresh Arian, where it's like, hey, he loved everybody and everything.
He was on the practice squad 2 weeks before that. That was
A
lot of people think 2010 was his first year. It was like, no, he was on the practice squad for most of 2009, and he got to play in the last 4 games of the year, and he was really, really good.
I apologize, by the way. I meant to send that clip to you. I meant to send you that clip like 3 weeks ago, and I realized I didn't. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. It's okay.
I do this all the time, everybody. I'll be like, Sean, I sent you that clip, and then I check my messages like, oh, nope, never did it.
Oh, okay. Was that?
Yeah.
Was that the look? You had a look on your face as that clip started. Like it was.
Yeah, I was like, I never sent it to him, did I?
Okay.
Damn it. I apologize. I had it when it was fresh and new.
Yeah.
And I neglected to send it.
Well, it just popped up on mine. It's funny anytime. David Anderson told a similar story to Jonathan Alexander piece that Jonathan did about Andre, where he just collected a bunch of Andre anecdotes, and David Anderson said as a rookie in 2006 he was so intimidated by Andre because Andre never talked, and he never said, like, and especially younger players, like like didn't walk up and talk to you or whatever, and then DA made a play in practice one day, and Andre came over and tapped him on the helmet, and he thought it was DA thought it was the coolest thing ever. Like it was the validation. Like, I made a play.
I remember my rookie year after we lost in the playoffs to Denver. This was when I was in Jacksonville, obviously. I'd played a good amount that year for a rookie, and Jimmy Smith was the guy at the time. Like Jimmy Smith, he had, his personal battles that he had that probably kept him. He was a Hall of Fame caliber player. Could have been in the Hall of Fame if he'd, been in a different situation. But I'd never talked to him before, I don't think. And we were riding on the bus home from the airport. So by that point, it was probably like 3 a.m. by the time we got home from Denver. And Jimmy just started, complimenting me on how I played that year and everything. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I still get, I get a little teary thinking about it. It's acknowledgement from this guy that you almost look at like you're almost a fan, I didn't talk to him the whole season. He's on the other side of the ball. I'm just a rookie trying to keep my mouth shut. And that was very motivational for the rest of my career in a lot of ways. So it means a lot. I tell veteran players that all the time. You'll be blown away by guys who'll come up to you years later and tell you about a conversation you don't even remember having.
Yep.
So never forget to encourage the young guys.
Yeah, man.
It goes a long way.
And it takes 10 seconds to do it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's the
yeah.
exponential effect of spending 10 seconds doing something.
Yeah, and Andre, and because people had so much respect for him, and because when he didn't speak for no reason.
Right.
It felt like you were uncovering a precious gem when he spoke to you about something.
Something we saw on the Astros broadcast last night, I cannot wait to see it play out in practice tonight. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
Mokaram Law is on your side if you have been in an accident.
Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. We will talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a few minutes here. Yusei Kikuchi, third start as an Astro tonight. Talked about this earlier in the show. Kikuchi, pretty cool shot of him in the dugout last night. Got his little iPad in front of him there, kind of studying things about the Tampa Bay Rays. He's got a lot of experience pitching against the Rays because he was in Toronto. Spencer Arrighetti sitting next to him. They're kind of giving feedback to each other. Here was Julia Morales kind of taking us through that as it was playing out on our TV screens.
I am quickly learning what it takes to be a winning organization with just how much video these guys are watching and how they talk to each other and how they help each other. He is just really impressed with everything that's going on right now in the Astros organization, which is great to hear.
It's, and that was cool. And it was cool to see. And it's fun to watch the interaction. Especially when you look at like Arrighetti and Yusei Kikuchi, like theoretically, these are two guys that are competing with each other for potentially a spot in the playoff rotation. You know what I mean? Like there is an internal competition that goes with that, And
during that point in the broadcast, they were showing Kikuchi sitting next to Arrighetti and Arrighetti consulting with Kikuchi on what he was seeing. Kikuchi was scouting the Rays batters because he's pitching tonight. And I think it was Kendall Graveman sitting next to him. He had his hand over his face. Sometimes I forget that Kendall Graveman is still around.
Yeah.
He was Kendall Graveman took some pitches off the mound yesterday at Fenway. So it was a little bit of a reminder that the Astros pitching coaching staff and analytics staff and really the entire system from A-ball on up it's different than it is in most places. Kikuchi's been to a couple places, and he's never seen like this for the Astros. And I just, after that horrific beginning to the season for the Astros pitching staff, they've been the best pitching staff in baseball since they started their turnaround. It made me feel good necessarily this season as much as just the future of the Astros.
Yeah.
Especially when you're going against a team like the Rays, which against all odds has remained competitive just by virtue of developing players. They never, ever retain them.
Yeah.
But they're one of the other gold standards in pitcher development with the Rays. The Astros are like the Rays, but add money.
Yes.
It just kind of like the Red Sox took what the A's did with Moneyball back in the day, added money to it, and won a championship with it.
Yeah.
That's where it's still a really good situation for pitchers in Houston.
It's funny, but when you take Julia, hey Ben, play it one more time because it was pretty quick. When you play what Julia said right here.
But he says, they are so prepared here. I am quickly learning what it takes to be a winning organization with just how much video these guys are watching and how they talk to each other and how they help each other. He is just really impressed with everything that's going on right now in the Astros organization, which is great to hear.
I don't know, man. Like, I just feel... And you laid it out well earlier, Seth, where you said sometimes, like, it's stuff is good for yourself, but it's the willingness not just to do it, but once you do it, to stick with it. Yeah. And you made kind of this...
like financial management, healthy eating, all those things. We all know what we should be doing.
All those things. And yet, like, that stuff there, especially at the end there, like, boy, the way they talk to each other and help each other out and things like that, like, that just sounds so basic. I'm like, man, what ratchet clubhouse has Yusei Kikuchi spent his time in the last 5 years,
I think it's kind of my skepticism over Cliff Kingsbury as an editor is that when you would watch those, I had a hard time criticizing Kyler Murray for a perceived lack of, doing film work away from the building and everything, because I don't know if he was being given the tools to actually do all that stuff.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury's offense never evolved into a genuine NFL offense, and it showed up. That's why midway through the season, those teams would start to know exactly what was going on with the Cardinals offense. It was, the guys who weren't the primary receiver in a one-read offense were just lazing through their routes. Defensive backs knew it. And that's where Cliff Kingsbury lacked that commitment to the obsessive attention to detail that's really the hard thing to do. Yeah, you could have executed that offense a lot better than you did, but nobody actually gave a damn or even knew what they were supposed to be doing when it came to the finer stuff. So it's easy to look at and say we should do some of that, what the Astros are doing, versus, hey, we should revamp our entire pitching system from A ball on up to where everybody's doing the same things all the time. That takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's like running a full court press in basketball.
Right.
In college. Easy to do.
Yeah.
Or easy to recognize and to say, like, oh, yeah, that's what we should be doing. It's a lot harder to get guys to commit to that over the course of an entire season.
So Texans back at practice in about an hour and a half. 11:30 practice starts today. I'll be anxious to see Consol's back out there on Sunday with, back at starting left tackle with the ones. He was doing everything in 11-on-11. So let's see if he's back out there. I'm anxious to see if Joe Mixon actually gets reps, Seth, in the 11-on-11 portion. He was suited up at practice and did the individual drills. Christian Harris is the one that is starting to concern me a little bit. He got back out there on Sunday and was fairly quickly. He aggravated something because he went back in the building shortly.
It feels too much like Kyle Tucker right now.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
especially because I went back and looked. My memory at the time when that first day of training camp, we're all kind of looking around, trying to, the first day of training camp, I'm trying to learn the new guys' numbers and everything, and I'm looking around, and it occurred to me like midway through the practice, hey, Christian Harris isn't out here.
Yeah.
Didn't I see him in a couple of videos talking about how healthy he feels and how ready he is for the season?
Right.
So I went back and I saw Aaron Wilson had a video of him working out on like July 15th out in the heat somewhere in Houston with a private coach. And it's been very mysterious because it seemed like, okay, well, it's no big deal apparently, but it's just tweaked something and he won't be here for a little bit. But now we're heading down to, the fourth week of training camp?
Yeah.
And he still hasn't participated in a full practice yet. I'm getting kind of nervous about it.
I am too, because that's a position where you're not like, okay, well, the next guy up is so-and-so. Like if one of the starting the three wide receivers went out, like, all right, well, you still got Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz. You can still figure out a way. Defensive tackle. I know none of them are world beaters, but you feel like there's 4, 5, 6 guys there where if one goes out, you're okay with the next guy that goes in. A linebacker ain't that. Like it's Azeez Al-Shire, a healthy Christian Harris, and then who knows what after that.
Like it was Henry To'oTo'o and I think Neville Hewitt were in the base to start the game last week.
Yeah, I think so.
So like Henry To'oTo'o is still very much a work in progress, I think, and I do think that he looks more confident and decisive and more like an NFL linebacker on the field from the limited glimpses I saw of him, but it's not the same as having Christian Harris out there. So it's not an awesome situation right now.
I thought this same thing when you brought up Micah Parsons earlier. We were talking about CeeDee Lamb just because of Micah's relationship with C.J. Stroud. Just simple question on the text page. Could you all see Parsons ever in a Texans uniform?
I don't know if he's got. Boy, that's hard to turn down an incredible edge rusher. It's really, really hard to turn down an incredible edge rusher. I don't know if he's DeMeco Ryans' ideal edge rusher. DeMeco Ryans wants a certain element of physicality versus the run as well as the pass, and I'm not quite sure that's like his dream scenario. But I wouldn't turn it down.
No.
I'm not going to kick him out of bed for eating crackers.
No. Yeah. In a perfect world, Will Anderson becomes your Micah Parsons, the edge guy that you pay $30+ million a year to. That's in a perfect world. John Lopez and Figgy Figure here.
I've predicted it.
Predicted what?
That Micah Parsons eventually will be a Texan.
He's going to be a Texan?
Yeah. No, it won't be anytime soon.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but...
he's heading into year 4.
Yeah.
So that Cowboys don't have to do anything with it for 2 more years.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that Mike Zimmer, I could see Mike Zimmer strangling him on the field. I could see Mike Zimmer
Cowboys,
butting heads
DC,
with Micah
yeah.
Parsons.
To be fair to Micah Parsons, I could see Mike Zimmer strangling a lot of people on the field.
Yeah, not to death or anything, but
No.
and who's the basketball coach? Was it
no, it was
Bobby Knight choked a student.
No, the guy that was
Latrell Sprewell and PJ Carlissimo.
Yeah, Carlissimo.
Yeah, PJ Carlissimo. I could see him pulling a PJ Carlissimo at some point this year. Well, look, Daniil Hunter, when he talked about how, hey, he's been able to play this is the first time he's been able to play this wide open, just pin your ears back and go system.
Yeah.
He was in Mike Zimmer's system before that, hyper disciplined, and not the same. And Mike Zimmer is one of the best defensive coordinators who's ever put on a headset.
Yeah.
I feel like there could be a potential personality issue brewing there at some point.
Yeah, I could see that. How you fellas doing?
Man, great.
How we
Pretty
feeling?
good, man.
Yeah, What's going
absolutely
on?
great. Feeling hashtag
It's
blessed.
the first time we get to see you all week because we're out of here at 8 o'clock on Mondays.
Yes.
So practice starts at 11:30 today.
Yeah, I don't like it.
If you need, you're here. Why do you? what don't you like about it?
I'm worried about you.
Oh, you are?
I'll
be fine.
I'm worried about everybody.
8 heat decks out there today.
Dude. Well, I got in my truck yesterday. I got to get one of those little windshield cover things from the inside.
Oh, yeah.
It was 118
I've never had one of those before.
I haven't either. To me, it's too big of a hassle.
We actually criticized people that had that.
Dude,
But
it was 118 when I got in my truck.
No,
Hold on, what was the criticism
You're
of people
soft.
having those?
Yeah, no, the thing was, you'll have people just going into a convenience store and put the thing up. It's just you in there for 2 seconds.
Yes, Houston. I don't even know
But
that.
now, I get what y'all saying now. I understand.
Now you understand.
I wasn't familiar with y'all work.
Figgy, I had a dozen eggs in the passenger seat, and I didn't want them to be hard-boiled by the time I came out.
Well, that shade isn't going to help.
A dozen eggs. I came out of the store and there's an omelet sitting in my front seat.
It ain't going to help.
Yeah. Man, the Stros. Are you excited for Kikuchi tonight?
I am. We're all going to have a great night with Kikuchi.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to set you up for some sophomoric joke.
I literally just said we're all going to have a great night with Kikuchi.
Okay. Maybe I was putting thoughts in
No,
your
you
head.
weren't.
putting thoughts in your head.
You were not.
Yeah, man.
Well, Kikuchi's a good test, too, because his first start was versus the Rays, and they had seen him before. They were familiar with him. But they were kind of ambushed by him adding the changeup so much.
Mm-hmm.
So where now they've had the benefit of a couple of weeks of reflecting on it, we'll see exactly what their response is.
Yeah, that was the one game they won against the Rays was the one Kikuchi pitched.
It's happening with the Astros.
Yeah, you killed them earlier this year.
I know.
Where are you? Have you come?
I thought they were dead.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well,
excuse me for having an opinion.
But have you apologized to them for this?
Apologize to the Astros?
No, I'm just joking. I hate when people apologize. I'm just joking. I hate when people apologize for opinions.
I hate when people say they need to apologize.
Right.
They owe so-and-so an apology. Who are you to say if they owe an apology?
Right. So so now it's happening for the Astros.
It feels like it's happening, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think we're a couple Verlander rehab starts away from having a full six-pack out there.
Isn't that what they said yesterday? One more?
Did you guys see the video of Kyle Tucker?
I did.
What'd you think?
From McTaggart?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many years is he away from playing baseball?
Charles Barkley out there in right field. Yeah.
He looked like me running.
Yeah,
he did. I'm not, and that's not a compliment.
He looked like Fred Sanford out there, man.
He's red.
It did. No, I think it looked like any of us when we realized that the crosswalk light has changed, and you're kind of like, I guess I should do my version of running here.
Yeah. Thanks for staying. Thanks for not going. Thanks for not going.
Yeah.
All right. We are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station.
Not you, Figgy. I just meant the middle-aged folks that are present. Yeah,
and me.
Figgy gets.
I think I'm close to that. I think I'm close to that middle-aged folks.
And John's middle-aged at heart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So we're done. In the Loop is up now. Seth, antibodies sounds good. I may check in with you guys from out of Texas.
Yeah, I already put it on the dock.
Okay.
So,
okay. Well, I'm in. It's doc official. All right.
I was going to text you later. Let's do it right
now.
now.
Don't call me. I'll call you.
D'Amico talks at 1 p.m. our time?
I believe so,
yes.
Yeah.
So this is a tease for our listeners. How's 1240 grab you?
Good. Yes,
1240.
12:40. Yeah, assuming they're done. I'll text you when they're all done with practice.
All right.
Yeah,
All right. That's a
off
wrap.
the practice field.
Good meeting.
Yeah. I'm glad we had this talk. Figgy Fig, John Lopez, Chris Santiago is producing today. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That is, of course, if Sean is able.
Yeah, assuming I'm still alive.
Yes. I have an unreasonable, very, I guess, overzealous worry about you and hats. I just, hats.
That I don't ever wear one?
I don't understand it.
Because I put sunscreen on
But
my
your
head.
head gets hot.
Do you wear hats?
No. I get hotter wearing hats.
Do you wear hats?
No, you don't.
No, I do.
Look it up. Look it up.
Look, he's telling you like it's a fact.
Look it up.
It's like certain foods, Figgy, it's like certain foods affect people a certain way, and John is applying how they affect him. Like, no, like I get hot. I'm hotter. I'm less. How's this? I'm less comfortable wearing a hat out there. Plus,
that is acceptable.
Plus, I don't look good in hats either. I don't have a good hat head. I have a beautiful bald head.
Yes, you do.
My scalp is perfectly. Thank you. That's uncomfortable. No, I'm less comfortable with hats. How's
Okay,
that?
I'll
Are you
accept
telling me
that.
it's a physiological fact that I'm actually cooler with a hat on?
I think you should Google it.
Yeah.
Do you own a
wear
hat?
Scully.
I own several because the Texans give us like 7 every year. Like
you
ball
don't wear
caps.
them.
I don't wear them. No, I give them to people.
Yeah. All right.
The Texans, if you're listening, don't stop giving them to me because those hats make me very popular with people.
We'll listen to all your hallucinations at 12:40.
But are you worried about me getting like skin cancer or anything?
No, heat.
Just heat.
Heat.
Okay.
Like premier athletes get heat exhaustion.
Yeah, well,
You're not a premier athlete.
That's a kick.
You'll be fine, man.
All right, go enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Figgy.
We'll talk to you at 12:40. How you feeling today, man?
Man, I'm feeling good, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, man.
Anything happening? I'm going somewhere with this, by the way.
Okay, what's happening?
I'm going. How you feeling? Are you #blessed?
I'm blessed. I'm always blessed,
You
man.
feeling lucky?
Yeah.
You lucky?
I'm always lucky. I feel like me being here is lucky.
Chris, how you feeling today, man?
Blessed and lucky.
Blessed and lucky. How do you feel, folks? 713-572-4610. And here's where I'm going with this. I'm really, I'm watching everything that's happening yesterday. I'm watching everything happening this morning. And I'm like, we're so lucky. We have never said those words. Like ever, hardly ever, as a Houston sports fan, we are fortunate. We've got the Astros, as I was talking with Sean and Seth, sort of just looking the part again. They shouldn't. They really shouldn't, but they're looking the part. The Rockets, whatever, I think they're going in the right direction, but that's not what I'm talking about. Texans is what it's all about. Because I saw something last night, and I said, you know what? That's a topic right there. That's a topic right there. It was a Carolina Panthers fan. And the Carolina Panthers fan was talking about...
Bless their hearts.
Yes, bless their little hearts. He was talking about Bryce Young, talking about, the struggle. I think he's thrown 3 or 4 interceptions. He's seen a couple of good things out of him, et cetera. He says, damn, wish we were as lucky as the Texans. When was the last time that was ever uttered?
Yeah.
When was that ever uttered?
Yeah, no, I don't remember that ever being the case. Oh, man, I wish I was the Texans.
Yeah.
Nah, man. I think we talk about how lucky the Houston Texans are.
Mm-hmm.
How about how unlucky the Carolina Panthers are, man?
Or go around the league.
Yeah.
I mean, go around the league with some of these. Do you think Jacksonville fans feel lucky?
Nah, they don't feel lucky, but I feel like they in the place where
they got their fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think they in the place where we were a couple years ago, where you on this mediocre treadmill, and you don't know if you're gonna get better, or you don't know you're gonna get worse, and you just stuck.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for this air quote luck, I mean, Kirk Cousins could be the Texans quarterback right now. All these weird things that have happened over the last couple of years. I mean, do you think Tampa Bay feels lucky? Yeah, they like Baker Mayfield, but do you think they feel lucky? Here's the thing. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think you can get some fortunate breaks, but the whole thing about you're making your luck, everything we're talking about with this team, it appears to be lucky. Let's just go back a little bit. Think about the luckiest break you've ever gotten in your life. Like, we've all had some bad times and good times, but we've all had that one lucky break. Think about that lucky break. I think you had something to do with it. And I'm talking to the listeners. I'm talking to you, Chris, and everything. Like, if you don't have to mention it now, but go back, and I know you're thinking of something. I know Chris is. I am too. Like, the luckiest break I ever had, I felt lucky. I think I had something to do with it. I think whether it was and you did too. Everybody has. Whether it was how you handled yourself in front of these people, or how these things broke, or whatever. And this is why I'm feeling like, yes, there was some good fortune involved, but let's go back a little bit. Okay, Deshaun Watson. We thought we had it, the world by a string or whatever. Nick Caserio made that luck.
Yeah.
Like that deal. Yeah. Nick Caserio holding out for 3 first-round picks and everything else, and not giving Deshaun the deal, making the next team, which ended up being Cleveland, give him that big guarantee, that new deal and all that stuff, which made it more attractive. He made that luck.
Yeah, I think not only did he make that luck, but he took, which was, I'm using this loosely, only 3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Which is, to me, that's a lot, but like that could have just been 3 players, right? Could just pick 3 players right there and kept it moving. But that team needed so much more, so what'd he do? He trade back, get more picks, trade up to get 2, a number 2 and number 3 overall pick.
Yep.
He made so many other picks where, you can see the tree, everything that happened from those 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. That was one of my other points, like the getting Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. You feel like you're lucky? Hell no. That was Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans making that luck.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that just luck.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like that was Nick Caserio, making those moves to be able to do that, because like I said, he could have just picked wherever the Browns were landed with those picks, and kept it moving, but he didn't. He moved back, he moved up, he traded out of picks and all that stuff. Like, he was doing that, and one of the picks was how they got Stephon Diggs.
Yes, exactly.
So you got this whole list of ways how he used just those 3 first-round picks and then the other later picks. But he did all of that to rebuild this team, man. Yeah. It's impressive.
Let's talk about some other air quote luck. Boy, they're really lucky they got D'Amico Ryans. No, they're not. They're not lucky. This was the difference between the Texans now and the Texans for 20 whatever years before that. It wasn't luck. Cal and Hanna got involved. That was a conscious decision to get involved in the next head coaching hire. Nick Caserio swallowed his pride. He had guys that he wanted to bring in. Gannon, was going to be the guy. But he swallowed his pride, was flexible, and got it done. D'Amico Ryans would not be here. It might look like, hey, they got lucky. D'Amico wanted to go back. No, that wasn't luck.
Yeah, I don't look at it as, to me, I wouldn't call it luck. I would call it part of the plan.
Yes.
Because the 2 years before D'Amico got here, who was the head coach? It was old boy
Lovey
and David Culley.
Yeah.
And those guys wasn't going to be around for long.
Yeah.
And that made it just enough time for Nick Caserio to kind of build this team a little bit.
That wasn't luck either.
Yeah.
He did that on purpose.
That was part of the plan, man. Yeah. Because remember when they hired these guys, we like, what are they doing?
I was saying, you remember this. I was saying this is not an accident. Yeah. He's doing this on purpose to to tear it down, build some cap room, which they are now using, and then get the coach that they want in here. That wasn't luck.
Yeah. And so I think it was just the perfect plan, because now, year 3, you got D'Amico Ryans that's available. And, you got the draft picks, and, you got possible quarterbacks you could get right there. And it just made so much sense, especially with D'Amico being this, a franchise favorite.
Yeah.
Right here. So it just made perfect sense, because even, let's say it was like everything happened year 2. I don't know if D'Amico Ryans would have been available.
Exactly. Like the timing,
so it
everything.
Somebody else.
Like it just made me smile. We wish we were lucky like the Texans. No, man, and let's go to the most important one. So if you say the Texans were lucky, fortunate, or whatever to get C.J. Stroud, I think there is some truth there, depending on how you look at it. But they also, like, we were all in on Bryce Young. I can tell you because I quote unquote broke the news the day of the draft that they were going to draft C.J. Stroud. They wanted C.J. Stroud all along. It was like they may not have even drafted. Might have been Will Anderson. See, they might not have even drafted Bryce Young if C.J. Stroud was taken. This was the Ian Rappaport talking about how the Texans versus the Panthers looked at Bryce Young.
Bryce Young visited the Carolina Panthers, who have the #1 overall selection yesterday, and today took the next step, took a quick little flight down to Houston to visit with the Houston Texans, who of course have the #2 overall pick. Now, both of these teams were down, had representation down at Alabama Pro Day. Both these teams have spent time with Bryce Young. I would say with the Carolina Panthers probably spending a little more time in person at dinner and all of that around Alabama Pro Day. The Texans doing their own process, did not have as big a presence at Pro Day, but that's what this top 30 visit, as they are called, is for. We do not know for sure what the Carolina Panthers are going to do at 1. Certainly it is at least a possibility that Bryce Young is available at 2. And this is Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans and the Houston Texans doing their due diligence, making sure they know absolutely everything they can about these quarterbacks, and speak that it is these 2 quarterbacks and then the others. Texans want to take a really good look at one of the top ones.
So if you look back at it now, you can tell, like sometimes it's just a smoke screen when they don't really have an extended visit with a quarterback, and they're kind of, quote, doing their due diligence, and you think, okay, maybe they're kind of throwing people off the scent, and they really like Bryce Young. I don't think so. I think it was C.J. Stroud all along.
Yeah, and I think, and back to the luck question, I think it was a tiny bit of luck.
For that there was
a tiny bit of luck, but still, I still would give credit to DeMeco and Nick Caserio because they had to make the pick. They could have, because there was a lot of people here in this building, a lot of people out there pretty much saying, hey, trade back and get more picks, or pick Will Anderson and get your quarterback next season and all this other stuff. Those were the conversations. They didn't have to go with a quarterback right there.
Right.
And we heard the criticism of C.J. Stroud and quarterbacks from Ohio State and all this other stuff. And they went with the quarterback from Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, imagine how different things would be right now if, for some reason, the Panthers did get C.J. Stroud, the Texans passed on Bryce Young, got Will Anderson. We would just be in the early stages of rebuilding. Like Stephon Diggs wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Maybe not Tank Dell, I don't know. But that was a factor because they had C.J. Stroud already and they had confidence in him and all that. And we're going to actually see it on Saturday afternoon. You know, Daniel Jones is getting his first start with the Giants against the Texans on Saturday. The Giants.
Yeah, and that's the worst position to be in because you seen Daniel Jones last season.
Yeah.
And he was not good. You done paid him.
Yeah.
And he's not looking good. And that head coach might end up losing his job, too, if they have a bad year again. So, we're not in that position. So that's a great thing.
I mean, Brian Daboll could be coaching for his job this year. Daniel Jones, you don't know what you have. They don't even know who's calling the plays in New York. Like, that would have been the Texans. Like, they would have been in those, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know who would have been the quarterback. Like, would they have drafted a quarterback? Mills, maybe Mills would have still been a quarterback, or maybe they would have just recycled somebody that was out there. It would have been ugly. It wouldn't have been no playoffs. It wouldn't have been no legendary moments.
No.
And also the other little random, the smaller stuff that don't even matter on the field, I don't even know if it would have hit right.
Right.
So, like, uniforms and the uniform reveal party. And
for sure.
All that stuff.
Cal and Hannah and all that stuff.
I don't know if that stuff would have hit the same.
I don't think it would have. You're never going to convince me that the Texans have been lucky this last year plus, because if you say they were lucky this last year plus, then you could conceivably say that they were unlucky the 20-whatever before. They weren't unlucky. They didn't make the right moves. They hired Bill O'Brien, big mistake. They brought in this array of quarterbacks. They never got a quarterback until Deshaun Watson. Maybe they didn't even, I mean, it was a surprise to everybody, including in that building, but maybe they would have found out more about Deshaun Watson, you know, and what he was really like if they were different people. And you go back to the so-called glory years, you know, of the early 2010s. Like, they didn't get it all right. They had great players, but they didn't get it all right. So were they just unlucky?
Nah, I think honestly, I wouldn't even say unlucky. I would say things happen for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, let's say after that playoff collapse against Kansas City, let's say they fired Bill O'Brien and they brung in somebody else. Maybe Deshaun would have been happy. Maybe he would have never requested a trade. And I don't know if the allegations and the massage stuff would have came out then. But if it did, maybe what if Deshaun didn't want to go anywhere?
Yeah.
Let's say he wanted to stay in Houston, and would the Texans still traded him? Would they would have kept him and try to protect him a little bit? I don't know. It would have been a lot of stuff happen if some of those stuff didn't go the way it did.
Yeah. No, it's not luck.
So
it might feel like it because we're not used to it, but it's not luck.
So in hindsight, just Bill O'Brien not getting fired that year and going into the 2020 season,
absolutely,
that helped out a lot.
Absolutely, because who knows who would have been the coach even with all these good things happening.
Yeah, you probably could have missed out on DeMeco Ryans.
You think it was just luck that all of a sudden they realized to get rid of Jack Easterby? No, Andre Johnson had something to do with that. I think everybody who knew him well, including us on this station, had something to do with that. I think them opening their eyes and finally realizing what Jack Easterby was, that wasn't luck. Oh, I guess we'll just get rid of him now. No, that wasn't luck.
Yeah, plus it was people in that building that too.
Yeah.
The reason why. So, yeah.
All right, well, curiosity is getting the best of me, Figgy. I do have to ask you, because I know you were thinking of something. Luckiest break. What was it?
I would probably say the luckiest break, I guess before I got into the media business, I decided to go to a broadcasting school just to work at a rap station because at the time I was rapping.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, you know what, just give them my demo and all that stuff. And I didn't even know it was a whole
that wasn't luck.
Yeah. I didn't know it was a whole world of,
It might have felt like luck.
Yeah. To me, it felt like luck because I'm like, man, I didn't know I could actually do this.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I found a whole different career.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I moved down here where I'm like, man, sports talk ain't that bad after all.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine was coming to Houston. Like I won this award, the Texas Headliners Award for writing columns. And I thought, cool, or whatever, maybe I'll get a raise. Nah, one of the judges worked at the Houston Chronicle. Like one of the judges was an editor at the Houston Chronicle, and decided, he tried to bring me to Houston. That's not luck. It felt lucky.
Yeah,
but that's not luck.
Yeah, I think, like I said, everything happens for a reason, man. Like it's all part of God's plan. I always say God's plan.
Yeah, not to get hokey, but don't think for a second, boy, are we lucky. Nah, man, there was a lot behind that.
Nah, man, it was a lot of sad times, man.
A lot behind that. Hey, Texans are going to be on the practice field midday. We'll get into that. I don't like it, but I think they'll take care of it. They're good. They're good at their jobs. We're talking about not being lucky. They're good at their jobs, but next, man, the Astros have the look. I mean, I don't think that's deniable. They are not lucky, and I'm going to explain why next.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see. In the starters' first preseason action, C.J. Stroud led the offense on an easy touchdown drive, and Daniil Hunter made a strong first impression.
tear. Bregman hits number 18 on the year. And the Astros jump in front 1-0.
That's a heck of a way to celebrate winning Player of the Week, is getting off to an electric start by hitting a bomb here in Tampa Bay. Breggy bomb on the board.
3 straight games with a home run for Bregman.
They have the look, don't they?
They do.
They look. This looks familiar.
This look like the boogeyman to me. Somebody that every team in the league is scared of.
This looks familiar.
Like,
and
just think about if you was other teams, you'd be like, oh,
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Oh, man, there go the Astros.
Absolutely. And, I mean, hey, we were just talking about it during the break. You know, OG sauce goes good with everything. It goes good with everything, including when you say on May 28th that the Astros are done. It goes really good with that. Half game ahead of the Mariners. The Mariners ain't going nowhere, so it's going to get real interesting. Nah, man, look, as far as like where the Astros were and where they are now, seeing everything that we saw on May 28th, I'd probably say the same thing all over again. They just didn't look. And by the way, you know, all these people, hey, Lopez, you did blah, 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 blah. Like you were saying the opposite.
We knew it was going to happen.
Like
we knew they was
you were
pick
saying
up like this.
You are lying your ass off. I was just the only one.
It was part of the plan.
I was just one of the very few that had the opinion of, yeah, this ain't looking like the old Astros. So get the hell out of here with all that.
Man.
I get it, and I'm saying it right now. They look the part. They look familiar. I'm not going to say the part because it's going to be tough, and they are missing some people. Well, just to update from what Joe Spada and Brian McTaggart were sharing yesterday, Kyle Tucker looks like me trying to run. And
look like Fred Sanford, man.
Although
all he needs is Sanford and Son music. He out there.
It ain't gonna be a cakewalk. And if I'm wrong on that, I'll admit that too. But it looks like it's gonna go down to the wire here. But they have the look. Kyle Tucker looks. Spada said his progress. He's been encouraged. I don't know what about him running in the outfield exactly encouraged him, but okay. Now Justin Verlander, that is encouraging. I think he's going to have one more start before joining the team next week. Luis Garcia, not so much. Luis Garcia, it's looking a lot more like he's not going to pitch this year. I'm actually good with that.
Yeah, I see. A lot of people were counting on that because back when the Astros were struggling, a lot of people kept saying, "Oh, wait till Luis Garcia come back." And some people even brought up Lance McCullers. I wouldn't count on that.
Yeah,
like I would be fine if they come back next year. Just try to get healthy. Don't try to rush back and try to get in there like that. But yeah, I'm not counting on Luis Garcia. But as far as Justin Verlander, like I'm not even expecting that much from him. I said it before. Just give me 5-6 innings. And we good.
Yeah.
We good at that point.
Now, I said May 28th. I meant May 8th. On May 8th, the Astros were 12-24. And Bregman was struggling, and pitching was problematic, and dudes were going on the IL with Tommy John surgery. Since then, they're 50-31. I believe that's either tied or is the best record in baseball since then. So, it's been a complete turnaround. I think Bregman and Jordan, obviously, players of the week, co-players of the week last week, have had the most to do with it. But, look, everybody's taken part. Yainer Diaz yesterday. Like, this is why I said that they have the look. That looked like the kind of win that the Astros just have always done when they're making their runs. They suck the life out of you early. And then they just keep you pressed down. This was Yainer in the third inning, going up 5-0.
Yainer drives one high and deep to left field. Forget about it. 5-0 Astros. The fast break offense continues here in Tampa Bay after a huge weekend in Beantown.
Turning this place into the Thunderdome. Hey, bartender. Triple up. That's a Yainer bomb.
I'm not exactly sure on that reference. You know that reference?
Nah.
You know that reference, Chris?
I think he's trying to go Jaeger bomb.
Jaeger bomb, yeah.
Jaeger bomb.
Okay, it just took a while. The wood was burning there for a little bit. Yeah. So they won their 6th straight. Did it in classic Astros fashion, as I just talked about. It's so the question becomes, how much of this has been, Joe Espada, hands on the dials. He always professed, I know we're going to come out of this. And how much of it is that gene, that the Astros have?
I think it's some of both, man. Like, we crushed Joe Espada all year long, but I think it took a lot for this team to get where it's at, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think this team could have just folded. They could have been sellers at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And he got this team to rally, man. Like, the bats start picking up at the right time. The pitchers start doing their thing at the right time. And I would have to give credit to the manager, man.
Well, he deserves some credit. I mean, his ability to kind of stay the course. Like you said, a lot of people above him wouldn't have. Rookie manager.
He could have lost the clubhouse.
Right.
They could have just been totally out and wanted out and just been getting ready for vacation.
Yeah. I still think it's mostly this.
And we had non-believers all along the way. I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yeah, I think because of the people that are doing it, like Bregman, really good at baseball, really confident, never doubted. Jordan himself, is becoming the Jordan that is frankly the best hitter in baseball when he's at his best. And I think that's it as much as anything. Give Joe Espada credit, but the way that game looked last night, that was the Astros saying, "Nah, man."
I think Bregman was a big key too, because I don't know about y'all, but I had lost all faith in Bregman.
Yes,
I'm thinking that's it. Remember, we talked about trading him and what you can get for him, and we even mentioned how we probably can't get anything for him because he been that bad.
Yeah.
But
we were wondering, what do you get?
Yeah, just try to get anything at this point.
Yeah.
But nah, it looked like a smart move keeping holding on to him, and he's looking like that old Bregman right now.
So let me ask both of you guys, can they do it?
Can they do what?
Get to an ALCS.
See, I'm a little nervous at that, man, because like I said, I kind of got high standards around here. I don't know about y'all.
Oh,
but
okay.
Thank you. I want to get to another ALCS.
I don't know about you guys, but
like the way everybody was talking, like I'm cool with making the playoffs, but I want to get to an ALCS or a World Series.
I think they can. I mean, the way that they're playing, bats are hot, pitching's good. I mean, playing complimentary baseball, man. That's all you can ask for, and they're going to keep going. And also, another thing on the Alex Bregman thing is you mentioned how such a good thing that they kept him. Another thing that he did well was also help Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti.
Yes.
With their pitching.
That's the gene, man.
And it's just it just shows you how keeping him really, really is helping this team grow, especially the younger guys.
Look, here's why I'm starting to believe that they can even do that. I obviously we all know they're gonna be. We all know they're gonna be in the hunt to the very end. Yeah. They would have to be considered the favorites to win the division now, even though the Mariners aren't going anywhere. But here's why, and you don't even have to squint your eyes very hard to realize they might even be in everyone's head. And
I think so. That's the thing, too.
They might be in everyone's head because let's look at the biggest competition in the American League. Forget the division. All right? Do you trust the Guardians?
Me personally, I do not.
Hell no.
I do not.
Hell no. The Yankees.
Hell no.
The Astros are their daddy.
Yeah, nah. The Astros is in. No.
Right?
No.
And then the other one, these are the three best records in baseball, okay? Guardians, I don't trust them, especially against the Astros. Yankees, who's your daddy? And then there's the Orioles. Now, they do scare me a little bit, but they ain't never been there. I mean, it's been a long
see,
time.
that's the thing. That's the good thing about baseball, man. Like, all you got to do is get into the dance.
Yeah.
And craziest stuff to happen is where, you could just go on a 3-game losing streak. You could just go cold.
Yeah.
And that's it.
The Yankees could go on a huge streak and they'd still pee themselves in front of the Astros.
Yeah, they doing it right now.
Yeah.
They doing it as we speak. They got blew out by the White Sox.
So we'll see, man. Don't forget, Baseball Talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use that savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile. We localize it next. And there's a former Texans quarterback that it's kind of silly, but I think it's just awesome, and a lot of our listeners can relate to this. And is it too much? The Astros were involved in a suspension, and I think it might be a little bit too much. That's next.
The Texans are back at NRG Stadium.
anderson.org.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, where are all my young parents out there? I know there's none in this room. Mine are having kids.
Unless you consider a dog dad.
Well, yeah, good for you. That's a little different. There's some similarities. It's a little different. You're not a young parent, Figgy. Chris is not a young parent. Where are my young parents at? Because this just made me laugh out loud. So why are we localizing this with this topic? Because Matt Leinart is a former Texans great. Or, well, former Texan.
I forgot he played here, man.
He's a former Texan anyway. So you gotta set. I gotta set it up before we listen to it, because this just made me laugh out loud. Because I have kids that are having babies, and there may or may not be news about that in the coming weeks. But I think I just broke it. Anyway,
just like you did the last time.
Just like I did the last. So. They have like a toddler and a 6-month-old, and their lives are like completely different. Like they can't do anything. Like when we say, hey, if y'all want to go do something, we'll watch Natalie. Okay, please, yes, thank you. They're like,
yes. Ain't this kind of funny? Like when they first have their first kid, and how they don't want nobody to hold it, and they just so selfish. And then about a year later,
hey, 3 months. 3 months. Hey, come, somebody, please help me.
Help, man. Cry for help.
We can't do anything. They don't dress the same. They wear like sweatpants and t-shirts. They forget to shave. They just like. You're
making me not want to have any kids,
man. Trust me, it's awesome. It's worth it.
You can save all that baloney.
But it changes your life. It's like, it's so funny. Like, what was it the other day? Oh, we gave, I believe my son and daughter-in-law a gift certificate, a gift card to Toca Madera, which is a really, really high-end Mexican restaurant here in town. It's supposed to be really, really awesome. We haven't been there, but they've been wanting to go. And they're like, okay, can we use it Saturday? Can we use it next week? Can you babysit? Can you babysit? They just want to get rid of the baby. So your lives are turned upside down.
Yeah.
Matt Leinart and his lovely wife had 2 kids. And the kids are starting to grow a little bit older. Things are starting to settle down. And then this happened.
So Josie and I have officially been married for 6 years.
And we know everything looks really perfect on Instagram.
And since we put our lives on social media, we felt like it was just time to be honest with everybody.
I mean, things really are this perfect.
We're just too happy. Life has gotten so easy.
Our toddlers are finally sleeping through the night.
We were getting 6 hours, sometimes 7 hours uninterrupted.
The kids are potty trained.
And our house no longer smells like
We can finally shove our kids' faces into iPads and enjoy an episode of Love is Blind, or honestly, any reality show that Jess Fest graces.
And date night once a month.
Sometimes twice. But the freedom of it all, it's just all too much.
We knew we had to make a change.
We took a hard look at each other and decided
to it up.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
All right. So they're having another baby. That's how they revealed it. Like their lives are like you're screwed. When in so many ways, it's a life-altering experience. There's a reason only young people have kids. Yeah. Like our listeners, our young listeners. I can't believe that now that I'm older, that we did all those things for our kids. Like man. you just sacrifice everything.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah,
but
they ain't selling me on having no kids, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Don't let it
True.
discourage
Last
you.
week I was up here watching the game with some of the fellas, and Clint was talking about his situation with his kids. He was just like, "Yeah, the little one won't sleep, and we'll wake up 5 in the morning." He was just going down the line. And I'm like, "Man, I ain't having no kids.
You're screwed."
And then he tried to come around like, "Oh no, if you had one, that'd be great. One would be great."
Chris, you ready to start having kids?
Nope. I'm good. I do not want to have any kids. Yep.
Y'all would love it. Y'all would love it and hate it. So I just thought that was funny from the former Texans legend. I know our young listeners can relate. What's the most, let's say you have a child or children under 3 years old. What's the most you've slept in the last 3 years? I'm going to say no more than 6 or 7 hours, which is good.
That's great.
But usually 3 or 4.
Man.
It's unbelievable.
See, that's crazy. I'm damn near getting 7 hours of sleep and still tired. I'm like, man, I need my full 8, maybe 9 hours, man.
Give me 9 hours.
Yeah.
That's a good night right there. All right, so this happened in the final game between the Astros and the Red Sox. And I got a question for you. So I'm hoping it was an Astros fan. They didn't identify the fan. So it was Jaron. Who was it? Jaron
Duran.
Jaron Duran was coming up the plate, struggling, scuffling, and the fan behind the backstop was saying, "You need a tennis racket. You need a tennis racket." And he responded. Shut up, you bleepin' bleeper. And the last part was more than somewhat insensitive.
Yeah.
He got suspended 2 games. I'm not saying I'm not aware of the severity of what he called this fan. 2 games still seems like a lot.
Yeah, you kind of got to look at it from the MLB point of view too.
Mm-hmm.
Like they
can't do nothing.
Yeah, they trying to satisfy everybody.
Fine him.
But somebody gonna come out and say, "Hey, that ain't enough."
Yeah,
and so they trying to be a little harsh.
It was heat of the moment. It was trash talk, and he was cursing, and he said something about the sexual identity of the fan.
Yeah.
And he said it pretty harshly. The F word, not that one.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, man.
It seemed a little harsh for a heat of the moment kind of thing.
Yeah, like if it was me, I wouldn't suspend anybody for that. But
give them a big fine.
Yeah, but they trying to please everybody else to say, hey, we're trying to be harsh, and we won't tolerate this at all.
The MLB just doesn't want backlash off of this. They want to make sure that, hey, we did something.
Yeah.
Just so they won't look bad.
I wouldn't be surprised if some people's like 2 games. That's it.
Oh, he apologized. He apologized to the fan. He did, and which I get.
The money he's getting fined is going to a certain organization too. So this is all trying to cover themselves so they won't get no backlash.
Yeah. All right, so this is kind of cool. Jared Mayo, new coach of the New England Patriots, was asked about like all the fights everywhere. You know, the Giants are coming into town. They were having slugfest with the Lions when they had their joint practices, and he was asked about what he would do and what he's told his team when it comes to fighting during practice.
Look, you don't fight in a real game. When you fight in a real game, you get fined, you get kicked out. It's the same thing here. And look, my message to the players, if you get in a fight out here, if you're a starter, you're going to play the whole preseason game. If you're not a starter, you won't play at all. And so that's kind of my mindset with that.
I love that. I love that. Starters going to have to play a whole preseason game? Hell no. I'm walking away from any fight.
Hey, they will be pissed if they had to play a whole game, man.
Yeah. And imagine like a 6th string wide receiver. Oh, you got in a fight? Well, you ain't playing. Oh, hell.
Oh, man.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, especially for the 6th string wide receiver.
Yeah.
That's messing up my check. So, we good. I'm handshaking everybody. I don't want no smoke with none of y'all.
I love it. I think that should be that should be a policy.
I agree with this, man. I mean, you got guys that starters. Okay, if I get in a fight, I'm playing the whole thing. Hey, I might get hurt. There goes my season.
Yeah. Or the worst part is all the production I'm doing on the field don't mean a damn thing because it's preseason.
Yeah.
So this don't help me at all.
And you know he ain't going to be going full bore, which means you probably have a better chance of getting hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine playing against some 6th stringers.
Yeah.
That's trying to take your head off and make the team.
So you remember Will Wagner, right? Billy Wagner's kid?
Yep.
He was in that trade. Well, the Blue Jays recently called him up. He had his first game. Guess what?
Ground ball. He's 3 for 3. Alejandro Kirk's turning around second. He's headed for third. And Will Wagner is making it look easy. He becomes the 4th Blue Jay player in franchise history to go 3 for 3, to get 3 hits, not 3 for 3, but to get 3 hits in his first big league game.
I mean, I'm not saying they're going to regret it, but this is more of like a good for Billy Wagner's kid.
Yeah.
Gets called up. He got called up a lot earlier than I thought he would, first of all.
Yeah.
And then gets 3 hits in his debut.
Nah, he looked good, man. I ain't going to sit here and say, see, the Astros, they lost the trade or anything like that.
Look at what the Astros
I think it's just good. Like, it's a good way to localize it. A kid that was in the organization that didn't get a chance to come up here.
Yeah.
Son of, I think should be a Hall of Famer.
Yes, he should.
And get 3 hits in his debut. That's good, man. Salute to him, man.
Salute to him. Hey, it's Texans Ticket Tuesday today. And that means in the noon hour, be sure to be listening. I'm going to go ahead and tell you about when we're going to give it away. But listen in the noon hour. Listen to the whole show. I'll just say this. I got to confess. We're going to give away Texans tickets.
Oh, I see what you did.
We're going to give away Texans tickets in the noon hour today. And it's going to be 2 bullpen tickets, front row of the bullpen for Saturday's game. All right, so this was bound to happen sooner or later. I've been putting it off, but this is a good day as the Texans are out on the practice field today for an 11:30 practice. It's going to be hot, and it's going to be one of the last 3 full bore practices during training camp the Texans are going to have. I think they're going to kind of get their foot off the gas pedal next week after the game as they look into the regular season. So it's a good time. Let's talk about the 53-man roster. And I went through it, and I based it all on last year's numbers, like how many receivers they kept, how many linebackers they kept. There are going to be some really, really well-known names that are going to be cut. Let's share that with you next.
Have you heard? A new era of Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, so you knew it had to happen. We're getting into 53-man roster time. I'm going to do it a little differently because I think this is going to illustrate why the Texans have so many hard decisions to make with the roster. 3 practices this week. They're taking the field here in about 20-25 minutes. And we said this yesterday, and this is what made me start thinking about this, Figgy. I think after all these practices, I believe this is 15 today, 2 games, even though, other teams, even though they have two left, they kind of already know on the whiteboard how things are stacking up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And so if you look at last year, and let me go back to the Texans. Now, it did change a little bit, but the Texans last year, if you look at some key positions that we always talk about that are most interesting, and I'm looking at, on the offensive side, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. Don't worry about quarterback because now you can have 2 quarterbacks and an emergency QB. So probably Tim Boyle, unless Davis Mills gets moved, will get cut. All right. So they had 5 running backs last year. We know Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, and probably Cam Akers are on this team.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe not Cam Akers, but I think so.
I think he should be.
Yeah. So that leaves 1 spot. Are we talking a fullback like Andrew Beck, which we haven't really talked about him at all?
Yeah.
J.J. Taylor. You can put those young guys on the practice squad. But let's say they keep Andrew Beck. So that's 5 right there. Could they keep 4? Because if they keep 4, then you can do a little more math with the wide receivers. But they only kept this is where it gets really, really interesting and really, really tough. They only kept 6 wide receivers to start the year last year. Well, we got 6 right off the top of our head. Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Robert Woods, Noah Brown, and then either Xavier Hutchinson or Steven Sims. Yeah. I think Steven Sims makes this squad.
I think so, too.
So do you cut Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, Ben Skoranek?
Yeah, that's where it get tough, man, because I feel like Xavier Hutchinson should be on the team. I thought he did okay to be enough to be on the team.
Yeah.
But I get it, you adding Stephon Diggs and all that stuff where the math ain't mathing.
Yeah.
So somebody gonna be out regardless. But Skoranek, I thought he had a place on this team when they brought him in.
I did too.
But I know they ain't give up much for him, so I guess it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't make the team.
If you only keep 4 running backs, you're kind of playing with fire. You don't know what Dameon Pierce is going to be. We're going to find out here pretty soon. Cam Akers, as good as he's looked here and there, he's coming off of severe injuries. Dare is good, but he's mostly a special teams guy. So if you go down to 4 or 5 and you cut somewhere else running backs, all of a sudden that wide receiver room, that gets really interesting.
Yeah, it was already interesting to me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I guess where he's at, because even if he do make this team, like, where you gonna fit him in at? Like, I don't know how much time he gonna get.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, man. I'm really interested about Cam Akers because just looking at him play, I think he should be on the team.
I do too.
I think he's been playing a lot better, but I just feel like they married to Dameon Pierce, man. I think they just trying to give him every chance possible, man. I don't think I just don't see them parting ways with him or putting somebody ahead of him right now outside of Mixon.
It gets so hard at the wide receiver position because you have to have 4 running backs, probably 5. You have to have 3 tight ends, and you probably have to have 4 tackles. And we know those 4. I think the 4 are going to be Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, Blake Fisher, and Nick Brecker. So where the hell are you going to find some room for these wide receivers?
Yeah, I think we're just going to be saying goodbye to a couple of them, man. I think, I like Xavier, but I could see them parting ways with him, man. Mechie, I could see them possibly finding a home for him.
Yeah,
trading him somewhere else so he can potentially start over, I guess. I hate that because we kind of grew to love these guys and we seen them last year, but hey, man, you got a big 3 right now.
Well, and then you look at maybe guard or center, the interior offensive line. Nah, man, you need 5. You have to have 5. We saw what happened last year at the center. Well, all 3 positions, but at the center position. So you got Juice Scruggs, Kenyon Green, Shaq Mason, probably Chris Reed, who's been playing pretty well and been playing with the top. So then it comes down to Jarrett Patterson and Kendrick Green. Kendrick Green started last year.
Yeah, he was solid. He was versatile.
Yeah.
So I think they want somebody like that.
The wide receiver position. All right. So if you keep obviously the 3 quarterbacks, 2 and 1. 1 is emergency, 5 running backs, 6 receivers, 3 tight ends, 4 tackles, and 5 interior offensive linemen. You gotta cut bait with 3 wide receivers. That's tough. Okay, so maybe you can find some room on the defense to find an extra wide receiver or 2. Okay, you tell me. At defensive end, Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes. And then probably one more, either Ollie Gay or maybe they just brought in Fildarius Payne. You got to have 5 defensive ends. Maybe somewhere down the road, JJ is going to need a spot. We won't even talk about. We won't even talk about that. Defensive tackle, you got to have 5. You have to have 5. Fotokasi, Settle, Mario Edwards, Khalil Davis, and then who knows? I think Kurt Heinisch might be on the bubble, but they like him. Well, you definitely need 5 linebackers. That's what they had last year. By the way, I'm basing this all on last year. Al-Shaair, Christian Harris, Henry To'oTo'o, Neville Hewitt is going to be on the squad. He just, he's a guy that just hangs around. And probably Jake Hansen.
Yeah.
All right? Cornerbacks. Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Desmond King, C.J. Henderson, and either Mike Ford or Jeff Okudah. Okay, you got to have 5 of those. Safeties, maybe safeties where you can find a spot. You got Jimmy Ward, Kalen Bullock, M.J. Stewart, Eric Murray, and then Petrie's the nickel. So you just said it. The math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, somebody's just gonna be out. And I think, and to kind of go back to that receiver position, I kind of look at it like if you look at that receiver position, who could you possibly put on the practice squad?
Yeah,
you can't put Mechie on there. I don't think you could put Xavier on there.
Yeah,
I think that's where they start looking at guys like those and saying, you know what, we can either trade or just release them.
Yeah.
and the other guys we could kind of keep as depth because they might be a little cheaper and, somebody you can kind of stash.
I'm going to give you some names here. You too, Chris. What would be the biggest surprise for you? I'm going to do it in groups of 3. Surprise trade / cut. Davis Mills, John Mechie, Ben Skoranek. What would be your biggest surprise?
The biggest one out of those? I would be surprised if they cut or trade Davis Mills. I just think he's comfortable there. They comfortable with him there. And quite frankly, I'm not that comfortable rolling with somebody else that's in that quarterback position outside of, the obvious. I think Keenum is okay, but I'm not comfortable where I'm like, you know what? We don't need Mills. We got Keenum.
I'm going to say Skoranek. I think Davis Mills, everything you said is right, but if they start a game with a backup tomorrow, I think it's going to be Case Keenum. Chris?
I'm going to go with Davis Mills. You talk about bringing in another guy, kind of what Figgy was saying, to learn this whole offense when you already know what Davis Mills is and he knows the offense. There's no need for them to go – if they were to cut him, maybe – quarterback goes down, they have to go and find another one. There's no need for that when you have Davis Mills already there.
I think it could happen. I don't know anything. Just kind of looking at it, they have more confidence in Case Keenum as the backup quarterback in a real game. That's what I'm basing it on. So is he's just going to be here? He's just going to be here because you like him because he knows the offense? I don't know. All right, Kendrick Green, Jeff Okudah, or Kurt Hinish?
I think. Probably by default, Kurt Hinish.
You'd be the most surprised.
Or the most surprised. Yeah. I would be surprised with Kendrick Green. I would be surprised if he get cut. But I don't see them cutting him because I thought he was a solid last year.
Yeah.
We kind of laughed at the trade from the beginning because he was hated in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But when he got here, I thought he was solid. So I would be surprised if they cut him.
I'm going to go with Jeff Okudah. Mostly because the depth with just the cornerback position with Stingley, something happens to him, or Kamari Lassiter, maybe he's not getting it going as you thought. You don't have like the depth there at the cornerback position, so that's why I'm going with Jeff Okudah.
I'm going to say Kurt Hinish, so we all have 3 different answers.
That would surprise you.
That would surprise me. I think they like him a lot. I could see where Okudah just doesn't work out, and they've got they got a starting quarterback at in Kamari Lassiter, and I could see where Kendrick Green they just trust him, But I think he could maybe get cut. I think because they have so many guys on the interior, and Kenyon Green is playing so well. I don't know. I think it would probably be Kurt Hinish. All right, so this has been making the rounds. I'm really starting to hate this dude. I'm really starting to hate this dude, and it's not his fault. So Will Levis, I know he's getting paid real well for doing this, but they really are selling this. It's an actual product. He's the guy that eats mayonnaise, on everything.
He put mayonnaise in coffee.
He puts mayonnaise in coffee.
Nasty.
Big, and so Hellman's mayonnaise clearly has signed him as an endorser, but they're actually making cologne.
They try to define you, but you are the ingredient to your own success.
Come on, man.
Luscious, eggy, smell like greatness. Will Levis, number 8, Parfum de Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise cologne.
That's just nasty.
They're actually. This is not a joke.
So is it smelling like mayonnaise?
It smells like mayonnaise.
Oh man, that got to be a joke.
No, it's not. They're actually doing this. I looked it up, and a couple people have posted about it. It did get me thinking about this. Okay, we're all dudes, right? We're in this room, and a lot of our listeners are guys. What cologne fragrance would you actually like? Would you actually not the classic cologne?
Yeah, no,
like a fragrance like that,
like a random smell.
A random smell that you think would be.
This could be a little dicey, man.
Yeah,
this could be a little dicey. I'm gonna leave out the desserts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because
oh man, I was gonna go.
Hey, you're gonna have your chance.
No, because you got the candles that smell like birthday cake and cookies and stuff like. I'm gonna leave that out. This one might be a little tricky, man, because I love this smell. But it can also be a bad smell if you're not into this. But just the smell of seafood, man, just crawfish.
My God.
Like when I walk into a restaurant,
crawfish.
When I walk into a restaurant and just smell like crawfish, it's just like, man, it smells so good. Like I'm home.
I'm home.
Yeah, but you can't walk around with that smell here.
Yeah,
because otherwise it's a bad look. But that's just such a good smell, man. Just walking into a seafood spot, a restaurant.
Yeah,
I just love that smell, but it's a little, like I said, it's a little dicey.
All right, so there's a warning. There's going to be a Seinfeld reference here in a minute. So two came immediately to mind. One of them, most of our listeners may not know what it is, but our fishermen will know. So you're out fishing, all right, and there's this thing called a slick that's on the water, and it happens when the trout start feeding. The little oils from them feeding kind of goes to the surface of the water, and it has a very distinct sweet smell, kind of like watermelon or freshly cut grass is what people say. I'd wear that cologne all day. I would wear that cologne all day. The other one is the Seinfeld reference.
Oh, hey, smell my arm. Smell it.
No, with all due respect, I don't think so.
Jerry, that smells good. What is that? The beach.
The beach. That would be a good smell
like
for
a beach
for
smell?
a guy's cologne.
Yeah, I can see that.
You can just that smells so. And trout slick. I know my fishermen will know that. What about you, Chris?
You know when, kind of going off of what Figgy said. You know when you walk into a panaderia.
Yeah.
That smell.
A who?
A
panaderia, like El Bolillo on airline.
Yeah, like that.
That sweet Mexican pastry smell.
Okay,
dude, that's a great one.
Oh man, when you walk into that and that just hits you in the nose, it just smells so good.
That is a great
Imagine
one.
walking around with that. Everybody's just gonna turn around and be like, that smells good.
Hey, the texters are coming in 713-572-4610, and of course on YouTube as well. Someone said leather. A cologne that smells like leather. Another guy said, I want to smell like Home Depot. Home Depot does have a smell.
Man. Yeah, dude. Just the smell of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
McDonald's fries. Barbecue smoke.
Barbecue smoke.
As long as it's not too strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Subway? That Subway smell.
Somebody said Subway on the text board.
That could be a good or bad thing too, man, because I went to school with somebody who worked at Subway, and she used to come in smelling like Subway. It was not a good smell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it used to stink.
Gunpowder, that's a good smell. Gunpowder is a good smell. Bacon.
That's always a good smell.
Bacon's good.
Peach cobbler.
Yep. How about people that like the smell of gasoline?
Yeah.
I like the smell of gasoline.
Oh, my goodness.
I hate the smell of gasoline.
Some people just love gasoline smell, man.
This is a good one. A tire shop.
Tire shop, yeah.
That's a sweet, that's a badass smell. Puppy's breath. We'll get to a couple more of your...
What about the new car smell?
I like that one.
I like the new car
smell. Would you walk
smell.
around with it, though?
I probably would, to be honest. I would.
All right, so Texans taking the field right now. Actually, they're getting out there. I'm not a fan of midday practices. I get it. They're great at monitoring players. We're going to talk about that. We're going to finish up this discussion, and we're going to talk about some of the toughest decisions that we haven't mentioned with the Houston Texans.
After a solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking to find? Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, so some really good sense here. I didn't know this was going to happen, but it is happening. Will Levis, an actual cologne scent has been made for him, and it's going to be for sale. Hellman's mayonnaise smell. People are saying they would wear the barbershop scent. Apple Jolly Ranchers. Black pepper. It's not too bad. Cannabis. I knew that was coming. Dog paws. Dog paws smell great.
Really?
They smell like Fritos.
Okay.
Yeah. They smell like Fritos.
This might be weird, but I like smelling my dog's
I did.
paws.
I used to smell Gibson's feet.
I used to like smelling Stanley right after a fresh grooming.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh,
man,
yeah.
he smell good.
Yeah. Coffee shop. Bed Bath and Beyond.
I mean, that's
Does that have a
candles,
smell?
man.
That's candles.
That's
Yeah.
a bunch of scents.
Yeah.
It smells good in there.
Yeah.
It do smell good.
Puppy breath. We're sensing a theme here. New tires. That's the second one of those. Tire shop was another one.
Now, what about Abercrombie and Fitch? Like
That
walking
has
in
a
there,
smell.
man.
Yeah.
Back in the day was bad.
Yeah.
I feel like now it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Man, I walked past there. I want to say it was a couple months ago, and it was light as hell in there. They changed the whole
it used to be
vibe. It used to be dark in there.
Yeah.
And I didn't even recognize it. It looked like I was in American Eagle or something.
Yeah. They changed like their whole
They
like
changed the whole vibe,
the
man.
whole
I know
clothing and everything.
I know they light bill used to be low.
Oh, yeah. Somebody said the smell of OG sauce. Thank you very much. I'll see what I can do.
Pandering.
I'll see what I can do. All right. So this is we were just talking about how the getting to 53 is going to be really, really difficult for the Texans. They might have to move some players. They might have to cut some players. So the Score has come out with the most likely trade candidates as we're winding down training camp and the preseason. Some of these have nothing to do with the Texans. Some of them are very much out there. The running backs that have been mentioned, because maybe that's something that the Texans could look at. They don't do a lot for me. The Bears, Khalil Herbert, whatever. Miles Sanders, maybe a little bit of interest there from the Panthers. They've added some guys. He was Chuba Hubbard's backup. Samaje Perine, he's cheap. That's one good thing for him. But they also mentioned a Texan as a prime trade candidate.
Yeah.
They mentioned Robert Woods.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I thought he would have been gone.
Yeah.
I thought they was gonna cut him early on before minicamp even started.
Mm-hmm.
But he been hanging around, man. It seemed like they gonna keep him.
I could see Nick Caserio working here. Like if they really like, and I know they do, John Mechie, despite all his struggles lately and other things, I could see you got a 32-year-old wide receiver, has good pedigree, has been on good teams. He may not have had a huge year last year, but he had some good games.
Yeah, he was very important.
Yeah, he was
C.J. Stroud.
Played durable, played in 14 games, 40 catches, 426 yards. I could see where they kept Robert Woods with the intent of maybe moving him. We'll see.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I said, it's a lot of receivers to go around to, man.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, the math ain't mathing. And by default, you got to get rid of somebody. You can't keep all of these guys.
Yeah, but would you rather have Robert Woods or John Mechie?
I'd rather have Robert Woods.
I would rather have Robert Woods. I mean, you're just playing for this year, with him anyway. I think he's one of those guys that is kind of.
Could this be more of a money thing? Like a money situation?
He's not that expensive.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know they'd be penny picking, but is it cheaper to keep Mechie or Robert Woods?
Well, it's cheaper to keep Mechie, and you'd have control. But Robert
just ain't got the production.
Robert Woods signed a 2-year, $15 million contract.
Now let me ask y'all, who do y'all think gives y'all the most trade value? I guess between the two, what would the Texans?
See, I think that's what I'm saying. I think I could see Nick Caserio working here.
Yeah.
Like he's always 4 moves ahead, and he might be thinking, I ain't going to cut Robert Woods. We're going to keep Robert Woods. He's going to, he's got value. He's a guy that has performed, pretty well. He's played on really good playoff teams. Somebody somewhere is going to need a wide receiver.
Yeah, I can see him waiting until I guess the cut days, where some people might get cut, or some receivers might get hurt.
Yeah,
and maybe they hit up the Houston Texans and see about Robert Woods. Maybe that's like that little card in his back pocket.
Yeah,
just in case.
Because that would give you a chance to keep Ben Skoranek. You're going to keep Noah Brown. There's 5 right altogether with the top 3, and then you can make your decision on Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie.
Yeah,
and Steven Sims.
Man, it's a lot. It's a lot of receivers. Man.
Hell, Quintez Cephas, like you said yesterday, he had a better game than Mechie for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he's making the team.
I mean, I'm kidding, but
I don't think he's making the team. But like, if we're talking about who played better, Cephas was out there looking better, man.
Yeah, I could see where this is a Nick Caserio special. Like, he knows there's going to be a market for him out there. I don't know. All right, so go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I agree with that, and I think it could potentially be a market for somebody like a Mechie too.
Yeah,
I think somebody will kick the tires on them,
but not as much as Robert Woods. Kind of like what Chris was talking about.
Yeah, I can see
Robert Woods. You can get 6th.
Yeah,
and with Mechie, what you'd get maybe a 3rd, 4th.
They might wait him out. No, you wouldn't get no.
The 3rd's too much.
No, way too much.
Yeah,
way.
I would trade him now if we get a 3rd.
Yeah,
but I think you probably looking around
7th
or 6th, 7th, somewhere around there.
Or they might wait him out to get cut. They know what he's
definitely
doing.
A 3rd day pick.
Yeah, but Woods you can get a little something, and then move from there. So Texans are taking the field right now. By the way, you're going to have a chance to win 2 Texans tickets to the bullpen front row for Saturday's game in the noon hour. And I'll just say this. I got to confess, we're going to give away those tickets. So that is a hint. The Texans are going to be having these 3 practices and then the game on Saturday. Then I think they're going to kind of shut things down. These practices, I love the heat. I'm one of those guys. Hell, I got home yesterday afternoon and did my yard. I mean, it's not a big yard, but I did my yard. I like sweating. I like being out there, but I also worry, and take precautions like everybody does. Like practicing at 11:30 in Houston.
This really bothers
me. It really does.
I have no issue with this, man.
Yeah. It's brutal, man.
I wonder if the players have any issues with it.
Oh, I think some do. I think some would. Here's the thing. Like, they're so good over there. They have those monitors they put on every player. They regulate their heat. They regulate, how hydrated they are, their speed and their performance. Like, they're going to take care of it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm not worried about, their health or whatever. I'm just saying, this is – I guess part of it is, when coaches often say, well, we got to get this advantage, because we're going to play some noon games. And that's why they're doing it. They play noon Saturday. They play noon next week. And then they got a lot of noon games in the regular.
They got pretty much 3 straight noon games.
Yeah.
Because even the season opener is.
But that's indoors, but still.
Yeah, but it's noon.
Yeah. Coaches like to have this psychological advantage, and there's I do believe there's might be something to it, but I don't think it's that much. Like practicing in the heat, practicing in the cold. Remember when Belichick used to put them out there in blizzards?
Yeah.
For full blown practices? I just think that's overvalued.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of value to it just so you don't, you won't be shocked when you have to and it'd be the first time you ever playing in a blizzard. But I don't think it's a thing where you must practice in a blizzard.
Yeah.
I do think sometimes practicing in the rain, that could kind of help you get used to it, you know, ball control and stuff
now,
like that.
Now, the rain I'll get.
But I don't think it's you got, looking at team, I mean, I guess this might be a bad example, but looking at a team like Miami that, obviously don't play in snow and see how bad they did in Kansas City.
No, that's fair.
That's kind of but I really don't look at stuff like that too much. This is a LA team, so they can't play in the snow and all that stuff.
Well,
I don't look at it. I don't really look at it like that.
I just think these are tough dudes that can handle any situation. If you're saying you got to get used to the heat and that's going to be advantage, I think that's overvalued. And by the way, the roof is often closed. I know there's a giant hole in it right now, but the roof is often closed. I just don't think it's that big of a value.
Yeah, maybe it's just kind of, I guess, toughen them up a little bit.
Yeah.
I know it ain't gonna matter. I know they ain't gonna play in Miami Heat and nothing like that, but maybe it's just to kind of toughen them up a little bit.
Maybe. All right, let's play the hits next, including new sports for the Los Angeles Olympics and one that they're dropping that really bothers me. And, of course, let's talk a little hardball about those Houston Astros.
The CJ to Tank connection picked up right where it left off in the Texans' 20-12 preseason.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so here's the question we have for the Astros, and I think we all agree on this answer. All right, let's play the hits here, starting with the Astros, and that is when you look at the division, we all agree they're in it. They're probably going to win it, right? No, it's going to be a fight.
Okay,
like the Mariners.
You said probably like
to me, I think
this is the Olympics or something.
No.
Like this Team USA.
Yeah. No. Well, okay, that was a lot closer too. But no, I think we all are confident that they have the look. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
They seem to be kind of getting the most out of their core players, heart of a champion, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like the division is 100% in play.
Yeah.
So then it becomes, all right, can they get you an ALCS again? And I started looking at the standings this morning. I'm like, okay, we're in on this. like even though no matter what we thought on May 8th, we're in on this. Can they really get there, or is it just kind of like going to be a big tease? Where they're making a run, they maybe edge the Mariners, they get into the postseason, and then they're done. So I don't think they're equipped, and I said that back then, like they've been in the past, but they are equipped with that gene that I talk about, that heart of a champion stuff that they've been there. So that's what I'm talking about when you look at the rest of the teams that are the best teams in the American League. Like if you want to get to the American League championship, you got to go through, obviously, the division. Then you're probably going to have to go through the Cleveland Guardians. They don't scare me.
Yeah, they don't scare me either.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've been there a couple times, but not enough to where it would scare the Astros.
And the bigger question is, would they be collectively like worried about the boogeyman, as you call the Astros?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, especially the offense. The one thing I'm worried about with the Astros, if they do make it to the playoffs, is, to me, the pitching, the starting pitching.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of guys that haven't been there. So that would kind of make me a little nervous. But as far as the bats, the offense, I think they scare everybody in the MLB.
Well, make no mistake, the Guardians are better than the Astros over the course of the year, like significantly better.
Yeah.
So are the Yankees.
Yeah.
But the Astros Astros are the Yankees' daddy.
Yeah, mentally the Yankees are fried.
Yes.
And they going through a slump right now, man. They just got blew out by the White Sox.
Yeah.
So they mentally fried.
That leads to the other team that's a big-time favorite to get the ALCS. And that's the Baltimore Orioles. I was saying it last year. That team looks good to me. Look out for the Orioles. And then they went in the postseason.
Yeah.
And the Astros swept them this year.
Yeah.
Like they're going to be looking over their shoulders. Or we're going to be worried about the boogeyman.
Yeah.
I just think, like, when you look at these three teams that are, the odds-on favorite. And I know you can maybe talk about the Twins. They're going to be in the wild card, or, whomever, the Royals, or, maybe the Red Sox get. But if you look at the best three teams in the American League, the Astros have the mental advantage over all three of them.
Yeah. And I think, like I said, I think people are scared of the Astros, and I don't think the people looking at – I don't think we should feel like if the Astros get into the playoffs – then it's like being an 8 seed in the NBA, where it's just like you have no chance.
Right.
Now, I think once you get in, I think you have a very good chance of beating any of those teams.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it won't happen, but I think they have a strong chance, especially with that offense.
Yeah, especially with the offense and especially with that gene, as I talk. You call them boogeymen, and I say that they have that gene. All right, so a little bit of NFL news here that affects the Texans. So Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell confirmed just moments ago that J.J. McCarthy has a tear in his right meniscus and will need surgery. It's not scheduled yet, and it's still to be determined. As I understand it, once they get in there, they're going to decide if they're going to repair it or they're going to just, lack of a better term, fiddle with it and do a quick repair, so to speak.
Fiddle with it during surgery is crazy.
Let's just do this. So Texans face the Vikings week 3. It's Sam Darnold time.
Yep.
It's Sam Darnold time.
Yes. I don't want to mark that off as a dub just yet, but
come on,
it's looking like a dub to me,
man.
man.
Come on now.
He's going to be seeing ghosts out there.
Yes, he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he is. So the LA Olympics, they've announced the new sports for 2028 in the LA Olympics. Some of them are coming back. There's going to be, and I got a question for you here. There's going to be squash, flag football, cricket, lacrosse, and then softball and baseball are going to be added to the program for the 2028 Olympics. If baseball has learned anything from these Olympics, you got to suspend the season and put Major League Baseball players in the Olympics. You got to. You have to. The purists are going to be... Yeah, the purists are going to be saying, what the hell are you thinking?
Yeah, that's going to take a lot of owners off too, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But they have to. I mean, not only just the Olympics, but when you look at the World Baseball Classic, did you see how crazy those fans were, how excited they were?
Yeah.
Now imagine that plus the Olympics.
Times 10. I mean, look at what the Olympics have done for the NBA. Now, it's their off-season. It's a lot easier, but it's been talked about in the past. There have been a few major leaguers that maybe weren't on a roster that ended up playing on the Olympics and then joined a roster.
Yeah.
I think you got to suspend the season. This could be so good for baseball. This could be like imagine
who would be the favorite right now. Let's say it started right now. Like what country would be the favorite?
I think
in baseball.
USA,
and then Japan,
Dominican, Cuba, Venezuela, Puerto Rico. That's the other thing. Like, these players from these other countries are going to want to play for their squads.
Yeah, 100%.
You know?
Yeah.
And then they'll talk about the marketing advantages, the branding. Like, we got, like, Steph and LeBron, people are looking at them completely different.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine you go out there with absolute Major League Baseball all-stars.
That's going to be a hard sell for these owners, man. They care about the money, and to suspend the season for it's not that long.
It would be a month, probably.
Yeah, about a month.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're gonna have to sell them on that.
I think you got to do it.
I'm down for it.
I think you have to do it.
I would be down for it.
It would help baseball so much. It would help the world's baseball footprint so much. And it would be like one of the sports, and they would be up there with the NBA and swimming and all that, the sports.
No, we'll be watching baseball. I'll be sitting there watching. Mexico
cheering against Jordan.
Let me see what Mexico did.
Well, I guess Jordan wouldn't work, but like cheering against some of these players from you get Mason Miller closing games, you get Paul Skeens starting a game, you get all these young American players.
How would Team USA look though?
Yeah,
disgusting, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Would they be that good?
Yeah, they'd be good, man.
Okay.
They'd be good.
Yeah, but then the world rankings would. I mean, Aaron Judge.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I mean, like, it would be just stupid.
I mean, we saw it, like, I hate to mention the World Baseball Classic because I know a lot of people feel, certain type of way about it, but we saw Shohei versus Mike Trout. What, the final pitch, the final out?
Oh, yeah.
And that was nuts. Now imagine like that in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Man, come on.
Yeah. I think you got to do it.
I'm down for it, man. Let's make it happen.
All right, so the sports that are not going to be part of the Olympics, you're going to miss Rachel Ray-Gun Gunn.
Hardly knew you.
Breaking.
Peace out.
Is gone.
Peace out.
Breaking is gone.
Man,
it was a short-term Olympic sport.
I appreciated what they tried to do and put hip hop on the big stage like that, but nah, that ain't work.
Somebody posted her routine and said, that looks like my Labrador on the floor, like just doing all these gyrations, scratching their own back, and all this other stuff.
Every time I see that, I think about that lady, that white lady. I think it was from the 90s, who was trying to teach people how to dance like hip hop. She's like, "This is hip hop. You got to boom bam, boom bam."
And then there's this, like they're talking about boxing not being a part of the 2028 Olympics.
That's a little disappointing.
That's a lot disappointing. Yeah. Boxing is one of the original, I think it is, one of the original sports from like ancient times.
Yeah, and I feel like it would be perfect being in LA too. Like, you got to have boxing on the West Coast.
No
on
boxing?
LA. Yeah.
Who's deciding that? Like, No boxing?
Yeah, that seemed kind of weird, man. Like, especially in LA. I see if it was in Paris or something like that, but in LA?
No, anywhere. Like, just as an Olympic sport, boxing is one of the most, traditional. I mean, think about, like, just the Americans. You go back to, George Foreman, Muhammad Ali, some of these others, like, and some international stars with boxing. All right, so another one here for you with the hits. Look, Colin Kaepernick told TMZ yesterday, I'm still training, I'm still pushing, I still want to be back in the NFL. Forget everything else about why he's not in the NFL.
Y'all still falling for this crap,
Dude, what are we doing?
Dude, he got to be like, 46 years old now?
How old is he? I mean, like, what are we doing? He's 36.
To me, this is his annual statement. Like, he do this probably like once every other year to say, hey, I'm still trying to play in the NFL, guys.
What are we doing?
Like, when is it? I wonder when is it going to be time for him to say, you know what? My time is done.
Yeah.
Like, is he going to keep saying this forever?
I mean, he's done.
Yeah.
It happens. No matter how you feel about it, it happens. He's done. He ain't never going to play again in the NFL.
And it's unfortunate. I wish we could have seen him play. But it's too late now.
Yeah.
It's a little too late. I
don't
think nobody's signing no 36-year-old quarterback to try to
ain't nobody
get a Super Bowl, man. Like, I don't think that. Like, if you want to tag along or something like that, but it seemed like he feel like he deserve a starting position or something.
And by the way, take a hint. Like, no matter what you feel about it, there isn't an NFL owner alive that's going to sign you.
Yeah. I just felt like he could have played other places if he really wanted to play.
Absolutely,
it's a bunch of different ways he could have played,
and maybe star, and then all of a sudden there's some maybe owner that thinks, all right, or whatever. Yeah, it ain't.
Yeah, I seen that. I'm just like, man, he's still doing this.
Yeah, come on, now.
Salute, but bro,
yeah,
it's over. Man.
Enough is enough. We're gonna cancel boxing, and you lost me as a fan. No, I can't believe that they would even be considering not having boxing.
Somebody said, do not suspend the baseball season. It makes the foreign teams way better.
That's what we want to see. Like, what do? You want a cakewalk? Like, and by the way, I don't know if that's altogether true. Like, there's a lot of really, really good international players that are not in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
All right,
man.
Hey, Texans are on the field as we speak. We're going to give you some practice updates, some observations. There's a very key player that is practicing. We're going to tell you who that is. And, by the way, this upcoming hour, we're also going to give you 2 tickets to the front row in the bullpen. 1 lucky listener. Make your own luck. It's happening next.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts Monday. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, couple practice updates here for you as the Texans, 92 degrees outside, having a big-time practice.
It's 95 degrees.
Building some character out there, as Jonathan Alexander tweeted. Definitely building
7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees.
Definitely building some character out there. All right, so here's some updates that I know is going to interest a lot of our listeners. 2 big players returning to the practice field today. Foremost, Kamari Lassiter back on the practice field. So we might see Kamari Lassiter for the first time.
That's who I've been wanting to see, man.
Yeah.
I want to see him.
It's going to be like fans haven't really, other than those that have gone to the open practices, haven't really had a chance to see what we've been seeing.
Yeah, no, I want to see him out there on the field, man, playing. Just playing some real games.
And Titus Howard. Titus Howard is practicing as well. So 2 big pieces there. On Kamari Lassiter, I'm really looking forward to like him getting some real big-time reps. By the way, I do think, and I was going to bring this up in this segment anyway, I think Texans fans, if you're going to the game Saturday, you're going to get your best look at this team like you will until the regular season. I think you're going to see maybe a quarter, maybe into a whole half of first-team offense, first-team defense. Now, Daniel Jones is going to start on Sunday. That means that the Giants starters, air quotes, are going to start on Sunday. And you know what that usually means. Brian Dable's probably already talked to DeMeco Ryans. So that means DeMeco Ryans going to play his starters. They're going to play their starters. I think it might go maybe into the second quarter.
I can see that. I can see that, especially for the defense. I think the defense probably going to be on the field a little bit more than the offense.
Maybe.
I think, like I said all week long, if the offense, if they go marching down the field, score, look crisp, appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Your night's over. Your day's over.
It just makes too much sense. I'm with you. I think that's what I would want. I don't even care if I really see C.J. Stroud again, but I think you will.
Yeah.
But I could see them going a quarter and a half, and all signs point to it. Titus Howard is practicing. Joe Mixon is practicing. Obviously, C.J. Stroud.
Now, do you want to see Joe Mixon and Titus Howard
in
this game?
Hell yes. Like if you're gonna, I don't care about the starters, but if you're gonna play them, I want to see what it looks like with all the receivers, Joe Mixon, Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil. You know that's the biggest sign yet.
Yeah.
Like Laramie Tunsil finally put on pads this week.
Yeah.
And he's been practicing. That means he's playing Saturday.
Yeah.
That means he's playing at least a little bit. So I think you're gonna get your best shot yet to watch this Texans offense.
Yeah, and that'd be the perfect time to go to a Texans preseason game.
Yeah, and then
we'll be giving out tickets this hour too.
Yeah, this hour we'll get you the caller number on that. So be listening, and then see you later. I think after this one, I don't even want to see him, and I don't necessarily think that the Texans want to see him after this.
Yeah.
So go quarter and a half, and do that. I'm also wondering. Let's say the Texans get. And we'll get to the defense in a second, but let's say the Texans get their offense for a quarter and a half, and it looks exactly like we imagined. You got all the weapons. What would he call it? 5-headed monster?
Yeah.
You're gonna have the 5-headed monster on the field for the first time. Joe Mixon, Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Stephon Diggs. And they look really, really good. I don't even want to have the joint practices next week with the Rams. Like, people have canceled. Hell, the Texans canceled their joint practice last year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good idea, and generally speaking, I prefer joint practices over preseason games because you can kind of control everything. I don't need to see any more.
Yeah, and that's the last game of the preseason too. So
yeah. Who cares?
I could see them saying, you know what, we getting ready for Indy.
Yeah.
We're getting ready for week 1.
And the Rams, same way. Didn't they get? Is it Nakua got hurt?
Puka Nakua?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he got hurt. They might be doing the same thing. Some other practice updates here. Noah Brown is working on the side. I wouldn't necessarily worry too much about that. Jeff Okudah is working on the side. I don't think he necessarily has a well, he doesn't. He doesn't have a job secured on this roster, so it's kind of important for him. Will Anderson is on the side. Wouldn't worry about it too much, other than he's just getting that work, and they're playing it safe.
Yeah,
with him.
Yeah.
So a lot going on at Texans practice. And Sean Pendergast is going to join us at 12:40, so we'll get all the details on all this. But let's go to the defense. Kamari Lassiter on the defense. It's kind of too bad, but you'll get your fill of him. But it's kind of too bad that Texans fans haven't really seen him. Like just so you know, I'm the same vibe I had last year with Tank Dell, where it took me all of half a practice to say, oh man, this kid can. He's getting it done. I'm having that with Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, it's funny too because I was at the draft party when they drafted him, and a lot of people really wasn't familiar with him. It was just kind of like, okay, and it wasn't like a bad thing. I just think people had no idea who he was.
Yeah.
But a lot of people trusted D'Amico in that. Like I talked to a lot of fans out there. They were just like, yeah, I wasn't sure about him, but I trust Nick and D'Amico, so I'm pumped about it. We'll see.
Yeah,
and we kind of criticized his 40 time. We kept calling him Mr. 4.6. But I don't look, man. I'm super fired up to see him because I didn't think he was gonna be starting on opposite side of Stingley.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna be Jeff Okudah or maybe C.J. Henderson.
I did too.
He might have took one of their jobs, so one of them might be out of here.
I think,
if not both.
I think he absolutely did. What do you want to see from this offense Saturday? 713-572-4610. Because to me, it's the first time we're going to see the whole offense. I think, and we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans live as well today, probably in about an hour from now or thereabouts, live off the field. I just want to. I'm not going to be a cliche and just want them healthy. Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah.
No, I want to see Joe Mixon. I want to see Joe Mixon, how they use him in this offense.
Yeah, I want to see the running game. I'm kind of there with you. I want to see the running game, Joe Mixon. I want to see Dameon Pierce back out there, man.
I want to see him a lot.
I want to see how he bounced back from the last game. And I know he only had 4 carries, but I want to see how he play, man. I want to see if he's still 2023 not Joe Mixon, but Dameon Pierce or what, because I think that's very important. I'm kind of I guess overconfident about Joe Mixon. I feel like he gonna be the same old Joe Mixon, so I would like to see him a little bit in this game, but if we don't, I'm fine with it because I kind of trust Joe Mixon on that. But I want to see what Dameon Pierce do, man.
I want to see Joe Mixon maybe give us a hint out of the backfield as a receiver, because what that does is open everything else up, as we all talk about. But Dameon Pierce for sure. And it doesn't sound like a lot of carries, but it is in the preseason. I want to see him carry the ball at least 8 or 10 times.
I mean, how long do you think he's gonna play in this preseason?
I think he should play at least into the third quarter. Yeah, that's where he is on this roster to me.
See, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I think he should play in the third quarter, but I feel like he probably just going to play the first half.
That all signs are that's not what they think about him. They think he's in.
Yeah.
That's not where he is with me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just
it's going to be interesting. I want to see how long. I think it's going to say a lot to see how long he play.
Yeah.
If he's done within the second quarter, maybe half of the second quarter, and he's out there on the sideline done, then that tells
he's in.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
He's in there like swimwear.
And it's kind of you might think it might not do justice to some of the other guys that are trying to earn a spot on this team, specifically Cam Akers and Dare is good, but like J.J. Taylor and stuff. No, I'm not saying that I don't want to see them play while Dameon Pierce is playing, alternating or whatever, different series. But he needs to show something. He needs to show something big time.
Yeah, especially if in this short amount of time, Dare is looking like he's playing better than you.
Yeah,
Cam Akers is looking like he's playing better than you. So, and this is somebody that got a lot to prove this year. This ain't like Joe Mixon going out there just getting 4 carries for 4 yards, because we know what Joe Mixon can do.
Yeah.
This is a prove-it year for Dameon Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
So his four carries for 4 yards ain't hitting right.
Yeah.
I can't just look past that. So I do want to see more for Dameon Pierce.
Yeah. And the other thing I want to see, I want fans to – you may have caught a glimpse or two, but I want to see Stephon Diggs.